In a city, the sky was broken by a huge black hole. People were attacked by monsters. It happened 8 years ago. Some powerful force distorted space and time, leading to creatures from another world to invade. Indiscriminate killing, heavy casualties, sharp decline in population. Looking at the monster that holds humanity's life and death in its grasp, the survivors call this apocalypse the demon tide. However, at this time, a group of people dressed as heroes appeared, and the change in the magnetic field brought about a job system that made people stronger. People could randomly awaken their initial talents and choose different jobs in the system. After choosing, people will have the skills of that job and can bring them back to the real world. Furthermore, the awakened talent will determine the fate of the fake job. New schools were also opened. From then on, smart people started a life with new fighting methods. Society focused on fostering and strengthening fake professions, building fake profession academies, taking the reality that had happened as the original, relying on the system, integrating into the game, creating different levels of difficulty, copies with different types of strategies at different levels, to upgrade and train the next generation. At the No. 1 Profession Academy in Gang, a big event is taking place. On the big screen, the principal's stern face appeared. Dear students, you have completed your theoretical studies at Jiangcheng's No. 1 Vocational Academy. Today is a very important person. You will awaken your talents. It is also the first day you step into the dungeon. Following the teacher's loud shout, "Come on!" in the middle of the schoolyard, a large magic circle appeared surrounded by golden light. The principal continued to encourage and also draw a vision of the future for the students. Believe in your past years of hard study. You have been prepared to become a professional. Protect humanity, even at the cost of their own lives. In front of the students is a large board counting numbers. Everyone eagerly focused on the screen while the principal continued to speak. Below, we call the name of any student who will come forward to calculate their talent. At this time, there was a young man who was still very confident in every word his teacher said. He had been coming to this world for so long, just to get to this day. He had finally arrived. He was a student of the No. 1 Career Academy in Jiangcheng. I remember very clearly, awakening talent is very important for a profession. Natural qualities are divided into common level, rare level, legend level, courtier level, myth level. What he remembers is not only that, no human has ever awakened the mythological level talent. Swordsman, mage are the most desired professions, followed by assassins, summoners, soldiers, priests because of their weak mental ability, poor mobility and no offensive ability, unable to change the battle situation, so they are ranked at the bottom of the profession chain. For fighters equipped with shields and swords, under the power of high-quality equipment and good talent, in normal dungeons, other professions can unilaterally clear monsters. Only the pastor cannot do it, but at high levels, as long as the master knows how to operate, a magician or summoner can also replace the pastor's position, only being able to stand still behind the plow team with experience and increased health, making the pastor become a laughingstock. At this time, a girl came and gently pulled his sleeve and asked happily, "Have you thought carefully about which profession to choose, mage, soldier or assassin?" He also winked mischievously. As I said, thinking about these things right now is useless. Wait until you have natural skills to know which profession is suitable for you. She looked a bit angry. I was just asking for fun. That girl is a student at Gang Tan's No. 1 Academy, to mock. The boys behind saw her like that and could only hug her chest. The goddess mock is really beautiful today. He didn't pay much attention and just silently patted her head. This action of his made all the male students seethe, wanting to let go of his hand. Among the group of boys, there was a silver-haired man with an angry face and gritting his teeth. Isn't this guy a parasitic scum? He usually considers himself noble. To see what kind of talent he will awaken. Mock now looked serious. Hey, you guys don't be too much. The shout interrupted what she was saying. No. 1001 awakened rare and powerful natural talents. A notice board appeared. Rare and powerful natural talents. The power of skills increased by 50%. When a few young men saw a highly talented person, they immediately came to flatter him. His talent is extremely dangerous. He is very suitable for the profession of a soldier. This handsome guy will definitely be the valedictorian of this exam. The guy 1001 with purple hair immediately noticed the place where he fell asleep and immediately looked gloomy. Let me see what an orphan can rely on to attract the attention of the goddess of wood. Lambda gently patted her shoulder, asking Mock to leave them alone. She angrily turned around and blamed him. Why don't you ever care about what other people think? But he responded very confidently, because he would become the strongest person. That's all. He still remembers that dark day, when monsters attacked everywhere. His father and his mother took him to escape. He reassured them, there was a shelter ahead, let's go there. His mother also comforted him. "Don't be afraid, we're almost there." But at this moment, a monster jumped next to the family and knocked the 3 people away. I was scared and shouted, "Dad," but he was only worried about me. "Come in quickly, I'm okay." Even though his mother was captured by a monster, she still tried to warn him that he must continue to live. At this moment, the shelter door opened, someone discovered him and shouted loudly, "There are still survivors, quickly bring the boy in," but he still tried to shout loudly while being brought in, his parents. At this time, he met Mok Mok's mother. She gently told him, "Tuda, from now on we will be family, let's go home with her." At this moment, he was still deep in thought, only then could he protect him, when a notification and text appeared on the screen, number 1128, going into labor. He gently instructed Mok Mok, "Wait here, go here." Although she looked angry, when he walked away, she looked worried and confused. He walked into the circle until he opened his face and it was like he was in space. He was very surprised, this was the place where his natural talent was awakened. When he touched that sparkling light, a great power poured out. 2 black and red dragons surrounded him and then entered his body. A notice board appears, "You have received a legendary quality talent that reverses the universe, do you want to hide it?" He was surprised, mythical level talent had never appeared, so he chose and hid it. He also gradually learned information about his abilities. Level 1 reversal, reverses and strengthens himself as well as all the skills that affect him, can be turned on or off at will, if raised to a higher level can change the nature of the skill. The current enhancement effect reduces mana consumption by 10%, current transformation effect, buff effect becomes debuff, debuff becomes buff, level up conditions, you must reach level 10, can reverse all effects affecting yourself, and can also turn on and off talent at will. Can you imagine some scenarios? Does this mean the enemy will never be able to kill you? But if you can only use normal attacks that aren't skills or let the priest heal you, you can destroy its effects and harm yourself. He smiled confidently. It turned out that this was the reason why this talent could choose to hide it. At this time, the loudspeaker also announced, number 1128, Lam Yi, the awakening talent has been hidden. Mok Mok eagerly approached, "Why did you fall in love? Did it go well? Your natural talent is," he quickly interrupted, "secret." The surrounding people didn't believe it and instead loudly mocked, "I said that he must have just awakened to his shameful trash world, trash talent goes with trash, the goddess really saw the wrong person. She likes that kind of trash." The loudspeaker announcement rang out again among everyone. Number 1128, sleeping student please quickly complete the job selection. Number 1233, student to Mok Mok, please begin the awakening process, Tianfu province. He gently pushed her forward. "Go away quickly," she scolded softly, "you idiot, just be gentle with people." The awakening area and the profession area are not far from each other. After completing the awakening of talents, students will go through the goddess statue to choose a profession. He raised his head to look at the statue of the goddess. Next, a voice rang out, "Please choose the profession you want him to ponder carefully." If we follow the logic of invincibility to a certain extent, then reversing the universe is definitely a god-level skill that must maximize natural strength and compensate for shortcomings. Then without hesitation he chose the pastor card. "I chose this one." The monument was silent for a while before speaking. "Please confirm whether your profession is a pastor or not. Currently, you are the first student to choose to become a pastor." "I'm sure, yes, pastor." After receiving your confirmation, the golden light that escaped from the bad card was absorbed by you, and the transfer was confirmed. The transfer was successful, and immediately after that, his whole body was covered in a black cloak, with a stick in his hand, and the announcement also showed his background. Full name, priest profession, HP 100, if it is lower than 80 it will enter a state of injury, all attributes will decrease slightly, if it is lower than 30 it will enter a state of severe injury, all attributes will decrease moderately, if lower than 5 it will enter a state of dying, all attributes will be significantly reduced, if it reaches 0 then it will die, ghost value 100, mythical level talent, strength attribute 4, constitution 4, mentality 5, spirit 5, agility 4, first and second skills are also revealed, healing magic skill, cast on a target unit, summon life force, restore 50 horsepower to target, cool down for 5 seconds and consume 10 magic points, purification jutsu, cast on a target unit, summon elemental spirit, restore 30 targets magic points, cool down in 12 wires and costs nothing. He tried to feel it, then swung the staff forward. "Try this." Immediately his eyes turned red, surrounded by scary red lightning, an ability panel appeared, healing magic, reversed, used on a target unit to deprive the opponent's life, reduce the home team's HP time by 50 points, cool down for 5 seconds and consume 9 magic points. He was pleased to see the results. Just as he imagined, the release skill reduced HP, not caused damage, and was not blocked by armor, equivalent to a standard iron spear. A little lower than the magician's skill damage, but if the enemy has magic resistance, I'm still much better. Then he looked at the description of the second skill, and about this purification technique. He was a little reminded of the magicians using goblins. It seemed like nothing, but it could make enemies of the magic attack system unable to make great moves at the last moment, revealing loopholes. He silently calculated, according to this way of thinking, the way to play is already very clear. Still have to be careful with healing skills for teammates. The reason is because in the Qiankun inversion state, teammates' buff skills will cause a strong blow to the body. At this time, the crowd below was already in an uproar, and someone chose this career path as a nanny. The whole crowd burst into laughter. They were definitely trying to cowardly hide behind their teammates. At this time, the loudspeaker announcement rang out again. Number 1233 to Mok Mok, awaken the legendary talent, release the soul. It was known that the release of life summons souls from the other world to fight. The group of people who were criticizing Lin Yi now turned to flatter Mok Mok. My god, I heard right, the legendary talent, worthy of being the goddess of Mok Mok, the only legendary talent ever. I wonder what career she will choose. She still didn't pay attention to the flattery that was constantly ringing in her ears. The goddess had always been at the top of the theory class. She was truly a genius. How could a lowly monk be worthy of being with the pride of heaven? She definitely wanted to be the goddess-licking dog. But really, what kind of talent is releasing the child? So you should try and hug the goddess's feet. Mok Mok had approached the statue of the goddess. The voice rang out again. Please choose the profession you want. Without any hesitation, I chose the profession of a mage. The crowd began to whisper again. The principal also nodded. A legendary magician with talent, very good, has the potential to become a member of the profession alliance, even though he felt happy for her. However, the principal said, but I care more about that kid. He silently looked absent-mindedly. It had been a long time since a student had proactively chosen the profession of pastor. At this moment, in the group of people wearing red robes standing behind him, someone spoke up, but this young man in the past did not feel like he was forced to choose. Their leader seemed interested, a bit interesting. After Mok Mok finished, she rushed towards him and fell asleep. She winked and showed him her new outfit. Let's choose a mage, we can't go to the dungeon together. On the contrary, he flatly refused. No, I have my own plan. She didn't quite understand what it meant. Maybe he wanted it. Suddenly, the notice board jumped out, reminding us that the beginner copy of the Wolf Forest had opened, and a mysterious purple door appeared among the crowd, inviting a group of students who had completed their talent awakening and transferred positions to enter the copy. 1001 now came forward with a disdainful look and said, falling in love, can you help me a little? I want to invite her to my team. As a reward, I can take you along to receive the reward, as long as you follow my instructions. The person behind him groaned and scoffed. If it weren't for the goddess, we wouldn't need a priest. He didn't want to learn for a long time. He just said it. I refused. The guy who just mocked me got mad. He fell asleep. You should know better. The principal finally spoke. The deputy had to cooperate. Even if he had enough talent, it would be difficult to fight the monsters. The other guy had just raised his voice and threatened to go crazy, but now he turned around and laughed and called, Principal. He said sternly, no matter how much hatred a young man has in the face of a monster, he must let it go. You're still calm, Principal. I don't have any grudges against them. I just feel that clearing copies alone has a lot of experience and makes a lot of profit. He was a little surprised. How could a pastor do that all alone? He tried to explain to him, even if it doesn't work, you can change to another team. Don't make fun of your own life safety. After all, every state in the copy affects reality. If you are in danger, you will really lose your life. But Lam Dazwa was still not shaken. Thank you, Principal. I can clean up the copies myself, but you have secretly calculated everything. If you want to upgrade quickly, you must choose to fight alone. Furthermore, before your strength is strong enough, your god-level talents cannot be revealed to others. The principal looked at his back and wondered, why is this guy so confident? He walked to the door of the dungeon when a notice board appeared. The new player trial dungeon was dangerous. Team request, if you want to enter the dungeon. He answered immediately, yes. The moon is clear and the wind is cool, walking alone in the deserted forest. A notice board about the characteristics of the dungeon appears. The Wolf Forest Dungeon. The level is level 1 to level 3. The difficulty level is beginner level. It is recommended that new players should team up and cooperate to be able to pass the level. The introduction also says that there is a group of bloodthirsty wolves with sharp teeth and claws living in this forest. If they are surrounded, it is considered that there is no way to escape. After reading, his face was a bit thoughtful, thinking, it's difficult for students entering the dungeon for the first time, but as long as they cooperate well, there will be no casualties. Getting a B is already a very excellent achievement. Along the way there will be healing mineral water to restore the machines of the professions. Ensure safety for new players to practice, and at the same time make the priest's status lower, but if there are people who like to kill themselves and do not deal with all the wild wolves on the way, this will lure them to gather in one place, or if they go deep into the forest and step into the forbidden area, they will die right in the dungeon. Thinking like that, but his eyes sparkled with an unconcealed ambition and an extremely confident smile, if he had god-level talent. How can I be satisfied with such a common score? I must enter the legendary forbidden area. After saying that, he decisively rushed into the forest. Deep inside the forest were the roars and screams of ferocious wolves. These wild wolves have different characteristics: level 1, strength 3, physical strength 3, intelligence 1, spirit 2, agility 2, talent, biting, bleeding, howling skills. They are social creatures that roam the wolf forests, preferring to fight in groups. Their attacks have a bleeding effect and can deal continuous damage. Lambda clearly did not flinch. He proudly held his weapon to welcome all of them. These wolves can bite and tear, meaning they use their fangs to bite the opponent. After hitting, it will trigger bleeding. Cooldown time is 10 seconds. Bleeding is a passive skill that, after being activated, can continuously deal damage to enemies every second, has a total duration of 3 seconds, and has no cooldown. After seeing that the territory was visited by people, they all ferociously rushed towards the forest. He gave a confident smile mixed with disdain. Activate the move to reverse the universe, and at the same time a column of red light shot into the sky. First of all, the inverse healing technique, which is the abduction technique, deals 50 points of damage to the wild wolf, kills monsters without injury, and also receives 10 experience points. A pillar of red fire erupted. The first class of wolves imprisoned in it died. The wolves continue to be knocked away by the bite attack. Reverse the attack, restore 20 horsepower and reverse the effect. The weapon in his hand continued to swing. The fatal blow for the wolves was finally summoned. That is the reversal of the universe, the technique of reversing purification, that is, the forbidden technique. This technique purifies the enemy's entire magical energy value, creating a state that prohibits one target's actions. The wolves were quickly tied up with a chain. His magic power gradually drained away and he died, just like that. Even if one wolf dies, even 2 wolves die, all of them are defeated by his powerful attacks. Looking at the wolf corpses lying on the ground, I thought to myself, each little monster gets 10 experience points. At this rate, if I deal with all the little monsters, I will at least be able to raise it to level 4. My target is the last hidden boss. Even if we are 1 level apart, there will be no problem. Meanwhile, a wolf came out of nowhere and attacked. His reflexes were extremely fast. Fortunately, the cooldown time of the healing technique had just ended, so he sent a blow down to send the wolf away. Gently wiping the wound, I thought to myself, I had prepared everything to get to this day very carefully. After all, at the moment the enemy kills, it doesn't matter what my level is. Exiting combat mode, Lambda also turns off the universe reversal effect, using the purification technique to achieve maximum value. Level increases to level 2, all attributes are upgraded, combat ability increases, all learned skills are leveled up. Receiving 2 free attribute points, he did not hesitate to add them all to his intelligence points, because he thought, his ability could not take any damage, continuously regenerating mana, so I will add all points to intelligence. In this way, after reversing the universe, I can maximize magic damage and immediately kill. Outside, at this time, the principal was extremely surprised when he looked at the area and saw a dangerous warning sign on the map. This area was a forbidden area to explore during school teaching. He wanted to challenge the hidden boss of the level 5-star Wolf King. He frowned thinking, no way, if this kid didn't intentionally seek death. So the kid's hidden talent is mythical level, even more than mythical level. He stroked the white beard under his chin, his eyes closed with regret. Unfortunately, he chose not to publicly reveal his talent. First, he could only look at the other seated players, hoping that the student who fell asleep could return alive. That expression made the person next to him couldn't help but tease him. Ha ha, old man, why don't you make a bet if you're so worried? I bet he can set a new record. Having said that, that person looked at the screen that was broadcasting the image in the copy. But did you say that the seated player was that girl? But I felt, there was a bit of fire missing, the ideas were rich but the execution was a bit lacking. The scene changed back to the inside of the dungeon. Mok and two friends were walking when they encountered a ferocious wolf that rushed in to attack. As quick as lightning, she performed the ice condensation technique against the wolf, causing her two teammates to exclaim in admiration, "Ah, the goddess is so powerful." After being hit by her attack, the wolf collapsed. However, she quickly discovered something unusual, bad. She panicked and looked the other way. At this moment, two other ferocious wolves heard the noise and were coming. Mok suddenly panicked, causing the other monsters to notice and quickly run away. As she screamed, she pulled her two friends to find a way to escape. As she ran, she thought, it's gone, it's gone, the image of the goddess of the whales has faded away in an instant. Realizing he couldn't run forever, Mok suddenly braked. Bravely stood in front to block the two friends. The two of them went behind me, then consecutively threw two life-imitating techniques and ice condensation techniques at the two wolves. Streams of red, pink and blue light emitted, accompanied by sharp pieces of ice, causing the wolves to finally be defeated. Mok wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, it's safe. Returning to the outside area, the principal stroked his beard and smiled and said, "What's going on? It's still okay." The mysterious person next to him spoke softly, "With no fighting spirit, talent alone wouldn't get her far, unless..." Scene transition inside the copy. A rabbit was walking around carefree and was suddenly startled by the body of a wolf that suddenly flew in. It turned out that he had fallen asleep and had defeated it. The notice board showed that the level had increased to level 3, he happily calculated, just a little more, great, this speed is as expected, let's destroy the remaining monsters to reach level 4. A strange noise came from behind. Lambda turned his head to look, thinking, it's here. He scratched the grass and gently observed the leader of the pack, the Dark Wolf King. A level 5 wolf, strength 10, constitution 9, intelligence 3, spirit 7, agility 5, talent, biting skills, bleeding skills, wild calls, claw attacks. The Dark Wolf King appears with a giant body compared to other wolves, a huge tail, eyes always burning with fire, an extremely fierce appearance. It wanders in the wolf forest, it has a ferocious temper, will chase and kill anyone, any creature it sees. The wild wolves throughout the forest are its subordinates, will follow any instructions it gives and tear apart any enemy. The Dark Wolf King is a hidden boss. In textbooks, it is a taboo boss. Countless genius teenagers have been seriously injured while challenging, sometimes disabled. Future heroes were mercilessly bitten to death by it. Since then, this side of the forest has also been listed as a taboo place by the Academy. Lambda stood hiding behind a tree trunk, looking at the wolf, secretly thinking, these wild wolves still seem to be surrounding the Dark Wolf King. In fact, just like normal animals, occasionally leaving to find a convenient place, and when they were done, they didn't necessarily have to return to the nest immediately, but would walk around. The frequency of this group leaving was not low, the chance to destroy each one was there. Thinking that, he suddenly appeared behind a wolf, making it unable to move. A notice board appeared, causing 50 points of reverse damage to the wild wolf, killing the wild wolf and receiving 10 experience points. Lin Yi looked at the wolf's corpse with cold, heartless eyes. The troublesome little monster was now the best blood bag for him. Waiting for my experience to increase, I will fight one-on-one with Dark Wolf King. Just like that, Dark Wolf King has fewer and fewer surviving subordinates, and my level is getting higher and higher. His hand brandishing the weapon flashed red. Just like that, the sounds of killing sound after sound echoed throughout the forest. The level has increased to level 4, but the Wolf King seems to have discovered something unusual. His eyes sparkled provocatively but no less dangerously when he saw the Dark Wolf King. Have you finally discovered it? So let's start playing a new game, Dark Dragon King. This wolf has HP 2000 over 2000, mana 1000 over 1000, attack 500, defense 200. This terrifying amount of health and attack attributes are 50 times higher than regular wild wolves. If you are a beginner, you will be beaten to pieces or played with to death. The Wolf King with ferocious eyes quickly rushed in to attack. However, he did not flinch and gave it a haunting attack. A red light flashed and the wolf was hit. Became extremely angry, he couldn't hide the smug look on his face. Thank you. My bones and muscles felt more comfortable, along with the gentle blue light surrounding my body, making me extremely comfortable. He still stood there despite the Dark Wolf King's attack, thinking leisurely, as expected of a god-level talent, its attack is just food to restore him. Just keep attacking, like this, it will be easier to deal with you. The Dark Wolf King seemed to be tired, but in the middle of the night, his spirit was still high, the healing technique was on cooldown. He asked the Wolf King with a provocative look, was he done fighting yet? That question successfully made the Dark Wolf King angry. It suddenly exploded in power, its eyes flashed blue, activating its regular attack. Although Lambda was surprised, he still nimbly dodged one of its sharp claws, causing the blow to miss and hit the ground. The wolf smirked, revealing its long, sharp fangs, and the ground where the blow was hit sank into a cracked patch. It stood up straight, preparing for the next attack. Did it detect it? Unfortunately, it was too late, Lin Yi mocked, and the Dark Wolf King used a violent attack. Its entire huge body rushed straight towards Lambda, its eyes flashing blue sparks. He thought to himself, if a pack of wolves surrounded each other, I might still have to waste a lot of effort. Unfortunately, you are now alone. The weapon was about to be swung. His eyes became focused. The healing technique had finished cooldown. A column of red light poked straight into the sky. The wolf was hit by the attack and fell to the ground. A notice board appeared. Kill the Dark Wolf King. Receive 1000 experience points. Level up to level 5. Complete the Wolf Forest copy. Start summarizing the rewards. Get a lower level bronze treasure chest. Complete all the hidden elements. Kill the final boss. The whole process does not use any damaging skills. Kill 30 wild wolves. The rating increases to SSS level. Receive an additional XL high-level silver treasure chest. Lambda smiled with satisfaction. Oh, if it weren't for the reverse healing technique not being counted as a damage-dealing skill, then I probably wouldn't have been able to get the SSS rating. In other places, the notice board appeared. There were students who had passed the Wolf Forest copy, completed all the hidden achievements, SSS level evaluation. Everyone below was extremely surprised, eyes widening and mouths exclaiming, What, who exactly is that, Mom? Didn't we just witness a historic moment? Hurry up and take a picture. The principal also had to exclaim, unprecedented, unique, achieving an SSS level rating in this copy means completing all hidden achievements. In my impression, only Lambda is the one who entered the forbidden area. The person next to him slightly raised his eyebrows. How is that possible? The SSS level rating has a section that requires not causing damage to clear the level. What kind of concept is it to clear the level alone without causing damage? Everyone around me was also talking loudly. They had never heard of a seated player with such strength in this round. It could have been a transfer student. Mok couldn't hide her surprise. She didn't expect to be able to complete the SSS level. It was extremely dangerous for her to receive an A-level rating just now. I don't know which divine side was able to do that in this round. I also don't know how I'm feeling now. Back in the dungeon, he was in a very good state, smiling brightly and cheerfully. Well done, really lucky. His eyes gradually became serious, loudly commanding, if so, open the treasure chest. The treasure chest opens, a stream of golden light escapes, and the item inside is revealed. Activate the high-level silver treasure chest, receive the magic weapon therapy skill book, receive 5 times freedom, and receive the dark dagger silver level equipment. Lambda quietly stands and studies items. The dark dagger enhances the wearer's attack attributes by 50 points, increases armor penetration by 10 points. When attacking an enemy there will be a 5% chance of causing the enemy to fall into a bleeding state. Divine Aura Therapy, leverage one active skill, use Divine Aura to bless allies within 10 meters, restore 100 horsepower points, and have a recovery effect that lasts for 10 seconds. Each second restores 10 horsepower points, consumes 50 mana points, cooldown for 20 seconds. Lambda was extremely excited. Learned, Reverse Divine Weapon Therapy, Disaster Yoke Lamb, Level 1, active skill, used Evil Aura to curse all enemies within a 10 meters range, eliminating 100 horsepower points, at the same time causing a blood loss effect that lasted for 10 seconds, each second minus 20 horsepower points, consuming 45 mana points, cooldown for 20 seconds. Lambda was pleased to see the red light surrounding his body. Although the cooldown seemed a bit long and the amount of mana consumed was quite a bit, this was only a small problem in the beginning. Columns of red light continued to erupt, penetrating straight into the sky and spreading around. Such a large burst of damage was already the strongest move in the early stages. He smiled and thought, combined with the economic technique to compensate for the infinite CD shortcomings, it had surpassed even the strongest magician profession. As for the dagger, he could just sell it to the second generation. Consider it a fee to cover the future. He couldn't just spend his uncle and aunt's money, they had already paid for him enough. After carefully examining the items, Lambda turned to the notice board that was still lit up. 5 free attribute points, smiled happily. 5 free attribute points is the most profitable here. Sources of free attribute points are very rare, except for 2 free attribute points when leveling up. The only way is to challenge the special missions of the dungeon, open hidden treasure chests to get them. If the first time you pass the level and the rating is not above S level, you will not be able to receive attribute rewards, but for SSS level achievements, you will be rewarded with 5 extra attribute points. In the end, he decided, all free attribute points were added to intelligence points. From now on, I will go to the limit of my magic system, becoming the most evil and violent priest, accompanied by a confident and determined smile. Outside the dungeon door, a powerful purple light emitted. Everyone outside excitedly buzzed. There it is, it's definitely the party of an SSS level boss. But then, when they saw that they were the only one in labor coming out, they couldn't hold back their curiosity and disappointment. Hey, wait, why was he alone in labor? Even in labor he looked at everyone with eyes full of suspicion and evaluation. The surroundings continued to be noisy. Maybe they were still settling accounts. They really wanted to see how rich the hidden rewards were. Lambda, Mok saw him and cried out happily, ran over to ask about the situation. Quickly say, it's you, right? The crowd around heard that and scoffed, relying on this trash. Mok flattered this guy a bit. If I remember correctly, he came in alone, right? He probably couldn't do anything so he had to run out. Derisive laughter rang out everywhere. In response to that laughter, he suddenly pulled out his dagger. Was there any classmate who had changed his position to be an assassin? I opened a weapon. The quality is not bad. Does anyone want it? Seeing the treasure in your hand, everyone around you started to blush, jostling, pushing each other to see. Beep, did you get this equipment? It's a silver level equipment. In the end, do you want it or not? Lambda spoke again. The crowd competed. The bidding was a series of numbers that gradually increased like an auction. I want this side. Now I'm calling my dad to get the money. I'm 10,000, 20,000, hey 20,000 and I also want top-notch equipment. I'm 50,000. Lambda's face showed a satisfied smile. This 50,000 price is worth this excellent weapon. He continued to speak like a true auctioneer. 50,000 times 1, 50,000 times 2, seeing that the treasure was about to be finalized. A customer did not hesitate to increase the price. 100,000. Everyone around was surprised. 100,000 is a bad alliance. They were very shocked at the price just now. A normal family's income is only 10,000 yuan. Dare to spend 100,000 yuan means a family has to stop eating and drinking for 10 years in a row. This is truly a sky-high price. Lambda slightly raised the corner of his lips. 100,000 was indeed a high price, not to mention burying this top-quality dagger. Agree to the deal, he said as he took out the dagger. The surrounding crowd gathered around to ask questions. Lambda, can I ask you a question? What level are you now? Level 5, Lambda replied. Lambda, what team did you join? Could it be, you really single-handedly cleared the copy to level 5 stars? The SSS rating level is you, right? Just help me how to overcome the level. How did you do that? The principal stood on high and witnessed everything. This student was not in a team, which means impossible, no one could do that. The person next to him spoke up. He was sure that when he entered the dungeon, he found a team. A newbie student cleared the dungeon alone, and then received an SSS rating. Does it feel like something that could exist? Its requirement is to single-handedly clear monsters without causing any damage. Currently, all the false professions at the top of the pyramid cannot achieve such achievements in the rookie stage. The crowd surrounding Lambda is getting bigger and bigger. The people who teased him just now are wondering back to 1001. He's handsome, do we still want to mess with him next? I see he was just lucky, maybe he used dirty tricks. How far can a pastor go? The guys around forced a smile in response. Right there, look at that villain's smug look. 1001 gritted his teeth and bitterly retorted, you're handsome, next time we'll take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. The principal stepped out solemnly. Okay students, the test is over. From today onwards, you are no longer ordinary students but pseudo-professionals with extraordinary powers. At the same time, 30 days later, they all know that they have to go through the most important moment in their lives, which is the career test. The students below listen attentively to the principal explaining their future path. The future, whether you will once again be an ordinary person, or become a human hero against the demon tide, will all be decided after your performance in the next 30 days of testing. During this 1-month period, you must take advantage of the low-level secret realm copies arranged by the school to increase to level 10 or higher. Lambda frowned slightly, thoughtfully thinking, the career test is a mandatory requirement to complete the team diploma, is one of the important criteria of the evaluation score. It was the team's chemistry. His eyes immediately turned to Mok, but the object of his cooperation had already been decided. Seeing Mok Mok seem absent-minded, he thought to himself, don't look at this little girl who always has a cold image. In fact, she is the most worrying person, a clumsy and very sincere person, easily deceived and easily unable to bear to reveal her true nature. Even though he has awakened a very powerful gift, I will protect him from harm, thought with a determined expression on his face. The image of a woman holding 2 children with both hands appeared in my mind. After all, this was also my promise to my uncle and aunt. I would not let the tragedy of that day happen again. He gently patted her head fondly. Not going home for dinner today, going out to play copies and nothing, Mok Mok said softly. The scene moves to a cave named Mysterious Scene, Thatch Quack Cave. Level from level 3 to level 6, you can choose the difficulty level, medium-sized party, recommend a party of about 5 to 10 people to enter. Introduction, there are countless poisonous scorpions living in the stone cave. Be careful, although their attacks are not fatal, the poison in their tails is very troublesome. Remember not to be hit by them. There are 2 levels to choose from, normal, use all your strength to destroy the poisonous Scorpion King, and difficult, use all your strength to destroy the poisonous Scorpion King and be careful not to be poisoned. Note that if the poisonous Scorpion King is not killed within a certain period of time, it will enter a violent state. Lambda does not hesitate to choose the difficulty level, thinking about the strategy as well as the items that can be obtained. When challenging a copy, you can choose the difficulty level. The difficulty of the copy will gradually increase according to the level of the copy. The higher the difficulty, the more difficult the monster attributes and passage requirements will be, more people will be needed and the rewards will naturally be more generous, and compliance copies usually only have 3 levels, normal, hard, and nightmare. Stone Cave, this copy will only have 2 levels at first, normal and hard. Seeing Lambda's choice, Mok Mok was a little worried. Even though the copy was in compliance, you were planning on letting each of us challenge the team at a difficult level, and you also wanted to get the SSS level rating, Lambda immediately reassured me, believe me, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I find it a bit difficult to not cause damage to me. I will get in your way again. Listening to Mok Mok's confession, Lambda's strange eyes suggest a strategy. This copy has a way to skip class. Hearing this, Mok Mok was surprised and a little scared. He skipped class. You mean, let the monsters go and get through the level? Well, the monsters and terrain in this copy are fixed. I found the data left by a senior, compiled it a bit, reconstructed the layout of the copy, based on the calculation that truancy was possible. Lambda affirmed firmly, his eyes were confident and certain. Mok Mok didn't know what to say, just looked at him with admiring eyes. It was so powerful, it was like the whole scene was replayed in his head. In fact, I always knew that he was hiding his true strength. From early on, he studied various types of dungeons and monsters, objects and data, and every time he took the theory test, he got the maximum score. Everyone thinks he's someone who bullies idiots. That train of thought was only interrupted when he called out from sleep, "Why are you still standing there blankly? Let's go." Mok Mok suddenly woke up. Come here, thoughts still echoed in my head, but I always believed that he would definitely become a hero to save the earth. The two entered the dungeon. Inside the cave were blocks of blue ice shining and sparkling coldly. That scene made Mok Mok exclaim, "Wow, it's so beautiful." Seeing her friend keep admiring the scenery, Lambda reminded her, "Mok Mok, compared to the previous copy, this copy out here is much more dangerous." The notification suddenly appeared, because the team was not enough people, forced to team up with other players. Lambda was surprised. It seemed that this was beyond his expectations. The dungeon did not expect to be able to force team up with other players in the dungeon. He held a piece of ice, his eyes were as cold as it. "With this, we not only have to face monsters, we also have to compete, so pay attention." A loud explosion rang out, accompanied by the image of 2 people flying out. It was the 2 people who mocked him when he left the previous dungeon, 1001 and the boy in red. The 2 of them were beaten miserably, covered in injuries. 1001 was thrown out and hit the cliff, coughing up blood. He thought bitterly, he didn't expect that just one little monster could wipe out our entire team. The danger level of the dungeon was much greater than expected. In front of them is a group of level 3 poisonous scorpions, strength 5, physical condition 4, mental ability 2, spirit 3, agility 5, silver talent. They have the skills of extreme poison, devouring, and hardening. They have poisonous tails that will cause the person who is stabbed to fall into a state of paralysis, difficult to move. If poisoned a lot, they can even paralyze the heart. 1001's whole body trembles momentarily. Looking back, he recognized the presence of 2 people, Lam Dao and Mok Mok, and immediately asked for help in a bossy tone. "Hey, Lambda, why don't you come quickly and help fight monsters? Have you forgotten the Academy's support regulations? Lambda looked at him with a disgusted expression, cold eyes, seeking many blessings. After saying that, he turned around and walked away, his hand holding Mok Mok's hand tightly. Let's go this way. He kindly advised his companion, remember, the scorpions here are extremely afraid of water. They are all melee monsters without any long-range attack methods. Then just follow me, follow my orders, I guarantee you won't be poisoned, okay? Mok Mok replied with utmost confidence. I felt like I had discovered something, smiled slightly. Oh right, one more thing, they are also extremely sensitive to sound. It turned out that a giant scorpion was blocking their path. Lambda swung his weapon, using the technique to capture. Red light flashed, one move defeated the scorpion in front of him. Mok Mok was extremely surprised. Is this your talent? Then the SSS level score is. Shush. Before she could finish her sentence, Lambda raised his hand to signal silence, his face full of mystery. He continued with his goal. To successfully skip school was to go through a special path to avoid all the monster's eyes and ears, to reach the bug in the copy, and then. He led Mok Mok to the water in the cave. The weak point was that in the map, where monsters afraid of water gather to live, there was a puddle of water. This stream does not harm the human body and is drinkable water. After saying that, he threw himself into that cold blue water, not forgetting to tell Mok Mok, jump in. Although Mok Mok was a little surprised and suspicious, she decided to believe it. Her determined eyes jumped down after him. The two of them continued to soak in the water until Mok Mok climbed up. Lambda was thoughtfully looking at a rock in his hand. Without saying a word, he immediately slammed that rock down. A green light radiated from there, along the cliff as if sending a signal to all the scorpion monsters in the cave. Their eyes flashed red, then as if realizing something, they simultaneously dropped everything they were doing. Including attacking the enemy, gathering at the place where that signal was just emitted, which is also where Lambda and Mok Mok are standing. Especially among them is the poisonous Scorpion King, level 6, Strength 10, Physical 9, Intelligence 5, Spirit 6, Agility 6, Silver Talent, Highly Toxic Skills, Devouring, Hardening. It is a lurker with a love of killing with a giant size, colorful patterns symbolizing extremely scary poison. Be careful with its venom, it will kill you. Lambda threw a provocative smile at them. Yo, come here. The scorpion was so angry that he couldn't move forward into the water, he could only stand there and breathe out a few sounds, wheezing, wheezing. Seeing that, Lambda smiled proudly, don't you dare go up, then it's our turn next. After saying that, he swung his weapon, a red light shaped like a demon's face appeared, and the devastating move had just landed. Notice board appears, destroy 5 poisonous scorpions, 50-50 poisonous scorpions, 100-100 poisonous scorpions, receive 2000 experience points. 1001 and his teammates saw it, their eyes were wide open and their mouths were extremely surprised. Could the priest deal such strong magic damage? The poisonous scorpion we encountered took all the strength of the entire team. It was very difficult to defeat it, but now it was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in his hands. What kind of monster did we encounter? No, it couldn't be. The one who set the record was him. Mok Mok also did not stand still. Seeing that Lambda was almost done, she rushed in to help. The rest was left to her. She used her natural moves, imitating the tears of life and condensing ice. The cold, sharp blue ice arrows just rained down on the poisonous scorpions. The notice board appeared again. 50 poisonous scorpions were killed, received 500 experience points. All poisonous scorpions were killed. Student to Mok Mok leveled up to level 4, received 1 free attribute point. Mok Mok was surprised to look at the golden light surrounding him. He didn't expect to level up so quickly. The notice board displayed to Mok Mok's full name, Mage Profession, Strength 4, Physique 5, Intelligence 6, Spirit 5, Agility 4, Talent for Awakening Life Imitating Tears, Attack Skill Ice Condensation. Lambda gently reminded, next, we need to face the poisonous Scorpion King. This King Scorpion is extremely large with a long tail, slowly wading through the water towards the place of sleep and wood. Lambda softly exclaimed, worthy of being the king of poisonous scorpions, and has enough ability to resist water. Mok Mok continuously used the technique to stop splashing at the poisonous scorpion's body, but each time he did this he could only cause it 10 points of damage. Mok Mok was surprised, there are only 10 points, how strong is the poisonous Scorpion King's defense? What should we do now? If we make a mistake even once, I'm afraid. Lambda quickly spoke up to reassure, its weak point is located in the center of the abdomen of the second HP stage. Before we could finish speaking, the Scorpion King struck an attack that shattered the place where the two were standing. Fortunately, Lambda had quick reflexes and quickly pulled his hand up to avoid that attack. He responded to the Scorpion King and said, "Mach Mach, continue to create a new foothold. Mach Mach also try to cooperate, okay." Lambda threw a strategy of invasion at the Scorpion King. A pillar of red light shot straight up into the sky, hitting the Scorpion's body. However, it only causes it to receive 150 points of damage. "Too hard," he said. He was still waiting for the right moment. When the Scorpion King lifted his body out of the water, he shouted. It was at this moment, Mach Mach. Mach Mach quickly understood, immediately used the ice freezing technique. Lambda secretly calculated, the poisonous Scorpion King only lifts his body when using this move, revealing the weak point in the abdomen, aiming straight at the abdomen. Cast a strategy attack, attack weak points, deal 1000 points of damage to the poisonous Scorpion King. Mach Mach's eyes widened in admiration. So powerful, the notice board appeared, defeated the poisonous Scorpion King, received 3000 experience points, completed the Stone Cave copy, and began summarizing the rewards. Complete all hidden elements, kill the king of the secret realm of the poisonous Scorpion King, kill all the poisonous scorpions, do not get poisoned, receive an SSS level rating, receive a gold treasure chest, free attribute points 5 points, the whole body is covered in golden light, he is increased to level 6. The board displays Lambda's full name, priest profession, level 6, strength 10, physical 10, mental strength 20, spirit 10, agility 10, awakening talent to reverse the universe, single target skills healing magic, capture magic, support skills purification magic, forbidden magic, wide area skills, divine weapon therapy, calamity comes. Seeing such a scene, 1001 several of his comrades knelt down on the ground, their faces mixed with fear and admiration, tears trembling in their eyes and said, "Sir, you are not a petty person, please take it with you secretly, I am willing to serve anywhere, when there are few people, I am your dog." Lambda replied coldly, everyone had to keep their mouths shut about today's matter. He smiled coldly, his eyes were murderous, "Don't say it out loud, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences." At the same time, he and Mach Mach entered the teleportation space. The surrounding scene became magical with alternating black and yellow lights. The two people, Lambda and Mach Mach, were officially in teleportation space. "Open here so no one can see," Lambda said to Mach Mach. Before their eyes was an extremely beautiful and high-class golden chest, and then with the expectant eyes of both. Lambda quietly recited the spell, "Open the treasure chest." The chest opened, a notice board appeared. Get the unique growth skill, the profession requires mage, get the gold level equipment wind shoes, silver level hunter great sword equipment, silver level jade ring equipment, get free attribute points multiplied by 5, Mach Mach surprised, 5-star attribute points, no wonder your stats are so high. The weapons in the chest are all top-notch products. The hunter's great sword has blacksmithing level 1, silver quality, requires equipment for the great sword profession. The equipment effect increases attack power by 200 points, increases strength attributes by 5 points and has the passive effect of breaking shields. The wind-shielded boots have blacksmithing level 1, golden quality. The equipment effect increases agility by 10 points, increases movement speed by 30% and has the passive effect of ghost foot, which increases evasion efficiency. And the poison buoy skill book has gold level qualities, can be developed, requires the mage profession. The initial effect is to use magic power to summon poison bubbles. Poison bubbles will damage a target after contact with the enemy's body. Poison bubbles will explode and create poison damage in a range. Poison state lasts for 5 seconds. In addition, there is a jade ring, accessory type, level 1 forging level has reached the limit, silver level quality, requirements equipment requirement is not available. Equipment effects reduce cooldown time by 10% for all skills, cannot be combined with cooldown effects of other equipment. Wood is not exciting. My god, the items dropped from the gold level treasure chest are so rich. Lambda 2, he said with satisfied eyes, these 2 gold level items are indeed the best products of this early stage, but the best treasure is this silver level ring. He secretly calculated that although this jade ring was silver level, it could reduce skill cooldowns. It was truly an existence comparable to free attribute points. If it was auctioned, it could even be auctioned for hundreds of thousands of alliance coins. I gave the skill book to Mach Mach. The poison book is for magicians to use, take it. Mach Mach shyly accepted it, considering whether the gold level skill had a unique attribute, but she was already an ice type. Her face smiled happily and continued, after choosing the skill attribute, the mage can only learn ice type skills, not compatible with other attribute skills. Suddenly the notice board appeared again, Mok Mok was attentive. Hey, what's wrong? 5 elements hidden talent trigger, talent progress 2 out of 5. She was surprised to see her whole body radiating golden light like fire. Master of the 5 elements. What is this? I have never heard of acquiring a new skill that can also activate hidden talents. Standing next to Lambda was also surprising. Interesting. It seems like you will need more skill books. If you collect enough skills with different attributes as soon as possible, you will definitely receive an unexpected reward. He smiled gently and continued, I think this is another advantage for you compared to other magicians. It will be your trump card. Mok Mok was happy. My trump card. I should go out now? Lambda urged. She trotted behind and asked, by the way, how do you calculate the 5 attribute points? Can I refer to it? Lambda patiently replied, my way doesn't suit you, because it is my way. Oh, that's okay, Mok Mok replied. When the two went out, they saw many people gathering in front of the dungeon, whispering and talking. Oh my god, can beginners really clean up the outside copies? That's really scary. I'm so scared of this scorpion. I'm not saying it's an outside copy. When they saw the two of them coming out, their eyes focused on Mok Mok's body. Hey, is this the goddess Mok Mok? My god, she's so cute. Then they started to talk about it. Have you seen the person standing next to the goddess, Lin Yi? Normally her appearance is ugly, but recently there was a bit of news saying that the only SSS rating he did alone. Really? That's not possible. Why not? He sold the dagger for 100,000. The alliance is so bad. I don't know why. Lam Dao and Mok Mok stood calmly in the middle of the gossip. Suddenly, from afar, a yellow supercar suddenly braked at their place, causing dust to fly and everyone turned to look. It turned out to be Huang Tiofan, the only heir of the Huang group. He got out of the car with a devious and perverted look. Old millionaire, I saw the sister you mentioned from afar. She is truly top quality, even more attractive than this copy outside. The person called Old Millionaire also got out of the car. Stop joking. Seeing an inauspicious omen, Mok Mok pulled my hand. Let's go quickly. I was surprised. What's wrong? She explained, I find this guy very annoying. In my heart I thought, relying on a wealthy family to plunder and invade, hire talents to attack all kinds of copies, and his daily hobby is to play with poor female students, really disgusting. However, before the two of them could leave, that lack of style approached and raised a snarky voice at the worried look on Mok Mok's face. Beautiful, do you have a chance to get to know each other a little? My name is Huang Tiofan, he said while extending his hand to shake hands with Mok Mok. The people around were whispering, isn't this the young prince? I heard that he hasn't been to school in a semester. You idiot, they're just waiting for the test. If he hasn't awakened yet, he can customize a set of silver level maxed out ordinary equipment. If his talent is strong enough he might be able to become a poinsettia. I heard that he's a sea king. His character is very poor, trapped many girls. Stop making up lies. It's all just someone intentionally harming the young prince. There's not even a shred of evidence. Hearing those words, not only did he not feel embarrassed, but he also seemed very pleased and proud. Indeed, no matter where he went, this young master was the center of discussion. Seeing that something wasn't right, Mok Mok quickly hid behind Lambda, or rather pulled him forward as a shield, calmly refused. I already have a boyfriend. Lambda looked at her, his face full of questions. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Tiofan felt extremely uncomfortable. His face was purple and unsightly. What? His whole body was dressed in street clothes. It was really jasmine flowers planted in buffalo shit. While in the evening he turned to Mok Mok, his loving and teasing eyes. Young lady, are you using me as cannon fodder? I thought you knew this guy. Having finished speaking, seeing that the young man's hand was not peaceful and encroaching, he decisively gave him a move with a curse and said, get out. The young man was only a little surprised, but then quickly regained his usual arrogant and domineering look, smiled contemptuously, looked in Lambda's direction and threw a punch. What loser would dare to hit me? Not knowing how to control his own strength, he has warrior and volunteer skills. Falling asleep with a gentle and calm demeanor, he quietly launched a reversal technique, the technique of taking over, and immediately a very strong blow fell on Tiofan's body. Of course he didn't expect it, he took a full blow. His mouth only had time to scream, then he immediately collapsed to the ground and complained, it hurts to death. He looked confused, his expression mixed with anger and disapproval. What tricks did you use, contrary to his pathetic madness? Lambda showed his innocent face, his round eyes looked at him with a look of not understanding what was going on. I didn't do anything, everyone saw it, and without stopping, he even said sarcastic words, not to mention, my profession is that of a pastor. People around also didn't understand what was going on, they were talking loudly. What just happened? Why did young Master Huang suddenly become like this? I don't know, but Lambda is indeed a priest, has no skills to cause damage, only Mok Mok seems to understand. This is Lambda's natural talent. How could Teofan endure this humiliation? He continued to swing his fist at Lambda with curses, CMMM, but still like last time. Before that punch could reach the person in a daze, it rebounded on him, causing him to fall to the ground, only lying there struggling and rolling over and screaming, "Ah, dirty bastard." Lambda looked at him and smiled smugly, thinking with satisfaction, just testing the reverse effect of the healing technique on the profession. It seems that the removal technique, in addition to damage, can also bring negative effects to the profession. It's a bit weak, not even using half of its strength. The young prince still doesn't know fear. He screams, "If you have the guts, then let me go. Do you dare to use the skills of the fake profession to fight? Now I regret it. Kneel down and say sorry to your father. You still have time." Hearing that, a person in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute, don't forget that between the professions, people cannot use awakened skills to fight." The old millionaire carrying this young prince also wondered. A priest can instantly seriously injure the young prince, a person with iron skin, a body full of top-notch equipment. What is this brat? The crowd continues to stir. The school forum is all hotly commenting, relying on the things that were sold at auction. He passed the copy alone and still rose to S level. Heck, no kidding, it's impossible. On the first day after awakening, just relying on the beginner's secret realm and the wilderness secret realm, how could he advance to S rank? Old Zhao saw that it seemed like he had offended the wrong person, so he quickly stepped forward to reconcile. "Forgive me, my friend was a bit agitated. I would like to apologize to the two of you on his behalf." He thought to himself, confused, why had he never heard of it before? If such a rumor existed, it was definitely not a fabrication. He had awakened an extremely powerful talent and yet chose to hide it. He was indeed a strong opponent. Lambda also seemed to get along. "I didn't want to disrupt the harmony between classmates," just said he. Just looked toward Xiao Fan on the ground. "It's just that this guy doesn't seem to be very satisfied. I mean, he's not good enough either." He just curses back, "Cheu Kai Hang, what are you saying you're sorry for? Why don't you teach him a lesson for me?" The old millionaire without saying anything turned out a yellow talisman. Then in response to the young man's curses, "Hey, what are you doing?" You stuck the talisman on his forehead, making him unconscious. After dealing with that talkative mouth, you turned around and explained to Lambda, "He is Huang Ti Fan, the eldest young master of Huang Ti Group. After today's incident, I'm afraid he won't let go. We'll call someone to cause trouble for you." Lambda only replied, "Tiger." Kai Hang continued, "Don't go to school this month. This card is 50,000. It's considered a mistake. If you need a copy to upgrade, you can contact me. I will arrange it for you. Make sure before the exam, no progress is missed, but I hope you can leave some face for me. Stay away from this guy for a while during this time." "I can't guarantee that." Lambda carefully considered the person in front of him. This person is a bit interesting, not because he doesn't have a brain to cover up his shortcomings, also doesn't want to make enemies, and also wants to sell his lover to himself. "You didn't offend me, I didn't offend you. I refused to accept the card, so I turned around and walked away. In fact, I actually want to see how many people he can make come to me to cause trouble, while also testing a bit of his actual combat ability when disaster strikes." Lambda posted an article on the profession forum selling newly acquired items. Concussion, hard to find level stone cave to be mastered in 1 minute 30 seconds. The beginning of the royal town. Jade rings are not available. Great sword hunter, silver level weapon hunter great sword. Prices can be negotiated. Strategies on how to overcome the cave. SSS level stone cave. Request to unlock 5,000 alliance coins, accompanied by pictures of the treasures there. Quickly, the post received 10 likes and 4 reposts, along with not so positive comments. Trash, jade ring, cooldown reduction by 10%, that's terrible. Is it too much? Can you sell gems if you receive gems? Sell a house for money? Is it difficult to clear a high-level stone cave like that quickly? Isn't that a scam? 5,000 alliance coins is bad. Are you crazy about wanting money? Right. When Mok read those words, he felt a little worried and looked at Lambda, who was still engrossed in typing. "Lambda, can this strategy really be sold at such a high price on the fake profession forum?" Lambda replied with confidence, "Believe me, no one refuses to have more free attribute points. The terrain of the stone cave is extremely good. The SSS level conditions still limit team cooperation, making it basically impossible." As expected, everyone tried to buy it. Sigh, I was also a little curious. I didn't know if it was real or fake. Try buying it once and see. Hey, then you can spend it. After all, it is a free attribute point. Look, there is already a buyer. Lambda server continuously receives notifications of bonus money, receive 5,000 alliance currency, receive 5,000 alliance currency. The scene moved to 3 minutes later at the entrance of the Stone Cave. A person who had just bought Lambda's strategy completed the copy with the SSS level achievement as expected, happily saying, "This is real, this is really SSS level." This person quickly left a review comment, "I tested it successfully, VIP Pro, even though it took 2 minutes, but this was my first time trying. If I pay attention to the time, I can go faster." People started to sell it. "Really, is it that fast? Combined with the Navy, how much money is that?" The good news spread far and wide. More and more people jumped in to buy the strategy. The announcements of adding money were also pouring in, receiving 5,000 alliance currency, receiving 5,000 alliance currency, receiving 5,000 alliance currency. The buyers then also successfully passed the test with SSS level achievements, full of praise for Lambda's strategy. "It's amazing, the principle is so simple, but no one discovered it. The boss was the first to research it. He dropped out of school to go to the mountains to become a founder. Usually the stone caves are very dark, the conditions are also strange. Who would willingly take this bait? Sigh, the strength is enough. Don't give yourself any more excuses, boss. I advise you to go spread the word, charge a reasonable fee without fear of anything. This money is worthy of you." This method of dropping out, didn't expect it to be so simple. Soon, the number of people interacting with the for sale post increased, the number of purchase orders also increased dramatically. The forum exploded, notifications announced, "The sacrament of dropping out of school in the stone cave of the mysterious old man. You also want to be granted SSS but don't want to suffer pain." She even stood with the crowd cheering excitedly, finding the person who posted this post. "No matter how, no matter who he is, I want to worship him as a monk. You guys quickly come and see this post. If you follow the owner you will get free attribute points." The number of viewers has skyrocketed, up to number 50,000, climbing straight to the top hot news position. Mok saw the pile of orders jumping continuously, her eyes sparkled brightly. It was scary, there were 100 more orders, just like that, there were 500,000. In a certain villa, a mysterious person stood in front of Lambda's post and said to his subordinates that it was a bit interesting. "Have you found out the information about the person who posted the post?" "It's not there yet. Before posting this post, I used hacking tricks to hide my information, but I can roughly find out the IP address of the fake professional academy in Jiangcheng." Hearing that, the mysterious person smiled curiously. "I heard that this year's academy also has some interesting things going on." Back at school, Lambda was busy dealing with customers who ordered some treasures. "Yes, there was a big brother who was very interested in your big sword. He was in a hurry to close the order. The big sword was sold so fast, 80,000 without discount. That's it, boss, I want to buy it. Now let's start the transaction. If possible, I will come find you now. Meet in front of the school's replica gate, 3 minutes to arrive. Boss, wait for me." Mok saw that the transaction was about to be completed, and shouted happily. He was rich, including the big sword. He had earned nearly 300,000. Lambda, as if he had calculated everything in advance, replied calmly with a calm face, "It's okay, it's all within my expectations, because the price is reasonable, and the content is high value. People also proactively help me advertise. However, we need more copies. Silver level graduated weapons are very good equipment in the early stages, but sooner or later they will be changed. Even if you have top of the line equipment, if you lack combat awareness, it will only harm the people in your life, only during practice." Mok was a bit confused. Lin Yi, the time before the test was so precious. He wanted to become stronger, but why did he want to waste time adjusting his strategy to try to make money? Lambda smiled, a warm smile, because with this money, it was to protect the people I value the most. After all, in recent years, they have always protected me. Memories suddenly rushed back, about the old days, falling asleep and playing video games continuously for 18 hours in a place where men had fun. He choked up and confided, "I didn't care for my mother in my previous life. I never understood the warmth of love. Coming to this world was my luck, because I had parents who used their lives to love me and protect me. But 10 years before the end of the demon tide, my disgusting relatives saw me as easy prey and wished that I would die in that demon tide like my parents, so they could take the property my parents left behind." In his mind, he saw the scene of his relatives harassing and scolding him just to want a little more property. "If you don't want to accept this mess, then I will reluctantly accept it. At the same time, 90% of my sister's assets will be mine, no objections. Look at the boy, look at you, this little brat. No one will know even if you throw him into a welfare home. If you don't starve but can't be beaten to death, then just let him be a dog. I think you all just want a piece of the cake. You're not kind. I've tried my best because you're also greedy too much." He continued to confide, at that time trying to fight them was like a mantis trying to stop a car. To avoid being beaten to pieces, I escaped. The plan at that time was to try to eat until full and survive so that the others would pay the price, but at that time my uncle and aunt stood up and took me home, treating me like their own son. The image of a family of 4 including uncle, aunt, mock and brother was filled with happiness, so that I slowly trusted them. Then they helped me take it back. The legacy my parents left behind did not let me have any intention of revenge, devoted themselves to taking care of me. Those so-called relatives were also brought to court and received the punishment they deserved. Before his eyes was the scene of them having to jostle each other to buy cheap things in the park. If it weren't for them, I simply wouldn't be able to continue going to school like normal people do now. I don't know how many grievances I would have to endure. His eyes became determined and certain, so to put it bluntly, making money was to repay, to be stronger, and also to use my strength to protect the 3 most important people to me, so as not to repeat the mistakes of the past. A voice suddenly said, hello, looking down. It turned out to be a little girl named Angelica, a student at Jiangcheng No. 1 Professional Academy. She looked at him with wide eyes. May I ask, are you a big sword hunter, right? My name is Angelica. Lambda nonchalantly replied, are you a student at school, muscle brother? I don't accept intermediary transactions. You are the owner. I'm so shy, actually my phone just ran out of battery. Boss, I'm really the owner. The little girl tried to explain to Lambda to believe that the person with a muscular avatar texting him was her. Linda still had some doubts. Did this body play with a big sword? Could it be that this child was born with strange powers, and even added it all to his strength points? After confirming the customer, I brought out the sword. So please confirm the item again. Here are the attributes of the hunter's great sword. Look carefully. Once sold there is no refund. Saying that, he threw the sword towards Angelica. She also reacted very quickly to catch the sword. Hey yo, it was completely in her hand. Holding it in her hand, she thought to herself, okay, this strength, surely the big brother is not wrong. She happily asked Lambda again, sir, is this great sword really only worth 80,000? It's a silver level graduation equipment. Up to now, it's considered the best sword of our class. I also went out to the market to ask. The hunter's great sword must be more than 200,000. Lambda scratched his head and replied, didn't your teachers teach you about the normal price on the market? Angel shares honestly, since I was a child, I've been bad at math. I also have no concept of money. I feel helpless. Rich kid, next time you buy something, remember to ask the price carefully. Don't be fooled. He gave her the phone to pay while instructing her. Thank you, boss. I know. In an hour, your transaction was completed. Angelica continued, I also want to thank you a little, for allowing me to buy such a cheap great sword. The bank's notice board appeared. Alliance Wealth Bank, you have received 80,000 yuan and the balance has exceeded 1 million yuan. Congratulations on becoming a gold card user and enjoying the benefits of the gold card. He replied to the Angelica's thanks, no need, it's just buying and selling. If you need anything, just come over. The two of you waved goodbye to each other. Suddenly a ray of bright yellow light appeared, penetrating straight into the sleeping person. The notice board appeared, you used an unknown power and received a special buff, the attention of the goddess of luck. He looked at the bright yellow lights surrounding him, as if he understood something. Is this your natural talent? Yes, this is my talent, it can also be upgraded, Angelica said with a serious face, determined eyes. So, can I join the boss's team? Lambda looked at the girl's tense appearance and worried eyes and thought to herself, having an awakening talent that buffs luck is sometimes even more rare than the legendary talent. Looking at her, it doesn't seem like she's lying, it seems like she really is a talent that can increase luck. The strategic significance can be said to be unmatched. The effect of this talent will not limit the quality of the chest when passing the level. Even people with low talents, with the increase of buffs, can also open a mythical level treasure chest. Then I suddenly remembered something. That's right, have you told anyone about the effectiveness of this talent? Angelica blushed in confusion, shaking her head. No, haven't told anyone yet. That's good. Also, are there any limitations to this talent of yours? Yes, at most it can only be used 3 times a week, and can only be used by one person at a time. Lambda breathed a sigh of relief and advised Angelica, don't let others know, otherwise you won't be able to avoid falling into a situation of being taken advantage of. After all, people's hearts are cruel. Angelica is a little scared. Isn't that scary? Yes, luckily you haven't told anyone. Lambda continued to talk about the consequences of revealing his talent. His eyes flashed a terrifying red light. Your buffs are an extremely valuable and scarce resource. Once the news is leaked, it will cause resentment among the fake professions, to monopolize your abilities, maybe even imprison you. robbing you of your freedom and future, the angel wondered, but isn't the Fake Profession Alliance the final place we will go? The Fake Profession Alliance is a large-scale benign organization that leads humanity to fight against demon tides and spreads across the world, but there are many factions, complicated relationships, fierce fighting, and assassinations constantly happening, so join my team, we will take care of it for the time being. Hearing that, Angelica was extremely happy, her mouth smiled brightly, really, it was really good. Going into bed was equally happy. He just held out his hand for Angelica to shake hands with, introduced himself a bit, he was warmly welcomed into his team. Angelica was extremely excited after being accepted. The whole way after that, my purring mouth continued, let's take me to meet my teammates a bit, hahu that's great, others don't believe that I can be the leader, so they don't want to form a team with me. Lambda heard that and thought to herself, her body is small but she plays the great sword system, who would believe it? The scene changes to a while later. Lambda brought Angelica to introduce to Mok Mok. Mok Mok was very surprised. So, this is the muscular big brother, a new teammate you found. Angelica's eyes lit up when she saw her. Please, hello, you are Angelica. The two girls shook hands to get acquainted. Everyone's faces were beaming with joy. Please advise, you are to Mok Mok, the goddess Mok Mok. You are so beautiful, your hands are really soft. Suddenly, Mok Mok realized that something was not quite right. She held the Angelica in her arms, glanced at Lambda, and whispered to the girl, you're so cute, I'm not the kind of guy that makes you think something like that, isn't it? Lamb didn't understand that loving looked very much, his eyes were confused and helpless, why were he glaring at me? Then he spoke up to break the suffocation, cough, how about inviting everyone to dinner, I'll go to the next copy in a bit. Angelica seemed curious when she heard that, while Mok Mok curiously asked, which copy? Lambda replied, the nightmare level Goblin City, since we can all get free attribute points, I will go first, enter the dungeon alone and then do a good strategy for everyone. Mok Mok was surprised to hear that. You challenged the nightmare level dungeon alone, just like that and entered the nightmare level. Her fear was not unfounded, because the nightmare level was the highest level of difficulty for beginners with secret realms in the wild. The rewards were also the richest, the treasure chests dropped were definitely above gold, and the attributes of the monsters inside were also greatly enhanced. Even if a team entered, the novice professions, without paying attention, could also lose their lives in the dungeon. It could be said that the difficulty level wanted money but did not want life. Thinking of this, she rushed in front of Lambda to stop her. No, you want to go back to your motherland, no matter how strong you are, you can't risk fighting alone in the nightmare level copy now. Lambda spoke to reassure, Mok Mok, it's okay, don't you believe in your abilities? Mok Mok still firmly said, of course I believe, but, if you don't, even a few high-level professional fakers will have something happen to them. Although it's a level 10 copy or below, but many professions above level 10 have been seriously injured. It's been a long time since anyone dared to challenge them. Looking at the two of them talking back and forth, a 500-watt light bulb flashed in Angelica's head. Those young eyes seemed to have seen through the world. The girl left with an understanding look, not forgetting to tease. Lord Lambda, Goddess Mok Mok, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. I will go first, you two just talk slowly. I'm still busy comforting Mok Mok, I have no choice but to lie, don't be hasty, I know you're worried about me, the same goes for the first difficult copy, go home and eat first Mok Mok. That's okay, otherwise I'll report it to my parents. When I saw that Mok Mok didn't pursue anymore, I was secretly happy in my heart. I didn't expect Mok Mok to object like that, I could only lie to him first, I'll take the opportunity to clean up later. With my mouth, I happily replied, well, I'll listen to you. As for Mok Mok, her mouth said that, but her heart was still full of doubts and confusion. Is it really that easy to listen to? The school forum has just updated the news. It is suspected that the strongest new person has appeared this year among the new people taking the test. It is not a rumor that there was a genius who single-handedly cleared all the secret areas. Today I received a few pictures of a professional academy student inside. The picture on that post is actually in the middle of a sleepover. The post attracted a lot of attention. The online community is whispering in the comments section. Is it real or fake? What is that? He looks just like a normal boy, don't exaggerate. Experts have analyzed it. It's basically impossible to clean up that vice scene alone. Why do you guys think it's a mother? Why isn't it a woman? The strongest rookie who is so humble. I think she is the goddess to Mok Mok. Her natural talent is rare. In addition she is also very strong, and is also a magician. The monk has very high attack power. The above comment makes sense. I don't think there is a new person who is the strongest. I have a student card to prove that I am a student of this class. There is actually a student who has cleared the copies by himself, but I don't remember his name clearly. It seems like he has really passed the test. Whoever is clearing the copies alone must not be equipped with top class equipment, right? Which rich family is the second generation, or which family is the eldest young master? The eldest lady. Let's make a guess. The strongest rookie, young master Huang Xiaofeng of Huang T Group. You, open your eyes a little more. The real poinsettia must be at Jiang Cheng's one professional training academy. The whole country is so big, there must be masters who can single-handedly clear copies in other places. No matter who is able to single-handedly move into the rookie version to get the hidden treasure chest, it will definitely be the coolest newcomer this year. The whole process is uninjured, strong natural talent. And also has theoretical thinking and knowledge and ability to analyze the mechanism of the copy. The admin posted more photos. Look what they are trading. The great sword hunter, he is the great god who sells strategy on the forum, a student of Jiangcheng's #1 fake profession academy. Lambda looked at Mok Mok with his eyes glued to the phone screen and urged, "What are you watching? Let's eat." Seeing that she didn't seem to intend to stand up, he walked over and snatched the phone from Mok Mok and held it up high, teasing her. Hi. Mok Mok saw that and got angry and fell in love. Finally, the two of them sat at the dinner table with Mok Mok's parents, who were also Lambda's aunts and uncles. The meat and fish table was full, the family atmosphere was warm. "You two have worked so hard these past few days, eat a little more, take care of your health." "Yes mom, thank you," Mok Mok and Lambda replied. Mok Mok's father gently asked Lambda, "Tuda, how does the trial feel?" "Like it went well, everything went well." "Ha ha, since childhood, you have had the tendency to want to become stronger. We all know that once you make a decision, 10 horses cannot pull you back. However, don't overdo anything. After all, everything can easily break down." Hearing this, I smiled and teased someone sitting next to me. "Uncle, are there some people gossiping about you, right?" My dad continued, "That's right, this is the person in front of me." Mok Mok looked angry. "Dad, why do you say it so bluntly?" "When I fell in love," I said cheerfully, "I was just joking. In short, you and I can rest assured, sir. I won't do things that are beyond my ability," he replied with a confident and certain look in his eyes. "So if you look at them, you must remember." Fat Dad said as he held out a bank card, "This family will always be your support." I waved my hand and refused. "Uncle, I have made enough money, leave these things to you, uncle." When Mok Mok's mother heard that, she blamed me. "Tuda, you will have many places to spend in the exam. If you don't admit it, I will be angry." I couldn't help but feel helpless when I heard that. "Okay, don't be angry." Holding the card in his hand, he suddenly remembered his deceased parents, his face full of nostalgia. "Mom and Dad, do you see, luckily, I have them by my side. I live very well now. I want to appreciate this hard to have life even more. I am determined, for them I will have to become stronger." He determinedly thought to himself, "That's why I came here as a declaration of war." In a luxurious villa area, Huang Tiofan's house, his cursing sounds echoed. "Fuck your grandfather, summon Kai, you dare stab me in the back." Kai Hang sat on the table and chairs next to his bed, calmly speaking up. "Big brother, I was the one who saved you at that time. I paid a sum of money on your behalf. Ha, without you, I would probably be in the hospital right now." Tiofan was still lying on the bed, pointing at Kai Hang and cursing again. "I mean, I need you to save me, you're just trash, damn it. If I had already put on all my equipment, it would have been okay, damn it." He was cursing when a sudden pain hit me. The salesman calmly turned around and left, leaving only the sentence, "You should rest." He couldn't have imagined that behind him, the young man would reach out and hold a porcelain glass of water and throw it at him. "It was because of your vile things that I lost face like that. Get out, what kind of brother are you?" That cup flew close to the restaurant's side. Luckily it didn't hit his head. When he saw that, he stopped, looking unconcerned. His sharp eyes glanced at the young man. He really thought that as the eldest young master of Huang T Group, he could do whatever he wanted. "Uncle Huang told me to take care of his request. I shouldn't have agreed." He was beaten to the point that he peed his pants, so much so that even his mother didn't realize it. Having said this, he suddenly gave a mocking smile. "Ah, I almost forgot." That smile became distorted and strange as he emphasized each word. "You, not mother." Those 4 words directly pierced the young man's heart. He got angry, broke ties. "Get out of here, don't come back, you trash, you don't deserve to be my brother." Although Kai Hang said so, in his heart he secretly said, "Huang Xiaofan, I don't know what kind of person you offended this time." A new player appearing suddenly could seriously injure him without using any active skills. There were even rumors that he could solo the dungeon, although no one confirmed it. His mind flashed the image of going into a panic. Recently a mysterious character emerged rapidly, attracting the attention of many forces thanks to the sale of the dungeon strategy and the gold level items that dropped, leading to the students forming their own fan clubs. Historically, the probability of such a standard rookie, coming from Jiang Cheng, the odds are automatically different. Huang Tiofan was still overbearing. He was beaten once but still didn't give up. He picked up the phone and called, "Hey, help me deal with one guy. Call all your brothers, go and dress them in equipment and weapons. If not enough then ask me for money, I'm not lacking." Still the image of falling asleep appeared. He gritted his teeth and warned, "Don't worry, if something happens, I will handle it. Just need to teach this kid who doesn't know how high and wide the sky is. We need to make him understand clearly, who is the real power at Gangtan Academy." The scene changed to the Goblin dungeon scene. The first floor of the forest was foggy. The weather seemed quite cold. I sneezed while walking. This is a Goblin underground city, levels from level 5 to level 8, nightmare level difficulty, with dark mazes inhabited by countless goblins, including 5 floors. The number and strength of goblins increase with each floor. If you cannot pass the last floor, please exit as soon as possible. Note that if you cannot pass the last floor, you will not receive any items. Lambda thought to himself, Goblin dungeon, one of the most difficult dungeons at this stage, because the time to clear the level is quite long. The requirements are unreasonable. Professions with strong natural talent do not dare to come here to clear monsters to get equipment and free attribute points, but here it is possible to open chests of gold level or higher, plus with lucky buffs, just open platinum level chests, getting about 10 to 15 more free attribute points is not a problem. While thinking, a sound coming from a giant foot caught Lambda's attention. Before his eyes were scary green giants with pointed ears, strong muscles, sharp blades in their hands. These were Goblin soldiers, level 5, strength 10, physical 10, intelligence 4, spirit 5, speed 4, silver temperament, jumping skills, beheading, shields. Goblins in charge of protecting the first floor of the dungeon. With weapons and equipment, they had discovered the fall. He also smiled and thought, it's time to start. After 5 seconds, the entrance began to gather many monsters. Green giants continuously swung sharp blades down into the forest where he was standing. Lambda moved as fast as lightning to avoid the attacks, while thinking, this time, it was mainly to test the method of gathering monsters quickly that he had optimized, asking for the SSS level scoring of the Goblin dungeon. In addition to killing the secret boss, you must kill all the monsters without using special props, and the 2 most special points are that each floor must not exceed 10 minutes, or you must pass the 5th dark underground floor, bravely fight against the fierce goblins and destroy the hidden boss, the Goblin King. 30 seconds to quickly kill Goblin soldiers, move quickly like lightning, surpassing each green giant, making them unable to react or observe. 2 minutes and 5 seconds later, he went deep into the first basement, facing the Goblin captain, smiling with satisfaction, silently calculating, 3 minutes 59 seconds, not much different from his prediction. He suddenly braked, facing the green giants, brandishing his weapon, summoning magical healing techniques. Disaster struck. Red streaks of light emitted, knocking the green giants away, just as he expected, 3 minutes and 59 seconds, quickly passing the first floor. The notice board appears. The spirit therapy has increased to level 2, full name, priest profession, level 6, strength 10, constitution 10, intelligence 25, spirit 10, speed 10, awakening talent to reverse the universe, target skill, healing technique, capture technique, support skill, purification technique, forbidden technique, wide area skill, divine weapon therapy, calamity level 2, corpse of giants piled into mountains. Lambda stood up there. Within 5 minutes he was able to quickly pass the first floor. It seems like this way of pulling monsters to one place on the first floor is not a problem. Even if the output is not high enough, there are still 5 minutes to increase the output score. And so, with such a strategy, Lambda continued to sweep the next floors of the dungeon. Messages continuously appeared. All the monsters on the 2nd floor of the Goblin dungeon had been destroyed. All the monsters on the 3rd floor of the Goblin dungeon had been destroyed. All the monsters on the 4th floor of the Goblin dungeon had been destroyed. After dealing with 4 floors, he entered the 5th floor called the Goblin Palace. In front of my eyes was a green giant sitting on a throne, his demeanor exuding a solemn and powerful look. This was the Goblin King, level 8, strength 12, physical 12, intelligence 10, spirit 9, speed 7, golden personality, earth-shattering skills, dragon spear, flying, ferocious, summoning legions. It raised its voice, human, you dare to arbitrarily barge into my territory. Lamb looked at it, his eyes filled with suspicion. Strange, just entering the secret boss is already there, are there no little monsters? The Goblin King did not hesitate any longer, he stood up and died, he said as he launched a devastating move towards Lambda. The Lord of the Goblin Dungeon possesses extraordinary strength and terrible attack power. His movement speed is a bit slow, but in return he has solid muscles, solid golden armor and a golden spear with a large attack range, so he doesn't need to worry about his weakness. The monster jumped up, his eyes turned towards Lambda, he did not neglect, focusing on high vigilance for each upcoming move, silently calculating. The speed was not fast enough, he had to dodge to the side, avoid the point where it jumped, then lie face down to reduce the damage received by the air wave created when it landed. But, he swung his weapon, shouting a move to reverse the damage of the earthquake. The notice board showed HP plus 1521, followed by the reversal of the air wave damage of the earthquake, HP recovery plus 479. The Goblin King gasped, its HP was reduced by 200. Lambda continued to use reverse healing techniques, takeover techniques, and was hit. The monster was extremely angry, it mustered up its strength to strike, a bright green light pierced straight through the place of sleep. He bravely opened his arms to receive, letting that power flow through his body, his mouth smiling comfortably. The notice board appeared again. King Goblin used the Dragon Spear skill, reversing the effect of the skill. Your HP was restored by 200 points, your attack power was temporarily increased by 40 points. King Goblin used the flying skill, reversing the skill effect, your HP recovered by 140 points, and at the same time the status of being knocked up was removed. King Goblin was very surprised when he saw that he was unharmed. So my skills weren't effective on you. So, when I heard this, my face became panicked as if I suddenly guessed something. The notice board appeared, the Goblin King had fallen into a state of berserk. The Goblin King had fallen into a state of berserk. The monster with two glowing red eyes, ferociously lifted up his weapon. I have already guessed your weakness, my people, listen to my orders, appear and destroy my enemies. After that summon, suddenly many green giants emerged from the ground. Lambda was also pushed back a bit by the wave of its voice, as expected of a nightmare-level secret realm boss. It was indeed difficult to deal with, but now was not the time to use a big move. He suddenly stopped, looked at the Goblin King in surprise. Its eyes were sinister, ordering its subordinates, attack this ant directly, don't use any skills, let it die painfully, because the skills are not effective on you, so hundreds of normal attacks, can you stand it? The monsters listened to their commander's orders and now had to face countless pairs of cruel eyes staring at them. The green giants rushed towards Lambda at the same time. Before that large force, I had to first step back a bit. Then, when dealing with the skills of the wind, the ghosts, the blades that came down each time, he just kept dodging and did not fight back. Moreover, some other monsters also used bows and arrows to shoot towards him. 2 arrows were stuck in his back and he fell asleep. His HP value was continuously deducted by 200 and then another 200, yet he fell asleep without showing any signs of pain or collapse. He smiled disdainfully and glanced at the monsters who were still trying their best to attack. Even if they hit, so what? He used magic, summoned magical magic, the previously deducted HP was restored, the wound from the arrow was also healed. The Demon King, the Goblin King was angry, he roared, why is this happening? Can't you beat him to death? Damn it, humanity deserves to die. Even if he dies, he won't give in anymore. Enough of dodging for now, it's time for him to counterattack. His eyes sparkled with hatred mixed with extreme danger, to the point that even the Demon King found it difficult to understand. What is that look in your eyes? His weapon glowed with crimson rays like blood. He continuously used reverse healing techniques, abduction techniques, causing the monsters from big to small, including the Goblin King, to have their HP gradually reduced. They did not stand still and take the fight, continuously attacking with the skills of Tich Fan, Ghost Bow. Seeing Lambda's back turned, the Goblin King roared angrily, clutching his head and running away. The cunning man had no fighting spirit, he didn't stop quickly. Come with me in a fair and fair duel. Lambda seemed amused, is this your brave spirit? After saying that, he suddenly braked, turned around to face the demons directly, both hands tightly grasped the weapon and pressed it to the ground. He was using the magic weapon reversal technique. Disaster struck, red lightning radiated around, the whole space suddenly turned red like blood. Just that one move cleared away the little monsters. The Demon King was surprised, no way, this is the power of my demon god, how could it appear on the lowly bodies of you humans? Drifting in the midst of that red lightning, He did not answer the Goblin King's question but slowly said. This time it must have ended. The lightning had merged into a column of red light that pierced the roof of the palace and rose into the sky, tearing through the clouds, forming a circle of red-tinged clouds like the center of a storm. Then from the sky, red lightning fell and surrounded the Goblin Castle. The Demon King had to try very hard to keep a little breath. A notice board appears, reminding you that you have destroyed the entire Goblin army and received 1,000 experience points. Reminder that the Goblin King's HP has plummeted to only 1%, entering a near-death state, all attributes have plummeted, and the desire to attack has also decreased significantly. The Demon King fell to his knees, muttering, "My life is over, my life is over." Lambda stood and watched, his eyes unwavering, raising his hand to strike the final blow, the reversal healing technique, the capture technique, and finishing off the Demon King. The notice board appears again. You have defeated the Goblin King, received 5,000 experience points, level increased to level 6, completed the Nightmare level Goblin Dungeon copy, started reward summary, completed all hidden conditions, SSS level rating, received special effects from the attention of the Goddess of Luck. The treasure chest that passed the level will upgrade from gold level treasure chest to platinum level treasure chest. He looked at the pair of sparkling platinum chests in front of him and exclaimed, "It was truly a carp turning into a dragon. Angelica's blessing skill is really strong." He directly upgraded the chest from gold level to platinum level. There was quite a bit of time left, there were still 20 hours left, enough for me to clear the copy one more time. Having said that, he pressed yes on the notice board asking if he wanted to open the treasure chest. Open. The notice board appears. Receive the platinum level skill Holy Light, receive the fire extinguisher tool, receive free attribute points multiplied by 15, receive the sparkling stone platinum level equipment, receive the magical stars platinum level skill, receive the sandstorm gold level equipment. Platinum level quality Holy Light skill book. Initial requirements: consumes a certain amount of magic power, creates magic damage with special divine effects, effectively restrains undead and demon type creatures. Flame flask, gold level props, thrown at enemies, dealing 300 damage. Name of sparkling stone equipment, platinum level quality, type of equipment carried, before being forged, level 1, cannot be forged, requires no equipment effect, after equipping, increases all attributes by 20 points, has active skill of sparkling, meaning every 5 minutes will refill 1 magic power, can accumulate 3 times at most, after use, consume 1 magic charge, then can move instantly to the direction indicated within 10 meters. Magical Stars Skill Book, Platinum Level Qualities, requires Priest Profession, own level must be above level 5, intelligence reaches 20, initial effect consumes a certain amount of magic power, summons brightly shining stars within a range of 20 meters around all teammates, immediately restores 300 horsepower to teammates, and also applies an injury-free effect that lasts 5 seconds, damage-free as a 10% reduction in damage taken. Gold level Sandstorm Bow. When shooting an arrow has a chance of summoning a sandstorm, causing an additional earth elemental magic damage to the enemy, a specialized weapon for the archer profession, after reading the instructions on the equipment pile. Lambda smiled with satisfaction. 2 platinum level skill books, 1 platinum level equipment. Holy Light also has some special restraining properties, not mentioned for now. Sparkling stones have a rare teleportation skill with bonus attribute points, and the magical stars not only have a wide area healing effect, but can also help all allies receive an immunity effect at the same time. Then, after using the air reversal talent, it means it will be a more widespread damage skill. The ability to explode damage in an instant is stronger, it can also be reduced, and even the damage effect will increase for the intended recipient. Furthermore, even if a monster has such thick skin and flesh, it can all die quickly. New strategic level group skills have appeared. Learn the Magic Stars skill first, but the Holy Light may not be very outstanding. If it can't be sold, then you can learn it later. Anyway, there aren't many skills. Thinking like that, Lin Yi chose whether to ask the question, should I definitely use 15 free attribute points to add to intelligence points? Thinking, 15 free attribute points, add them all to intelligence. The notice board appears. Having learned the Sparkling Stars skill, all attribute points increased by 20 points. Lambda proudly walked out of the copy. This update was a leap in quality. The information board said, full name, priest profession, level 7, strength 10 plus 20, physical 10 plus 20, mental power 42 plus 20, spirit 10 plus 20, speed 10 plus 20 plus, active equipment, wind response, sparkling stone, jade ring, awakened talent, universe reversal, unitary skills, healing techniques, capture techniques, support skills support, purification magic, forbidden magic, wide area skills, Divine Weapon Therapy, Calamity Descending Level 2, Unused Magical Stars. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. I was caught in the act. When Lambda heard it, he turned around and saw Mok Mok standing there with his arms crossed questioning him, so he smiled appeasingly. Coincidentally, he also came to the copy. Mok Mok heard that and scolded her, going crazy. What are you pretending to be? After saying that, she sighed deeply. Sigh. Her face turned into a concerned state. She asked, what about the nightmare level goblin dungeon? Did you pass it? When she heard the question, she happily showed off. Yes. Mok Mok didn't question it anymore. No, I know, I just had an idea. I also wanted to try this copy. Lambda was happy to hear that. While speaking, she pointed to the entrance to the copy. Ah, it turns out that's it, so please come over here. Mok Mok's face was helpless. He was speechless and didn't know what else to say, while the two of them were standing there talking happily. From afar, a mysterious car carrying two people also mysteriously came. Stopping a short distance from them, a person in the car said, ran to a few transmission points and finally caught them. It turned out that it was the car of Huang Tiofan and his accomplice. He peeked at Lambda and Mok Mok through his binoculars. See, it was that bastard from head to toe showing the words that he wanted to be punched. Deal with him for me. He ordered the person next to him. Seeing that the guy didn't react, he got angry and hit him on the head. Hey, I'm talking about you, stupid. The other guy's face was pale. He trembled and replied with fear, no, this person, I can't do it. Tio Fan saw the person he was looking for falling into a cowardly position and was very angry. He put his hands on his sides. Well, he knew that you bunch of trash students couldn't ask for anything. After saying that, his smile gradually became inhumane, his eyes sparkled with cruelty. Luckily I was prepared. Lee sat in front of a glowing computer screen in the dark, constantly searching for something. There was a board that appeared on the computer. It read, S-level strategy for nightmare level goblin dungeon, no deception, half-holy light palace of sandstorm, S-level strategy for nightmare level goblin dungeon, unlock requirement, 8,000 alliance currency. The announcement must have just been posted so there was not a single like and was reposted by one person. But in just a few minutes, that post was trending. Countless people commented, it's crazy, you're up again, you're fighting the nightmare level alone, and you're also guaranteed to get the A-level count S. I'm not mistaken, I know it, you're getting the SSS level again. Sir, can you bring me along next time? I've never played the nightmare level before, I really want free attribute points. Now the strategy method gathers monsters in one place. The first stage also took 7 minutes. You guys look at the boss's time to pass the level, it was 4.5 minutes. I'm not going to say any more, I'm going to try it now. How accurate are the skills to adjust the range of this goblin's hatred? And you also have to make the most of the cooldown time of the skills to maximize the damage. If you don't gather monsters and can't destroy them, then it's really a waste. Oh my, this is a nightmare level, the nightmare of those goblins. Lambda just silently folded his arms and looked at the text jumping up and down on the screen. Then he scrolled down to a paparazzi post. It had written, the admin was Lambda, a student of the Fake Profession Academy, the strongest contestant in this year's exam, rumored to be the one who sold the Hunter's Great Sword, and the only one who single-handedly cleaned SSS level copies. Below were 3 pictures of him looking extremely majestic. The last picture was a picture of him smiling and talking with Mo Mok, which smelled of darkness. Scrolling down a bit more are the dissatisfied comments. Some commenters only wrote a few question marks to express their doubts, while others frantically scratched the keyboard to respond to each other. Trust me, only these 3 pictures can prove anything. The beginner copy is fine, but the Stone Cave and Nightmare level Goblin Dungeon are meant for a student to be able to clean the copy alone. I'm dying of laughter. Paparazzi like this is not very good. Then when Lambda awakened, Lambda's natural talent was still very mysterious. No one knew what his talent was. He also chose the priest's profession. That's why I remember him very clearly. The only thing that can prove is that he really sold dark daggers. As for the minister's terrible calculation data, his theoretical knowledge must definitely get the maximum score, but Lambda's achievements are actually very normal. I agree with the above comment. At first glance he seems to be just an ordinary student. Don't compare. It's lame with high-level fake professions. Remember the monster's perception range, combined with the secret terrain, and then through accurate calculations can determine the true scope of hatred, right? Moreover, Dao is a priest, so the admin definitely can't be La Da, a priest. Doesn't he need purification skills like Holy Light? Before reading all the comments, he received a notification on his phone. Received 8,000 Alliance Yuan. Received 8,000 Alliance Currency. You have received a request to buy Holy Light. Price 100,000 Alliance Currency. Do you want to consider? You have received a request to buy Sandstorm Bow. Price 150,000 Alliance Currency. do you want to consider? His finger lightly glided across the screen, selling. Immediately a new notification appeared. Dear customer who owns a gold card of Union Wealth Bank, you now have 500,000 Union currency, bringing the total balance to 1,500,000 Union currency. He put his chin in thought. 500,000 is indeed better than his imagination. Maybe this is a way to pass the level without taking damage except the boss level, but besides me, no one can do this. No one dares to buy the strategy, but it's okay. The nightmare level copy is still a breakthrough in quality for my own equipment and data. Making money is only secondary. The notification appears again. Carp effective buff, remaining time, 15 hours. He slowly stood up. The carp's effect only lasted for 15 more hours. He could rest a bit, regain his composure, and then continue fighting in the next instance. He started his knuckles and smiled. Then go jogging, use exercise to rest, and improve your physical condition a bit. The scene moved to the outside of the building. Today, the moon was clear and the cool breeze was very suitable for jogging. He ran on the sidewalk, surrounded by several people strolling. From behind there was the sound of a car roaring. He gasped and turned his head to look. Then the car sped up in front of him. Then he stopped and the wheels suddenly braked so they were still smoking. He exclaimed in surprise, Huang Tio Fan, it turns out that this car belongs to Tio Fan. He smiled and replied, what a coincidence, I'm in love, get in the car, I'll take you somewhere, you're not happy. Cheu Kai Aviation clearly told you not to come and tease me, I don't like getting into trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. Tio Fan got out of the car and stood leaning against the car's body. Hearing that, he angrily scolded, fuck it, don't mention that traitor's name anymore. His junior jumped up and interjected, stop talking nonsense, young master wants to fight you, if you don't agree. He smirked and continued, don't you all think about peace? His face suddenly changed color, biting his lips in doubt, have you found my home address yet? Regaining his composure, he smirked and replied, okay, it seems he has some plan. Then he said contemptuously, but I hope you act like a gentleman, don't lose and cry and call others to save you. This sentence touched his pride and made him scream, damn it, don't you dare vomit blood. To prove that he is a gentleman, he grabbed the junior's neck and pointed at the stone around his neck, don't you dare attack, I want to duel with him. This action makes the junior scared. Ha, young prince, what if you can't fight? Huang Tio Fan replied contemptuously, ha, the clothes on my body are something that poor bastard can't find even if he tries his whole life. How can I lose? You get the hell out of here. Listen, not yet. Watching him act, he slightly squinted his eyes. Oh, it turns out he wasn't just looking for support. Then he took off the role of a gentleman, covered his mouth, and whispered to his junior, according to the original plan. He immediately replied, yes, young master, the two of you didn't pay any attention to the fact that he was right in front of you and heard everything. He didn't want to listen to their ridiculous plan, so he voluntarily climbed into the car, sat down and urged, hurry up, no matter how many people there are, it's okay to all get on, we're very busy, don't want to waste time. He was interrupted and smacked his lips angrily. After that, he turned back and said as if he was sure of victory, just wait, you won't regret it in time. I will make you crawl like a dog. As soon as he said this, his eyes turned red, and the surrounding air was also affected by the smell of death. With a deadly look in his eyes, he thought to himself, I will let you live worse than death. After walking for a while, the front was full of deserted mountains and forests. High above the moon was still bright and dim. The car carrying 3 people went deep into the forest. After walking a little further, I stopped, surrounded by trees. In front of the car was a group of about 50 people, holding all kinds of weapons, competing to call Huang Tio Fan, boss, Huang Tio. Lambda also got out of the car without any fear. Why are there so many people? Hurry up, solo or group, Tio replied with a sinister face. All of us are alone with you. After saying that, he immediately pulled out the hot wind shadow sword of diamond level. The guys behind him were like ferocious wild animals looking at the delicious prey. Faced with that atmosphere, he just sighed, I don't see any difference. These words made him angry, brat. Die for me, and with the command, those guys rushed up like ants. He calmly summoned his staff. Holding the stick tightly, he quickly dodged the blade that was about to slash at him and jumped back. Another guy saw that and couldn't help but exclaim, the speed value is too high. Lambda ran and jumped gracefully to escape their siege and retreated. The guy from earlier immediately jumped up and launched a powerful attack and slashed at him. That yellow blade of gas quickly caught up with him. Lambda turned his head and clicked his tongue. Many people are stronger, it seems like they still have to use their talent to reverse it. Suddenly, the explosion that happened made him laugh like he was lucky because he thought he had been hit by the attack just now and was complacent. "You milk-smelling brat, that's all you've come to." The smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, only to see his staff absorb the power of that attack, emitting red light. His body trembled as if an invisible force was approaching him. Hey, some of them vomited blood without knowing why. He had difficulty wiping his bloody mouth, his face wrinkled like a monkey's ass. What kind of trick is this? Thinking back to the scene just now, he was full of doubts. Clearly he had never activated an attack. The ability was really strange, hitting the defense of my gold level equipment. He did not know that it was a reverse healing technique, a takeover technique. The remaining guys, who had just melted, quickly ran over to help. "Big brother, why don't you?" He trembled and raised his hand to show, "I'm still healthy, ignore this brat's moves, he's just a pastor, we're many brothers, and we're all covered in gold, let's beat him away." One guy quickly replied, "Sure, big brother is right." So a whole bunch of idiots, he beat him, with a series of moves, lightning iron fists, flying strikes, fiery artillery, and Tian Deep Trong Hoa, and he still stood there majestically. He chuckled softly as he read the move. The stars magically reversed, an overwhelming power enveloped them all, making them widen their eyes in fear. This is it, this is it. From the staff, several giant iron chains were released, surrounded by red demon eyes. He continued reading the technique, falling into heaven and hell. The skeleton demon heads protruding from the middle frame looked extremely strange. Those heads opened their mouths wide as if they wanted to swallow everything. Those guys were immediately stuffed with onions. Chains pierced through each guy's stomach, making them scream in pain. In just a moment, more than a dozen men fell at his feet with just one move. They were lying on the ground screaming loudly. At first, the big brother was still acting cool in front of his juniors, but now he was holding his head and trembling on the ground, his nose and face covered in blood. "It couldn't be, we were just like that, killed in the blink of an eye." From not far away came a sigh. It was true that it was better to rely on money than to rely on others. This sentence made him turn around and look. Huang Tio Fan has now changed into an extremely ridiculous looking armor and arrogantly continued, "This is the work I bought at the Sotheby's auction. The set of equipment has unlimited levels, diamond level, with a price of up to tens of millions." Lam Da's appraisal table also appeared. The set of diamond level equipment has flexible attributes, unlimited levels, all attributes plus 100. A guy lying on the ground heard that, but also raised his head and said, "So, Sotheby, that is the highest auction hall in all of Hua Summer. Just the entrance ticket alone is worth over 100 million. With such financial resources, it is worthy of being the only heir of the Huang Ti group. That set of equipment is without a doubt also a rare and legendary treasure in the world." When that guy told him about the quality of this equipment, Tio Fan's face became even more arrogant and he smirked endlessly, saying, "Yes, this time, I will force you to kneel at my feet." Huang Tio Fan leaned on his armor arrogantly. "What happened? Were you scared?" But didn't notice that he was the only one around. He approached him, walking over the corpse under his feet without mercy, arrogantly smiling sinisterly. "Now is the time to ask for forgiveness." He pointed his staff at him and shook his head. "With your golden appearance and empty interior, no matter how powerful your equipment is, you can't hide the weakness in your heart, you can't win." This statement hit the G-spot and made him mad. "So you go die." Finishing the sentence, he rushed forward with the wind and shadow move. His whole body was covered with lightning bolts that looked quite strong. Use flash to jump up and avoid that powerful damaging attack. He gritted his teeth, not believing he could dodge that attack, thinking suspiciously, "What?" Huang Tio Fan was still unconvinced and kept rushing up to attack continuously, while he just gently jumped up and dodged the attack like teasing a teenage boy. The big brother still had the strength to raise his head and look and think like a commentator and analyze. "No, that's not right. I don't know what move he used that was able to defeat all the brothers with gold equipment. How could this guy's damage be so high? What did he do in the end?" Remembering the move just now, he couldn't help but shiver. It was even more strange. For a moment, I had the feeling that this kid was no longer human, like the thing that appeared in the demon tide at that time. Returning to reality, Huang Tio Fan was angry because he couldn't hit a single shot. It couldn't be. Could it be that you added all your attribute points to speed? I clearly have increased attributes from this giant outfit. He used the wind shadow move to attack him like crazy. If he hit you, you would definitely die. He jumped up to avoid the move without forgetting. Then your basic attributes are too low, so no matter how you attack, he won't hit. He gritted his teeth in anger but couldn't do anything because what he said was so right. He smiled brightly and his eyes turned red. "It's my turn. First I'll find your weakness." He swung his staff to read moves, reverse healing techniques, and capture techniques. The power was like darkness that enveloped him. Ding-ting the notification panel, causing 1000 points of damage, damaging the target's armor, and increasing the effects of all the properties of diamond-level equipment. Hyo Fan clutched his chest in pain mixed with extreme anger. My diamond-level equipment. He was indignant. The fire of explosive power seemed stronger this time than before. He shouted loudly, suddenly slashed, tam tuk slashed, rushed Tian Quan, swish. He moved as fast as lightning between the trees, but he still dodged without missing a single shot and jumped high to safety. Seeing him in the middle of the frame, the guys lying on the ground panicked and ran to find a place to hide. Huang Tiofan used all his strength, shaking his sword and screaming hoarsely in vain. He stopped for me. The armor he was proud of was now nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. Startled, his eyes widened, not understanding what was going on. The second he was lying on the ground, it hurts so much. His health bar followed his screams and dropped by more than half a tree. Even though it was so painful, he still didn't forget to curse at me. What kind of trick did you use on me? He replied faintly, yes, my outstretched hand used healing magic to heal him. For a useless person like you with no fighting skills, my normal attack would be enough to penetrate your defense. Hyo Fan's health bar quickly returned to 1340. You sat down and agreed to a truce. Now you can surrender, sign the agreement, say, I, Huang Ti Fan, would like to voluntarily give the diamond equipment to my friend who fell asleep to show my sincere apology and promise to never repeat the previous wrongdoing. Why? He stepped back and did not expect him to be so sinister. So he cursed, are you dreaming? Don't dream about it. As the armor blew up, he innocently said, oh, my skill CD is already gone, your sky-high price defense equipment is gone. Hyo Fan, like he was in the final stage of stupidity, was naked, holding a sword, and he rushed forward. You dog, you dare to threaten me, take one of my moves. Huang Tio Fan and his energetic little pants launched a move. The Pegasus flew violently. Lambda did not bother to dodge and maintain the same position. The sword energy echoed into something that exploded. Hyo Fan laughed like crazy. Trash, are you still alive? The sound of cracking and cracking echoed continuously. Several of Xiao Fan's bones were broken by a mysterious force. Lambda stepped out of the smoke and dust without a trace, holding a staff in one hand and casting healing magic in the other. Stepping closer, he smiled happily. Using the healing technique, the yellow blood bar immediately filled up again. From the burning point down, it returns to its original position. The bones are recovering. He groped and examined his body with the beak still missing. That motherfucker is really disgusting. If you touch me, my father will not forgive you. He frowned and replied fearlessly, I hate it most when someone dares to threaten me. He coldly recited the technique, the reverse healing technique, the capture technique, and the scream rang out again. He smiled brightly as if playing with an interesting toy. Don't worry, there's still plenty of blood left, let's keep going. He flew straight into the middle and landed on his face ID. The junior could only stand and stare with his mouth open. Huang Tiofan was sent to death's door for a few rounds and is now just a soulless corpse, but he can't forgive him that easily. He continues to use healing techniques. Then he tightened his grip and controlled the power to torment him. He seemed to be torn apart in the middle of the sky. Several juniors below looked up and silently prayed for him. The guy stammered, gurgled, tortured, this is torture. The policeman replied, boss, is the person we touched really a pastor? Lambda lightly tapped his staff on the ground. Deployed, disaster struck. A giant column of power hit straight at Huang Tiofan lying on the ground. The junior held his head in fear. Little prince, he wasn't really dead, right? In a hidden corner, there is a camera recording everything that is going on. At this time, the live stream room exploded. What is it? What is happening with the paparazzi today? What the hell? What is going on? Someone recognizes someone in the crowd on the screen. Isn't this the newly famous young master Huang Ti-fan? Who is the person standing opposite? Someone is speculating. There are so many gangsters, wanting to kill and destroy everyone. Everyone saw a guy being beaten until he bled and were shocked. What kind of skill was this? The number of spectators in the room increased continuously. The magician was too strong. Huang Xiaofeng got his courage somewhere. Xiaofan is still arrogant, greedy, poor dog. Now the live stream room is full of curses at him. Mother, Huang Tiofan speaks so harshly. I didn't expect him to be so uneducated. No wonder he is so proud. It turns out there is a back trick. Someone realized. How much does this set of equipment cost? I hate rich people. The hot search right now is false news that the arrogant young master took advantage of his power to bully people and met a stubborn young man. the boss acted so forcefully that it turned out to be rude. Indeed, she has good armor, but now he is still being lifted up by him. Money really can do everything. I'm not mistaken, this is a priest, he can heal and attack at the same time. What kind of talent does this priest have? He can directly tear apart the unlimited diamond equipment of the warrior level, the blood book, and find the great god I want to worship. People on the internet looked at the fight scene between him and Teo Fan, but were surprised and excited. Some people suddenly remembered, he looks so much like my classmate. Others also chimed in, are you from the Jiang Cheng Fake Career Academy? We could very well be talking to the same person. A few days ago I heard that they had a conflict. It seems that Huang Teo Fan wanted to talk to Goddess Tu but failed. The stream of comments kept changing. I remember that person was a pastor. Is this important? This guy was the first to have the copy scanned by the leafleter. 2 days ago it was out of nowhere that caused Huang Teo Fan to choke on his anger. Isn't it just the right time to become a story? Someone over there on the screen felt unfair and shouted loudly. He must have awakened some peak talent. Everyone was constantly watching the developments of the battle just commented on, before someone spread the news that the login ID of the minister selling equipment and SSS strategies was displayed in Gangtan. That's right, although this minister has created a copy record, the copy level is not a large-scale profession. Moreover, his transactions were captured. The students of your school should also recognize him. A message showing his name, his it is not too, newspaper. The more Mok reads the message, the more confused he becomes, typing, it's not like he's in a bad mood, I've bought equipment from the boss before, he's very humble. Everyone stop gossiping. Someone noticed the flaw in her message, upstairs, it was too obvious, this is real news. She still didn't believe it, she wrapped herself in a blanket and worried, why can't this boss hide it anymore? Surely there are many better people like me who want to be his teammate, maybe I won't have the chance to hug my thighs anymore. In the Group 8 fandom, the person with the dog avatar texted, the boss of the devil sent a message, could deal damage, could tank, had mana recovery, both support and main force, carried 3 positions, the god came. The person with the pink hippopotamus avatar sent a sticker of approval. The person with the devil avatar also texted, what does it mean when the pastor drops all his health? It means that distinguishing the profession is about to end. The pastor will no longer be a bottom existence. The horoscope star of a new era has been born. The person with the avatar of a one-eyed brown dog added, an innovative fake profession. Become a forest teacher, break the resource barrier, break the limit of talent. Huang Teo Fan and Huang's family are now receiving countless criticisms. People like Huang Teo Fan are truly disgusting. In front of his daughter he pretends, in fact he only knows how to rely on his father, even calling people to the student council, arresting and punishing the young masters of the Huang T group who look down on ordinary people like us, and as a result, we encounter a stiff, broken young man. Look at his bossy appearance. In fact he is just a useless person who relies on money, not just money. His father, Huang Tianqi, is a high-ranking official of the Fake Profession Alliance. In the future, he will rely on his father to join the alliance. How can the Fake Profession Alliance let such scum in? The internet is full of endless scolding. It's true, like father, like son, give me my seat. The trash Huang T Group network went bankrupt and closed down. It smells so bad. The Fake Professional Alliance must give us answers. Deal with it. After that incident, Huang T shares became more volatile. The market value of Huang T Group's shares evaporated. Hackers launched a large-scale attack, the reason being the president's son bullied his classmates. Mok couldn't stand it anymore and ran out to tell his parents, this guy Huang T Fan is really too much. Parents, we must teach them a lesson. Her father was about to drink tea when he stopped her, Mook, no way. Her mother also did not agree, explaining that this child had a bad temper and went down an evil path. Naturally, there would be his own retribution. But if he encountered problems and used rights that did not belong to him to oppress others, he would not be able to become an elite professional. She still wants to beg, mother. But your mother doesn't relent. If we take action, won't it make Teo to become like a young man? He can handle it himself, right? In a large, dark room, there was a white-haired man. Behind him was a large screen with many people participating in the meeting. He seemed interested, saying he had not yet participated in the job test. He was very good. He looked at his photo on the big screen and silently speculated, the awakening talent must be from a legend or more, right? Choosing a priest is really like a buffalo knife to slaughter a chicken. He said loudly to everyone in the meeting room, a genius like this who is rare to meet in 100 years should be able to get special admission directly into the Fake Profession Alliance, right? Then he glanced at it, and you saw how he fell in love with you first. The 2 blue-haired girls agreed without hesitation. For the sake of global stability, someone like this must be admitted to the alliance as soon as possible. The fat old man teased in a bad voice, "Old king, why are you still here? You don't need your son anymore." The red-haired man also added, "In fact, this cannot be considered a big trouble for the royal minister. It is also an opportunity, why not take it?" The person mentioned was still sitting quietly and patiently saying nothing. The person they mentioned was the president of Huang Ti Group, the minister of the union branch. Huang Tian-Te said at this time, "I am still at the company handling the work, and have already planned the compensation for you in the future. I am an unqualified father. I am very sorry for my son's behavior. I have sent someone to represent me. You can rest assured, I will definitely handle this matter seriously." At this time, Tio Fan was beaten until he was rolling on the ground when someone ran to stop him and asked for a moment. The voice came from an approaching helicopter. Falling asleep, raising it high and hitting lightly, he was surprised. "Ha!" Zhao Ka-hang's assistant rushed over. Chairman Huang Ti looked forward to talking to him. Tio Fan proudly laughed loudly and threatened, "My father is here, you're done, wait for death." "You're so straightforward, what's wrong? The president wants to put pressure on me, so he can come himself." Zhao Ka-hang's assistant quickly bent down and put the phone in front of him. "It wasn't like that. The royal family is ready to provide compensation for young Fan's behavior, and Uncle Huang wants to personally apologize to him." Tio Fan shouted in disbelief. He bowed his head before this poor guy. "Are you crazy?" He screamed in vain, "That's not right. What did you just say? My dad wants to apologize to him. You said something random." A moment later, Huang Tianqi's image appeared. "Hello, are you my friend? I've made you wait for a long time." He replied, "Yes." He bowed down and said, "I am Huang Tifan's father. Everything he did was because of my bad teaching. I'm very sorry, I have caused you such great trouble. Please be polite, I'm harsh." Seeing you say that, he immediately apologized. "Just a verbal apology is not enough to make up for my son's mistake. I want to meet you in person to apologize to you and compensate you for the loss, equipment, and props, as long as it is within my ability. As for Huang Tio Fan, I hope you can hand it over to Cheu Kai-hang. I will definitely use strict housekeeping rules." When Tio Fan heard that, he became angry and could not accept it. Cheu Kai-hang had to drag him back when he was in labor, so he also accepted Huang Tianqi's apology. "If your attitude is as sincere as that, I agree, but the specific content related to compensation." He smiled mischievously and started asking for not only equipment but also money. "I want 3 sets of unlimited diamond level equipment, a priest set, a mage set, a swordsman set. In addition I want 5,000,000 alliance currency. Can you do it?" Cheu Kai-hang heard this and broke out in sweat. "What? Tran Kai is horrifying. Equipped with unlimited diamond levels, 3 different job sets, I'm afraid it's hard to find in the whole country." Although Huang Tianqi was a bit hesitant, he still accepted. "The diamond equipment has no level limit, but if you need 3 sets, you may have to wait a few days. Our side is temporarily unavailable. Don't worry, I will ask a special person to go to the secret area to scan the copy. The Alliance is also ready to provide resources and help." Tran Kai-hang took Huang Ti-fan to the helicopter while silently complaining that it was a pity that he had to clean up the mess for him. After finishing his work, he carefully scanned around and discovered an electronic device. He walked over and picked up the camera and said to the audience in the live room, "Thank you everyone for watching. The president personally came to apologize and negotiate compensation. Specifically invite you to watch the official channel stream tomorrow. Thank you." At this time, Lambda also carefully thought back to what Huang Tianqi had said. The Alliance. It seemed that the Alliance had already paid attention to him, and had discovered that his talent was not ordinary. Besides, he also said, "In addition, I can give you all the secret realm resources around Jiang City except a rare portion of the secret realm, a total of 50 secret realms." He still remembers that there are many other forces. After all, the city is not mine alone, there are many factions and deep ravines. "I also know my limits, no matter what, 1 month is enough." Everyone was shocked when they heard that 50 secret realms were defeated in 1 month. "Is this something a new profession can do?" Tianqi responded, "Okay, bring your teammates tomorrow night, I'll invite you to a meal." As for online public opinion, I immediately interrupted him. "I'll correct the fake job, tomorrow's meal can be streamed by the president." He was a little surprised. This young man with a name like Sleep had already thought to this extent. He smiled and decided to do so, but in his heart he was full of thoughts. His future was bright, he was an excellent genius. After finishing his work, he immediately disconnected the call and gave it to Tran Kai-hang. In honor of his and Huang Tianqi's attitude, "I will ignore it today, but I'm too busy with family. You understand immediately." "I understand, Uncle Huang's family is a bit complicated, Extreme circumstances can easily make people extreme. There are things. He didn't want to listen anymore and quickly chased people away. I have no intention of listening to the royal uncle's family matters. We shouldn't talk too much when we have a short relationship. You are also aware of the situation. Okay, thank you for understanding. The next day, at the Nok Chi Lan 5-star restaurant, it was said that this was the first restaurant in Jiangcheng to be officially recognized as a 5-star restaurant. It has always been rated well. The chefs are ambassadors from all over. The special feature of this restaurant is that it pays great attention to customer experience. Whether it is one person or many people will have their own room. From the moment he stepped in, he realized that the private room has its own service team to call you at any time, without missing out on the best time to enjoy delicious food. The most important thing is, no matter what your status is, even if you have a card to order the restaurant's cheapest golden egg fried rice, you can still enjoy the ultimate VIP meeting. Mok Mok cautiously told him, although Huang Tianqi personally apologized to him in the stream, but at this party, you still have to be a little careful. He also knows that, don't worry, it's okay. He also somewhat expected that Huang Tianqi would apologize so solemnly, just because he saw his potential and made friends first. When we arrived at the door, a staff member came to welcome us. Mr. Lam, this is room 888 reserved by Mr. Huang, please come in. When Huang Tianqi saw him coming, he was very happy and said, you guys are here, so please sit down. He invited his friends to sit down. These two were Su Mok Mok and Angelica, right? Mok Mok also introduced himself. That's right, he told her, come on, please sit here. Angelica also come and sit. Oh yes, thank you. Then he told the waiter, you can bring the dish, please. He apologetically raised a glass of wine for the three of you. Allow me to apologize to you for my son Huang Tiofan's behavior towards you. I'm sorry, it's because I don't teach him how to treat people on a daily basis that he committed such a malicious act of harassment. When Mok Mok and Angelica saw him say that, they were startled. They did not act arrogantly, they were gentle, friendly, and reasonable. Both of them couldn't believe it. Huang Tiofan's father, a top figure in Yangtan, was such a person. His brother still didn't care much. Parents who love their children will think long-term for their children. The arrogant chairman of Huang Ti Group, not afraid to condescend to others. I respectfully told him, Chairman Huang's sincerity, I understand. Huang Tiofan can know his mistakes and learn from experience. I will not consider the past anymore. Then the two shook hands. At this time, the employee came in to report, boss, the items have been brought. Do you need to take them and show them? He ordered. Yes, let them see. The staff obeyed the order. Yes, then information appeared on the board. The name of the devil's equipment. 4-piece equipment, suit type, current dye level 1, diamond level quality, no level limit, requires cleric equipment, physical equipment effect plus 30, mental strength plus 30, enhances self-healing effect by 15%, has passive rejuvenation effect, notes when hit by an enemy, recovers damage received, cooldown time 10 seconds, special enhances self-healing effect by 50% himself. Imagining the power after being equipped, he couldn't help but feel proud. It's not surprising that it's a diamond equipment set, but it also doesn't conflict with the other items I'm using. It seems like it's simply and brutally adding more health and survival, but in reality, if you do a little calculation, the reverse damage will directly double. He happily replied, I'm very satisfied. Angelica is more fun than Tet, thank you. But Mok Mok is more careful. The 4-piece set of diamond equipment has no level limit, 3 sets are given at a time. Even with the royal family's assets, it is absolutely not just for the sake of appearance, it is really a waste of capital. She gratefully told him, the equipment is very good, thank you, uncle, we will receive it first. On the live stream, a series of comments appeared. This is the top person in the city, the boss behind Huang Ti Group, Huang Tianqi. How can he respect a new person who is in such a state of sleep? What a waste of words, a big person. It's not like he didn't teach his son properly, so he encountered a young man as tough as a minister. That's right, if the apology isn't sincere, if he doesn't compensate for the boss who's in bed, we'll each spit a piece of saliva and drown the royal family. If the minister, I said no more calculations, so let's go. Everyone sat in the room talking and eating, and the Angelica was happy to eat. At this time, I told him, that's it for today. He also agreed, okay, there are quite a few reporters gathered outside, I'll see you guys out. He mentioned a copy that also has an extremely scary skull equipment. This is a dream-level travel document for the Land of Bones. Of course, it's not all the resources the copy promised you will be compensated for later. He held it tightly in his hand with satisfaction. That was good. Outside, the reporters were now surrounding the restaurant, and a photographer shouted loudly and went out. He confidently walked amidst the flashing lights of the camera and the compliments. Linda, I heard that the talent you awakened is reverse therapy, can scan any dungeon alone. May I ask if that's true? Lambda, I would like to ask if it's true that you single-handedly beat a beginner's copy and achieved the SSS level rating. Please answer. There is no fake job that can be done alone. I would like to ask the anonymous master on the fake job form if it's you. He kept walking without answering a word. While Huang Tiofan was recuperating, there was a black smoke surrounding him. He asked, "Who the hell are you?" Lord Amay smiled darkly. Hi, me, I am Lord Amay from the Abyss, a high-level devil with pure bloodline and strong strength. Tiofan was contemptuous. I thought it was something. The more Xiaofan spoke, the more Yumi was angered to death. Once we humans awaken, we won't be sending you back to the Abyss to become pests. Lord Yumi gritted his teeth. Otherwise, what's the point of being so proud of a guy who's been abused by a pastor to the point of making fun of the whole city? He shouted loudly at Xiaofan, "This is a strategic retreat, you know." He tried to instill resentment and hatred in Tiofan's head for the things his father and others had done to him. Huang Xiaofeng, are you really willing? Stupid and ignorant humans laugh at you. Your friends and relatives don't help you, but instead flatter the wife of the person who bullied you like a bunch of dog legs. So what about doing business with me? Right now I can let you have unparalleled strength, pin those who insulted you to the ground, and let your father know that you are the one who should be respected the most. Tiofan, unable to hear a word, angrily threw him a pillow and shouted, "Go away." This time I raised it high and hit him softly. He was so angry that he stood up straight. I, Huang Tiofan, am a genius among geniuses. I don't need pity from a class of insects like you. What the hell is my power? Give it to those poor people with trash. Looking at him so crazy, my head is filled with countless question marks. Can I kill that idiot too? Patience, it's all for KPI. He didn't stay to get more angry but still tried to look cruel and left. In short, when you think clearly, call me Yumi. I will listen to the call immediately, give you great abyss power, lead you to become an evil person who is not afraid of anything, and then he disappears. At this time, in the secret realm of the Land of Bones, level 6 to 10, difficulty level Dream Nightmare. All three of them fell asleep. Mok and Angelica came closer to the store. He asked Angelica, how many times have you awakened your natural talent this week? According to records, the Land of Remains, the wasteland surrounded by death, is full of a large army of remains. When you enter, you will awaken them and they will consider them fresh food. Angelica honestly raised a finger. Once, before that you went to 2 copies, used it once. I looked a bit regretful. Then don't rush to use it first, let there be better resources later. You know that each dungeon has different resources. Even though it's a dream level resource dungeon, we have diamond equipment and the best platinum level drops in the dungeon that don't have much benefit for us. I remember there are also many monsters lurking inside. The royal family promised us that this week they would give us better dungeon resources and open dungeons that were difficult to destroy for us. Nyamp thought for a long time. Now we only lack a weapon that is past the transition stage. Even if we can't open a good one, we can still sell it for a high price. Then he turned back and said to the 2 girls, so this time we have 3 goals. 1 is free attribute points, 2 is to open platinum weapons, 3 is to create SSS level strategies for dream enchantment levels. At all levels, I consider teaching directly. Mok winked at him. Then it's not time for you to fail yet, I won't take action. After saying that, the 3 of them entered the cave entrance. The difficulty level of this dungeon in the mouth of professions and students is called Bone Stew, and is rated SSS level requiring 4 conditions. Each condition is full of difficulties. 1 is to kill the last boss Undead Knight, 2 is to destroy all undead remains, 3 is not to use the Holy Sword, the secret weapon used to suppress all undead in the Land of Bones. 4th, before going through the security gate, the Holy Sword has 60% or more of its health remaining. The angel shivered when he heard the conditions. Originally, the Land of Bones was called Bone Stew because of the similarity between the normal level and the difficult level. Just use the Holy Sword to throw the brain into bullets. This is the first time I entered that dream level. Mok comforted her. Is cheating like 300% damage reduction every time it appears at dream level, still called risky. Then she hugged the girl and rubbed her head. Don't be nervous, after beating this dungeon, can we sell the equipment and strategies and buy you snacks? The girl replied, well, I don't need it, but in the middle of the night I'm at a loss for words. Okay, I'll do it for free. He stood in the middle of the pile of bones and declared, now let's start, look closely. After saying that, he cut off the tip of his finger and dripped blood onto the ground. Immediately, creepy whispers rang out, People living, let's eat." At the same time he also judged, and the blood that was related to these bones led them to let go of the protective barrier of the holy sword that hated evil things the most. He used human healing magic on himself and put his body into a state of constant blood loss. From his mouth spewed a mouthful of fresh blood and all its degrading attributes. The corpses followed the scent of blood and rushed frantically. Mok Mok quickly pulled the Angelica, we stepped back, then threw him the blue pill, fell asleep, and caught it. That pill was a painkiller used when the body was injured. It could reduce the pain many times. It had no healing power or could not heal the wound. He caught it and swallowed it immediately. More and more crowds of corpses arrived. When he ran, they chased him. His life value was constantly alerted by 25%. He was secretly sure that his judgment was not wrong. The desire of these undead remains for bright colors was greater than the hatred for the holy sword. Angelica is in Mok Mok's arms but still worried. Don't we really need to help? And Mok Mok is very trusting. No need, shouldn't we trust him completely? That's falling in love. He cut himself again to bleed more. The life value table warns, life value is less than 10%, life value is less than 10%. At this moment, a green screen appeared in front of him, and a notice board also appeared, approaching the border of the copy of the Land of Remains. He was secretly happy, he was here. At this time, he stopped and used magical healing magic. The value of life increased continuously, terrifying the remains. He raised his staff high towards the army of skeletons. Now it's too late for you to feel that your appetite is gone, then use your evil spirits. Next, his eyes flashed a brutal red light and then added the heavenly hell attack that swept away the corpses. The notice board also displayed. The value of all lives and remains is reduced to 0. After a big sweep, he was the only one left on the battlefield. A large hole appeared between him and the two girls. Suddenly, there was a strong aura that caught all three of their attention. The ghostly voice rang out, "Who was the one who woke up?" It was the undead night boss who had awakened. He angrily rode his horse forward. "I will use your skull as a cup and drink the dregs of your blood sauce." The bulletin board gave information. The 9th level undead knight, strength 11, physique 15, strategy 20, spirit 15, agility 10, platinum aptitude, fire resentment skills, undead anger, abyss of darkness. The undead knight released the skill of resentment fire, abyssal undead anger, and the gloomy undead knight rushed towards Lambda. He directly used the reversal of his healing and abduction magic. Aimed at him directly, accepting a lot of the undead knight's blood, making it unexpected. Its value directly decreased by 500 health. He smiled full of contempt, "So chicken." Once again, he used to reverse the disaster's divine weapon treatment, increasing the damage by 50%, focusing his firepower on the undead knight. This time its health was only a small dot, and the undead knight fell into a state of serious injury. Activate the passive skill Wrath of the Undead, enhance the attributes of the undead knight. It begins to summon, "Come back, my brothers." Announcement, all undead creatures revived, increasing by 100 horsepower every second. After hearing that, he was stunned and turned his head to look back. Behind me at this moment, there was a group of ghosts rising from the ground, surrounding me on all sides. "Stupid human, you have no way to escape anymore, do you still have any last words?" But everything was still within Lambda's calculations, he just smiled lightly. On the outside, Mok Mok and Angelica also understood what he meant. "Ha ha, these monsters are also so stupid, they don't even understand math." Every second the undead knight strengthens by 100 horsepower. Lin Yi simply doesn't need to restrain the sword's forbidden ingredients. External suppression, 3 minutes is enough to finish them off. On his side, every time a monster's life value added 100 horsepower, he used the skill to directly subtract 500 health from their life value. Time continued to pass, a message appeared, the spirit had died. The undead knight was stunned at this moment. His eyes turned cold at this moment. Enough playing, this kind of divination, you should ask yourself is correct. He pointed his staff towards the boss, used a reversal of the healing technique, the capture technique, the life value minus 750, which included a 50% increase in damage. This last move caused the boss to no longer have the strength to resist and just evaporated into his skill. The notification appears, kill the boss of the undead knight of the god realm, gain 6,000 experience points, complete the copy of the skeleton, start summarizing the rewards, complete all hidden conditions, evaluate SSS level up, get golden treasure chest X1, platinum treasure chest X1. You have leveled up to level 8, the information appears, full name, priest profession, level 8, energy 10 plus 20, Physicality 10 plus 20 plus 30, Strategy 42 plus 20 plus 30, Spirit 10 plus 20, Flexibility 10 plus 20 plus 20. The two people outside at this time also ran to celebrate, having a good night, but the message continued to appear. Sue mock mock, Angelica did not produce any external output or movement and were running judgments, accounting for no experience rewards. But suddenly a key appeared, the final mission to complete the copy of the Divine Realm of Skeletons, protect the sword guarding the jar, and avoid being attacked by undead creatures throughout the process to get the only reward, the Stone Sword Key, the unique Stone Sword Key information. The gate leading to the replica of the once secret kingdom of the undead land, can be opened in a place with suitable conditions, with the highest difficulty level being natural disaster level. Angelica couldn't help but admire, the key to the natural disaster level copy. I didn't see it wrong. He took the key, a notification appeared, the last mission of the Land of Bones has disappeared, do you want to activate the treasure chest reward or not? Mock Mock said, in the skeleton copy at the top of the ladder, there is a secret one-time use key that has never been opened. He nodded, well, the personal props of the one-time special secret realm and the ordinary copy key are not the same. After using the key and the copy will both disappear, the reward inside is the same, because it is one of a kind, it is an extremely valuable strategic level resource. New people can see that ordinary copies only have ordinary level, difficult level and dream level, and after that, there are actually disaster level, natural disaster level and epic level, top-level ordinary copies, rare one-time secret copies, all controlled and manipulated by professional forces. Angelica happily asked with sparkling eyes, so the level is similar, the reward of the special copy is more powerful than the reward of the regular copy, right? Mock Mock immediately replied, yes, it is many times more powerful than that, and will definitely give unique rewards in the world to worthy challengers. Linda thought for a moment and said, wait a minute, fake professions that get SSS points cannot maintain 100% of the shield's HP. Seeing him thinking, Mock Mock and Angelica pulled his hand, what do they care about, quickly start the chest opening show, let's see if the god in the night has a lucky halo that can open anything. When the chest opens, a notification sounds, open the platinum level treasure chest, gain free attribute points x10, obtain the platinum level equipment of the dog hunter, the stone staff. He smiled bitterly and said to the two of them, there is nothing suitable for the priest, on the contrary, this stone staff, is it because you lack an updated weapon? She immediately replied, then shyly said again, no, 10 points of freedom attribute is enough. She opened the system to show him, intelligence plus 10, current intelligence 52 plus 20 plus 30. But he was still determined to bring the staff to her side. Well, he exchanged it for a stone staff that probably corresponded to the 5 elements Earth Element Master. So now where should we go next? Actually our team of 3, whether it's equipment or external data, are already ahead in the job test. Surf again, accumulate experience to reach level 10, then all 3 of them teleport to the next location. Lambda said, next, can you two browse the skeleton site yourself? Based on my previous procedure, you two may not be able to reach SSS level, but S level points are still easier to gain experience. Angelica replied, I have no problem. But suddenly 2 figures rushed forward very quickly. I can only stand in front to protect Mock Mock, wait, there's danger. But when he looked to the opposite side, his eyes were now surprised. There were 2 guys standing right in front blocking it, one guy was holding a knife close to the angel's neck. The big guy spoke up, hey kid, you guys got the stone sword key. They are a complete combination of professions, and they are all above level 10. The bald man glared at Lambda and said, if you know anything, quickly hand over the key to the stone sword, otherwise your little teammate will. Before he could finish his sentence, Angelica suddenly escaped. She slashed him and sent him flying several meters away. She said, rely on what you have to rely on. At this moment, the magician smiled and performed magic, surprising the angel. Not having time to dodge, she was hit by his fire and thrown far away. Several pastors quickly came forward to treat him, he said, with some qualifications, unfortunately. Lambda frowned, if he didn't want to die, let her go. The magician now used fire magic to burn the Angelica, don't be so rough, actually I really like those who are strong enough, he said jokingly. Suddenly, a blood light struck him, he was surprised but he still had enough reflexes to dodge. He shouted loudly, what is that? Angelica also took that opportunity to run away. The bald guy was now angry and shouted, hey, what kind of business are you guys doing? Didn't I tell you to stop it? On this side, a guy was being oppressed, lying on the ground in pain, groaning and saying, "You, a kid who is not yet level 10, how is this possible?" At the same time, Mok Mok also used the lifelike scales to suppress a female member of the opposing group. The stench of blood filled the air. I screamed, "Get out, who gave you the courage to rob us?" The magician laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, wait until you get to hell and then regret your arrogance today. The second old man won't let anyone live." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately performed a death ban, first killing this kid. The remaining 2 girls were nothing. Mok Mok was stunned. This person actually didn't care about the life or death of his teammates. Lambda frowned, Mok Mok pointed, the 2 of them stepped back, their bodies smelled of demon tide. They are all fallen evil people, they voluntarily make deals with abyssal demons, can ignore their inherent talents, and at the same time have abyss power many times stronger than themselves, burying their humanity, opposing humans. When he fell asleep, he immediately used the divine weapon, reversed the treatment, and disaster struck. At this moment, the magician created a huge explosion. He laughed proudly, "Ha ha ha, he was a waste, he couldn't even release his skills. Old man, these guys' equipment doesn't look bad, they stripped it all down." After the smoke and dust cleared, Lambda appeared unharmed, and the bald man's arms were quickly broken by Lambda. The magician couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that. What? He immediately turned around and shouted at the pastor, "You idiot, get treated quickly." The pastor also trembled and said, "Big brother, no, just a moment ago, he died." The mage looked frightened when he heard that, thinking to himself, how could a priest who was not even level 10 get such strong damage, unless he also made deals with the abyssal demon? That's not right, the pastor, the attacker, is that guy in the night. This guy is not an ordinary profession at all, no, he is not human at all. The magician immediately turned around and ran away, shouting loudly as he ran, "Run away quickly." I frowned, wanting to run away, make friends with the devil, I won't let you go anywhere. Lambda immediately used magical magic to reverse, the magician was now screaming in vain, "No, no." The power created caused the magician and his companions to die instantly. Lambda thought as he held his staff, all the skills after increasing their damage could directly kill the dream level boss in an instant. Fighting with professions 5 levels higher, the life value could go to 0, they would surely die. Mok Mok spoke up, "If we don't act now, we will be the ones who will die. Angelica is worried, do we need to dispose of the body, in case their guild comes looking for us?" Lambda went over to check the bags they were carrying and immediately said, "No hurry, these evil people will not have any guild organization or gang willing to publicly admit it. If they don't make it public, they will set up their own camp and won't care, they will equip platinum and gold with miscellaneous items, but their attributes will be locked." I sighed, only evil people can use it. What a pity. At this moment, he suddenly saw an item in the magician's hand and said loudly, "There it is." The key is considered a passport to the forest where giants lose their lives and cause disaster. Lambda smiled and thought softly, the duplicate passport is a disaster, good thing. Introducing the level 10 version of the forest where giants lost their lives. In fact, the dream level used to be a test for the profession. For many years, no extermination team has passed this copy. The second boss, the Dark Curse, became the nightmare of all students, a stumbling block on the path of the profession, and all the elite professions would team up to challenge the disaster-level giant forest. Their goal of overcoming was not class equipment or experience, but to get the dropped item after passing it the first time and not get hurt. The key to the Forgotten Dungeon level is a natural disaster. But that's all behind the scenes. Lambda held the key tightly, walking and talking. When she heard the news, Mok Mok was surprised, the forest giant lost his life. She asked excitedly, "Can we go?" Lambda nodded, waited for the Angelica's natural talent to pass, and went straight in. Not only do we have to try to reach level 10 in the dungeon, but we also have to get a pass to the Forgotten Lair. So, how should these evil people be dealt with? Whether they burn or chop them, they will leave a mark, Mok Mok said, or bury them. She sighed, if there was someone among us to summon it, it would be good, we could use the body as food. Their words made me feel helpless. Hey, you too. Then he picked up their bodies and said, or throw them in the dungeon, letting them disappear when the dungeon ends. Mok Mok agreed, she didn't expect the copy to have this effect. The Angelica on this side also helped pull other corpses. The 3 people then threw them inside. Lamb opened the system and said, "Okay, let's go back to preparing, combining work and rest. Wait for Angelica's koi fish waiting time to end, directly open the giant forest to lose your life. The scene changes to a day later. In Gangtan, he took 2 people to a restaurant to eat. Mok Mok said, in order to level up and prepare for the exam. It seems that since we awakened our talent, we have never indulged in a large meal like this. Lambda nodded, rest assured, the alliance money we earn today is only a lot, not a little. Angelica put a scoop of ice cream into her mouth, looking extremely satisfied. Lambda spoke up, if we have free time we can often come here. Mok Mok agreed. But then she thought, actually it's better to keep it and buy equipment. I'm not a child, and I don't need to spend so much money on entertainment. Angel saw this and quickly said, boss, actually I can share the money, no, or let me pay for it. Lambda smiled and continued, next time we go, our squad will not lack capital. At this time, the restaurant waiter came over and said, hello, your bill for this table has already been paid by that gentleman. Lamb looked surprised at the direction the waiter was pointing, wondering who he was. The other man smiled and looked towards Lambda. He walked up to the table, spoke, hello everyone, I am the banquet official, professional alliance official, and also the head of the spiritual destiny sect. Lambda happily shook hands and introduced, hello, I am Lambda, a student at Gangtan's #1 profession academy, and they are my teammates, to Mok Mok, Angelica. Pianj Quan Yen nodded and smiled and said, I know, I came to invite you to join the Ling Van sect, to facilitate entering the profession alliance first. At this time, the crowd couldn't help but be stunned. Mok Mok next to him said with hope, entering the profession alliance first. Lambda saw that and immediately continued, but I didn't participate in the career test, not to mention, if I agreed with you, not showing off my strength to the public but joining the alliance, it would be difficult not to be suspected of using my monopoly to get through the back door. After that, Lambda slowly poured tea and said, therefore, I will not agree with you, moreover, I have no intention of joining any sect. Pianj Quan Yen took the cup of tea from Lambda and said, I never thought you would refuse this. That's right, strong people always have their own thoughts. Pianj Quan Yen drank the entire cup of tea in one gulp, calmly said, it's okay, I hope to see you quickly join the alliance. If you need anything, you can contact me at any time. This is also the intention of the alliance to favor talents. Also, from my own heart, waiting for the day you come, I want to be fair and honest with you. Lambda smiled and replied, no problem. He thought to himself, Ling Destiny sect, this person is also a bit interesting. On the second day at Hoa Veen Academy, Lambda said loudly, the challenge has just begun, do the Angelica. Hearing that, the angel came forward and shouted loudly, come here. Notification system, you have been given an unknown power, have received a special buff, the attention of the goddess of luck. Each time you pass a copy you can receive a treasure chest raised by 1 level, maintained for 24 hours. Lambda immediately took out the passport, used the key to start the transmission door, and the forest of giants lost their lives. The notification is displayed again, check to see the request to open the copy transmission door, confirm, wait, the secret copy, the disaster level forest of dead giants has started, about to enter the forest where the giants lost their lives, level 8 to 15, disaster difficulty, introduction, the world's calamity calls this place home, the darkness and solitude is the destination. This is the land where the giants lost their lives, it is also a land of despair filled with death. A few people walked in and saw a large forest all around. Mok Mok said that the forest where the giants lost their lives was said to be a fragment of a secret realm separated by some large secret realm. Even though level 8 had already been entered, it had an epic difficulty level, and other copies couldn't keep up. At this moment, there was suddenly a loud noise in the forest. 2 giant monsters came out. The name was the Soldiers of the Ghost Nation, level 8, Strength 15, Physique 15, Strategy 11, Spirit 12, Agility 11, Golden Aptitude, Skills of Horizontal Slashing, Charging, Jumping Slashing, and Straight Stabbing. Mok Mok and Angelica immediately entered fighting mode. Mok Mok said loudly, dear, these 2 little monsters will be handed over to us first. Having said that, Mok Mok then used the life simulating scales to rush forward with a knife and cut off the ghost soldier's head, causing his life value to decrease by 200, and his critical life value to be reduced by 623. Mok Mok couldn't help but be surprised. My attack, on this side, was holding a sword and slashing continuously, causing the enemy's life value to double. Lambda snapped his fingers to use healing magic, and at the same time directed Angelica and Mok Mok to organize attacks, pay attention to their horizontal slash and shock combos, sit down and roll. He thought to himself, it seems that the new equipment is very effective, the attack power of Mok Mok and Angelica has surpassed most students of the same level. At this time, the giant used a sword to slash horizontally, but the angel reacted quickly and jumped up to avoid it. To Mok Mok's side, the giant jumped forward and slashed a knife, but she quickly dodged the attack. Then the two of them simultaneously used the poison bubble skill and the flame slashing skill to crush the two ghost soldiers into ash. Before everyone could calm down, there was a constant flow of air in the forest, making it difficult to breathe. The three people immediately entered a state of alert, right at this moment. Lambda said loudly, "Pay attention, the first boss is here." A giant wearing armor, holding a large staff came forward, a notification appeared, level 13, strength 27, constitution 22, intelligence 15, spirit 18, agility 20, platinum qualifications, night raid skills, light spear, protection, lion barrier, divine light. The giant emitted a blinding light. Lambda immediately brought his staff towards him, and at the same time used to reverse the magical stars and fall into heaven and hell to attack him. Mok Mok next to him said in surprise, "Killed?" Lambda replied with cold eyes, "No, not yet." He directs everyone, pay attention to position, poke blood, and increase bleeding damage. At this time, a white spirit horse rushed forward. Mok Mok then used the life-simulating tear, poisonous bubble combined with the angel's fire slash to attack him. The message displayed, the white equestrian was poisoned, and at the same time suffered continuous damage and received the bleeding debuff. The Angelica constantly swung its sword and slashed at the white equestrian, causing his life value to continuously decrease. Suddenly around the boss appeared strips of green light, a message appeared, night skills, divine light, life value plus 2000. All of your attributes increase, your night protection skills, physical defense and magic defense increase by 40%, Mok Mok said with a confused face, "Is this a fixed skill of the white spirit cavalry? If you hit a quarter of your health, you will enter an invincible state like this." Angelica beside him continued, "The first boss was already challenging like this." Lambda came to reassure the two of them. He said, "This is a private skill before this knight turned into a ghost. I will guide him, you two should be careful not to attract his hatred." Having finished speaking, he stood up and shouted loudly, "Come here, white horse spirit." With a smug look on his face, he thought to himself, this position is difficult to hide from, but the visibility is clear and the distance is nice. If you are a professional knight, you will definitely use a distance attack, such as throwing a spear. The notification shows the lion barrier knight skill again, adding a protective barrier to yourself that blocks 300 physical damage and 300 magical damage. The knight then used a light spear to attack Lambda, causing the tree branch in front of him to break in half. However, Lambda appeared without any damage. He used the reverse universe. His life value increased by 1500, his attack power increased, his defense power increased, and his movement speed increased. The boss still doesn't understand what's going on. He turned back to look at Lambda. He continued to use the reverse healing technique to attack him. Lambda was responding to the attacks while thinking, what happens next if the long-range attack doesn't work? I guess I'll use an attack-type skill, get the weapon back, and change it to a close combat attack. At this moment, the knight used condensed energy to attack towards Lambda. Lamb rushed forward, using prop skills to quickly respond. The knight, to increase his strength, also used the reverse bar magic and the black forbidden magic. The two rushed into each other, creating two shock beams of light radiating around. Notification system, after equipping the stone, all attributes increase by 20 points, get the active skill of lightning, flash a distance of 10 meters in the specified direction. Lambda looked at the knight, smiled proudly and thought to himself, I'm sorry, you entered my plan. The two sides continued to rush at each other, opening up an extremely intense fight. The knight's life value continued to decrease. At this time he seized the opportunity. After attacking from afar, his divine light skill had been consumed a lot. Now he could only waste his explosive attack speed with his bare hands. Lambda's life value increased by 500. The system announced that the life value had reached the limit. The knight's side announced the end of the white spirit horse's divine light skill, the protection skill ended, and the lion barrier skill ended. Faced with this situation, the knight immediately turned and ran away. However, behind him, Angelica and Mok Mok were already waiting. Mok Mok shouted loudly, now he wants to run, it's too late. Lambda rushed forward to say, just in time, the waiting time was over. He used reverse divine weapon therapy. Disaster struck. Another magical reversal of the spirits, falling heaven and hell attacked the knight, causing him to die instantly. The notification showed that he had killed the white spirit horse, received 8,600 experience values, Lambda was upgraded to level 9, Mach Mach was upgraded to level 7, Angelica was raised to level 6, Angelica said happily, it was worthy of being a disaster level copy, it was just that the first boss had this level of difficulty. Meanwhile, Mach Mach fell into contemplation. She thought, if it weren't for the skills that could give us immunity, with our current skills, even if we were equipped with diamonds, it would be difficult to get through the door. Lambda looked into the distance and said, that second boss, according to the strategy, might be able to reach that mountain through the road signs. After speaking, I wondered, it was just strange, why did I not have any signposts to guide me when I went in? Suddenly, the three people were wrapped tightly by three vines, lifted up, and thought, it turned out to be like that, perhaps it was a special traditional method, an ear-level copy. The three people were dropped in the air. Lambda immediately reminded them, remember to roll over when falling, otherwise they will be considered injured by the copy. As soon as he landed, Lambda spoke, he was finally about to meet the legendary teacher. Suddenly, from behind, a person rushed forward, using a moonlight attack to attack. Angelica and Mach Mach shouted loudly in fear and were careful. After the three people fell asleep, Mach Mach and Angelica entered the copy. A giant wearing silver armor appeared, the system information displayed, the dark guy was level 15, strength 40, physique 50, intelligence 50, spirit 25, agility 40, diamond aptitude, skills like dragon slash, moonlight assault, triple slash, moonlight sword chi, release of dark spells, demon spell. Special introduction, an unknown mysterious creature appeared here for some unknown reason. At this time, the giant sword had pierced the sleeping man. He spoke to the old master, who had heard his name for a long time. He held the sword that was piercing through his body, thinking to himself, no wonder the boss has the fighting power of a heavenly nature, he can do without showing himself and just directly attack the profession users, or should he use counter-transformation, if he can't escape its attack, wouldn't it be a disaster? The scene in front of you appears, the giant is standing in the air with a sword piercing through his body, the information is displayed again, the magic spell, when entering a state of combat, you will automatically cast a spell on your own weapon. The enchanted weapon will deal magic damage when attacking. Release the spell, all of your attributes will increase. At this time, the giant also attacked towards Mach Mach and Angelica. He used the moonlight sword shadow, unable to avoid directional attacks, affecting professions with a lot of health and hitting the weak person standing behind. Seeing that, he turned around and thought, that's too fast. Then, he shouted loudly at the two of them, Mach Mach, Angelica, no need to hide, just block the attack directly. Hearing that, the angel immediately rushed forward, brandishing his sword to block the attack. The two swords collided, creating two opposing streams of power. She exclaimed, wow, so powerful, it felt like my arm was broken. After a while, Angelica fell down, clutching the sword stuck in the ground, constantly coughing up blood. Mach Mach saw this and rushed over in worry. Angelica, the system displayed, Mach Mach's life points were minus 465, Angelica's life points were minus 497. Mach Mach ran to help Angelica up, gave her a medicinal pill, and then kept thinking, the moonlight sword energy is still not the most powerful skill of the teacher, this is also the damage created after the sword energy collides with each other. Fortunately, I had prepared enough medicine beforehand, now I can't let go of the pastor's original skill to treat us. At this time, he fell into a sleeping position and shouted loudly, the magical gods fell into heaven and hell, creating a great attack towards the giant. To increase his strength, he continued to use the magic weapon and healing magic to create a large stream of power that enveloped the giant, but his health only decreased slightly. Seeing that, Mach Mach couldn't help but be surprised, but even though Lambda's powerful triple attack could only pierce a third of the teacher's health, our equipment is all the newest. Mach Mach then also rushed to use the wood-type unique cannon skill, combined with the ice-type skill Ice Lang to freeze the giant. However, not long after, he reappeared without any damage. When he fell asleep, he looked up and thought, here it is again. Lambda flew up, brandished his spear and continued to attack the giant. At this time, he responded with Thang Long Chop to attack Lambda, causing him to fall back. His life points were deducted by 157. Then he used Tam Lean Chop to attack Lambda again. However, his life points continued to increase, life points plus 789, life points plus 521, life points plus 378. Suddenly, the giant realized that the fatal point of Lambda was the neck. Then, he swung his sword and slashed a fatal blow straight into his neck, causing blood to splatter. Seeing this, Mok Mok and Angelica were extremely frightened. However, Lambda then appeared with a life point of plus 888. He let out a breath, smiled coldly and said, "The teacher's strength truly cannot be underestimated." After speaking, he thought to himself, he needs to concentrate more. Thinking that the previous attack had destroyed Lambda, the giant turned towards Mok Mok and Angelica, but unexpectedly, behind him, Lambda took advantage of the technique to create 3 beams of light that stabbed straight at the boss. At that moment, he turned back, the system notified, the dark hatred and taboo points with the pastor had reached 100%, over here. Lambda raised his hand and signaled to Mok Mok and Angelica, "Please continue as planned." As he ran, he launched an attack towards the boss to activate all his hatred and entice it to follow him, to prevent him from attacking the wood and Angelica. No matter how thick the meat is, it can gradually reduce its health. The battle was created, the 3 people, Lambda, Mok Mok and Angelica, each continuously attacked from many sides to make the boss's health drained. After all, this is an innate skill to turn the situation around. This is the way to counter damage to the boss, Lambda thought. Even if it is a disaster level, the life points and defense attributes have improved a lot. For us it just needs a little more time. After a while of resisting the 3 people's attacks, the giant's health rapidly decreased. His hatred point had moved to Angelica's side. She was hiding behind a tree. He attacked the angel, but his life points decreased by 937, and at the same time his health gradually depleted. It turned out that he had time to use the counter-transformation technique. At that time, Lambda appeared. He said loudly, "Hey teacher, remember that your opponent is me. I will stand in front of my teammates, to make your ranged attacks always ineffective." At this time, he flew up, used countertransference, miraculous spirits, fell into heaven and hell, made the final attack towards the giant and said loudly, "Accept death." At this time, the boss's health was exhausted. He collapsed to the ground. An item appeared that made Lambda surprised. This is system information is displayed. Destroying the Dark Cavalry and causing the Dark Cavalry to surrender receives 9,300 experience points. The Dark Curse has disappeared forever from the copy. Giant still destroys Ginseng. Giant still destroys Ginseng. Disaster level drops to Dream level. Under your influence, Giant still destroys Ginseng. Dream level drops to Difficult level. Completing the final mission, the giant still destroyed the Ginseng and defeated the Dark Curse Secret Realm boss without taking any damage. Received the Dark Curse summoning reward. Summoned a golden level 15 Dark Curse cavalry to fight for himself. Used for about 20 levels. Lasts for 1 hour. Cooldown time of 1 day. Angelica pulled his sleeve and Lambda happily shouted, "Boss, you actually destroyed the teacher uncle, and were able to summon the teacher uncle to fight the copy, and then reduce the difficulty of the copy." Lambda turned back and rubbed the Angelica's head and replied, "That's right, this is the achievement that we will enjoy." Having said that, he thought to himself, as expected, a boss like Uncle Roshi who hasn't been defeated in a long time, once killed by the player, can be defeated without the player being injured, plus luck and cumulative buffs, the rewards will be unimaginable. Mok Mok on this side said with a panicked face, "Look quickly, the system reminder is not over yet, unless there is something more magical." At this time, the system displays the eligibility to enter the natural disaster level Forgotten Lair instance. Congratulations to the player who has met the requirements to enter the natural disaster level copy. The Forgotten Lair, the original Sin Observer protecting the lair will open the door for you. At this time, Lambda received a key. He looked at the key and said to Mok Mok, "You forgot, I said before, destroying the teacher is to gain the right to enter the Forgotten Lair. Complete the hidden quest, get the qualifications to go to war, change the landscape of the dungeon. I don't know if it will have any effect on others." Mok Mok listened and asked again, "Is there a problem? This is helping others. You don't need to worry about being taught by the teacher to be a human being. To the greatest extent, you can avoid giving up the final test, thereby stepping on the path to becoming a fake profession." Lambda countered, I was thinking, does that mean they will lack some of the necessary training to become a professional? Stop thinking about it, let's continue to find the final boss." After a while of struggling with 2 groups of monsters, only the last giant left deep in the forest. Introduced, the setup of the giant who destroys the ginseng is especially magical. The second dark boss is the one with the strongest strength in the whole dungeon. Although the last big boss looks like a gorilla, his big opening and closing move destroys the sky and destroys the earth. In fact, he is an idiot. Information about the boss appearing, the giant of the middle, level 15 strength 25 physical 30 intelligence 10 spirit 15 speed 10, golden aptitude, skills, bombardment giant, iron fist giant, special introduction, unknown creature like a puzzle, I don't know why it appeared here. Bok Chi raised his head and looked up, nervously said, Boss, Gong, the strategy is to apply manicure to his left leg, right? Lambda immediately replied, yes, there's no need to be so nervous, this guy's speed is slow, and he shakes back and forth clearly. He continued, pressing its left leg in, it could only try to step straight on her. Angelica stammered and replied, okay, then I'll go first. Seeing that, she raised her hand to stop her. She waited a moment. He turned to look at Bok Chi, smiled and said, I didn't say it, but this time I will use the same method. Angelica was surprised. He continued, let the old master do it for us and see how it goes. Having finished speaking, he used the summoning of the Dark Cavalry spell. The system information displayed that the level 15 Dark Cavalry spell was no less powerful than when it acted as a boss. Lambda immediately ordered, go up, teacher. The Dark Knight heard the command and immediately ran straight towards the boss. It rushed quickly and used the moonlight to attack. The boss then turned around and counterattacked with the giant skill and shot down, but the Dark Cavalry quickly dodged the attack. The boss's health is also decreased. The Dark Cavalry spell seemed to have discovered his weakness, so he used Thang Long Slash, Moonlight Sword Chi, and Triple Slash. Lambda spoke loudly outside, Mok Mok unleashed a great move, Bok just gave us an enhanced skill. After listening, the two of them replied in unison, okay. Angelica uses the Great Swordsman's encouragement, increases the entire team's attack, and increases the team's understanding. Next to Mok Mok used the skill to simulate life, Doc Knock split into another person, and at the same time, Angelica also used the skill of Flame Sword Chi to slash at the boss. The boss's health has now seriously decreased. Lambda now realized the opportunity to destroy the boss. He spoke loudly, directly finished, then used the skill Falling Heaven and Hell to deal a powerful blow to destroy the boss immediately. Message displayed, kill the Secret Realm Giant Boss of the End of the Middle. Receiving 8,000 experience points, Lambda raised to level 10, to Mok Mok increased to level 8, Angelica raised to level 7. Seeing that, Mok Mok happily exclaimed, wow, Lam Yi, you're level 10. The system announced again, after judging, the challenger completed all the hidden conditions. The evaluation of the copy was upgraded to SSS level to receive double the experience. Lambda was upgraded to level 11. Mok Mok was upgraded to level 9. Angelica rose to level 8. Angelica was extremely surprised. Continuously increased 2 levels. I have never heard of such a thing. As soon as he finished speaking, a treasure chest appeared. The giant copy still destroyed the ginseng. Began calculating the reward. The notification continued to display. Under the influence of special abilities, the observation of the Goddess of Luck, received a treasure chest that passed the level, upgraded to diamond level, completed all hidden conditions, upgraded to SSS level, under the influence of special abilities under the observation of the Goddess of Luck, received a platinum treasure chest. The question appeared, did you open the treasure chest or not? Mok Mok happily hugged the Angelica tightly. Wow, little Angelica, your ability is truly a European emperor's possession, the reincarnation of a carp. Lambda next to him observed the announcement and said, this is the reason I added her to the team. After that, he pressed open the treasure chest. A series of items appeared. Open the diamond treasure chest, receive the diamond level skill by Hai Tu Cinch, receive the diamond level giant's heart equipment. Each person received free attribute points multiplied by 15 and lightning only x1. Open the platinum chest, each person will receive free attribute points multiplied by 15, receive a platinum level white spirit mount chest armor, receive a platinum level white spirit mount spear, and receive a silver colored stone based prop multiplied by 3. Information about the items appears one after another. The giant's mind, the type of equipment carried, all attributes plus 15 have the active skill of the giant's intelligence. After opening for 5 seconds, you will receive the effect of dominance, marrow and stone dust, increase the weapon's armor destruction, and increase the weapon's physical attack. Electric spear, adds lightning element magic damage to weapons. White spirit knight chest armor, knight career limited armor, increases physical strength, reduces the wearer's speed, activates the whole set to receive its own special effect. White lance spear, knight career limit long spear, increases strength with spear tips luminous effect, using the spear's luminous skill increases 2 levels, activates the whole set to receive its own special effect. By Sea Tide of Birth, cleric special skill, within range restores all of your teammates' health, and randomly dispels 2 reduced statuses. Lam read the information board and thought, this skill is not bad. The system information is displayed again, reflecting the By Sea Tidal Wave, level 1 4C undead, summoning the floating tidal wave of death. causing 500 points of damage to all enemies within the range, excluding attributes and equipment that are increasing their health, and at the same time randomly adding 2 reduced states. Lambda continued to fall into contemplation. It seemed that his inversion talent did not cause any of the team's effect increasing skills to turn into internal demon skills, similar to the boss's control skills. For example, the source of the white component's attack was to control his stun and reduce his speed. But after turning, it will turn into dispelling control on the body, increasing speed, then, after transforming into a damage skill, by high 2 cinch, which originally dispels the reducing effect of his side, only turns into a state of reducing effect of the enemy side. But if it's random, it's impossible to define its properties. It could be reduced attributes, reduced healing, could also be control, stun. After thinking for a while, he began to learn the skill of Bai Hai Cheu Cinch, using spiritual energy to control the stone. He thought to himself, this reminds me that in the future I must pay attention to learning the dispelling type skill, which constitutes a control attack. What's more, the introduction of Qiankun reversal says very clearly, if the talent reaches a high level, it can even change the nature of the skill. In the end, the power of interpretation belongs to the sense of existence of the original talent. How to change it is how it is changed. Then he turned around and said to Mok Mok and Angelica, the rest of the things will go out and sort out, the teacher will disappear, I still have to tell the people at the academy and the high-ranking banquet about the difficulty of the dungeon. His eyes were thoughtful, probably causing a stir again. The next day, in the principal's office, the principal suddenly stood up, banged on the table and said loudly, "What, did you kill the dark demon in the giant forest of destruction?" "I heard right, what you said is, giants in the forest of destruction level disaster level. After the disaster level copy reaches the SSS rating, the system reminds that the last mission is completed, the difficulty of the forest of destruction giants will directly decrease by 1 level." Pianj Quan Ban next door confirmed, "Yes, after leaving the dungeon, he contacted me and confirmed through the alliance, it was indeed like that." The principal continued, "The Forgotten Lair certificate?" Tianj Quan Yen nodded, "Got it. You must know that currently there are only 73 people working in the Forgotten Lair. Of these, 24 people sacrificed their lives, the rest chose to give up halfway, no one made it, not even half the distance. None of them could challenge a second time, it wasn't that they didn't want to, it was because they couldn't get the second qualification certificate, or they had already exceeded the level limit." Huang Tianqi walked over and patted Tianj Quan Ban's shoulder. "We had to wait until he was stuck at level 15 and wouldn't advance to level 16 before entering. For such a talented professional, the Alliance would try its best to provide maximum support. However, after entering the dungeon, we still had to rely on ourselves." The principal now spoke up, that's great, well, I and all the academy students must thank him." He let out a breath and continued, "The praising conference must be opened. I mentioned it before at the conference, resolutely sealing this copy, but everyone opposed it." When Huang Tianqi saw this, he shook his head. Many students did not dare to face difficulties rationally, so they were eliminated. The Alliance would not raise unsuitable waste for fake careers. The principal said thoughtfully, "I just sighed, the Dark Cavalry has expelled some students from our academy." Pianj Quan Yen smiled and said it wasn't like that. But suddenly there was a loud banging on the door. Mok Mok suddenly opened the door and walked in. "I apologized to the principal, it was a bit annoying, Lambda's team and I encountered some trouble." As she spoke, she held up the phone. The phone screen showed a series of information related to Lambda. She continued to say that after we left the dungeon and informed the Alliance about the situation, in less than 24 hours, the professional forum posted this news. Many people pointed out Lambda's attributes, not only adding points, but also saying that the plan to accumulate points and sell strategies, his equipment was corrupt, and there were even people who maliciously analyzed each of his hidden video scenes, saying that his talent was unreasonable, unrealistic, thinking that his talent was a demonic weapon, thinking that he had made a deal with the devil. She took back the phone, cleared her throat and said, "If Lambda is the best student of the Academy of Karma, a future Karma who is noticed by the Academy, everyone should know Lambda's personality and strength, he is the glory of our Academy. Please do something for Lambda." After listening, the principal spoke up, "Classmate to Mok Mok, we understand your feelings." Pianj Quan Yen also opened the news at this time. There were more and more negative news stories analyzing the situation, which made people start to doubt him more. "Please invite Lambda out to prove yourself, otherwise we will have reason to doubt and disqualify the evil fallen people from testing their profession, but Lambda is clearly still just a student. You people's inference of guilt is a bit excessive. How can you be a fallen evil person? You sometimes create gods, sometimes push gods, it's really unsightly. this statement is ridiculous. You have been brainwashed by exaggeration, and people with brains to question are often not the same. After checking the news for a while, the principal told Mok Mok, my classmate Sue, me and her to go together to verify this teacher's situation. Huang Tianqi saw this and laughed loudly. Haha, it's hard to say whether this teacher exists or not. Pianj Quan Yen also agreed, this is clearly made up by outsiders who do not know the alliance internally. I suggest that the alliance and the school and the royal family issue a joint statement, but I am afraid this intensity is not enough. Suddenly appeared from outside, making a proposal, we would like to conduct an inspection for the demonic weapon. Just like that, an analytical press conference was published. The three-party alliance had a certain intensity of attack on the denial rumors, and the so-called news came from within the school. In fact, there was basically no such person. The source of the rumors also admitted that they were the ones who caused it, and that the affair was dealing with monsters. The scene changes to the alliance base. A series of questions from the press are aimed at Lambda. Linda, can you say why he needs to conduct a test for demonic weapons? Lambda, whether his talent and the devil are ultimately related or not. I would like to ask if the alliance's reputation can be guaranteed. How do we know that the machines have not been tampered with? Besides, everyone in the academy is also cheering for you. Gosh, you are the example of our academy. You cannot be beaten down. Lambda came. They were surprised. Wow, Lambda really came. I heard that he proactively requested to conduct a demonic weapon test. The water within the alliance is very deep. Just look at it casually. Lambda passed by, looking thoughtfully at the group of reporters. They immediately fell silent. The space became strangely quiet for a moment. Some people felt worried. Seeing this, Lambda turned away, smiled and said that such a brave person should not be a reporter. Just like that, the reporters started blaming each other, talking loudly. Why don't you dare to talk? Just now you were still wondering about the alliance. Isn't the world going to revolve around you? It's Liv. Look quickly, stop talking nonsense to him. The scene changes inside. At the point where the demonic weapon was discovered, the camera was now flying in the air. The crowd saw Lambda coming in and immediately gave instructions. Please go inside the formation and wait for inspection. He followed the instructions and took off his coat directly. Notification appears. Start checking the level of demonic gas infection, checking 5%. The supervisors were surprised. That is, actually you don't need to do this. Some people just can't stand other people's excellence. Most experts believe in your strength. Linda smiled and replied, actually I just find it very interesting. What those people said, actually I don't care, I just don't want people who trust me to worry too much. The supervisor then replied, I understand, the notification has now appeared at 50%, we hope you will have a good result, otherwise we can only arrest you on the spot. Lambda confidently replied, okay. Then he closed his eyes and waited for the results. At this time, the message showed 85%, everyone was tense. When the progress reached 100%, a notification appeared that the check was complete, the gas infection value was 0%, and no contracts with evil spirits were detected. Seeing this announcement, the supervisors shouted happily, great, I will print the report for you right away. The reporters also saw the results. Everyone gasped in surprise. There really wasn't a trace of demonic energy. How could this be possible? Just like that, corrective information is posted, casually saying that people must be evil people. Why don't they dance anymore? Oh my god, a monk can have such strong power without having to deal with evil spirits. What is his talent? Yes, I'm also starting to wonder if it's not from the heavens. The ultimate night god, the invincible night god. Lambda then took the shirt in his hand and said, now I want to announce my attribute points and level. If you have any objections, you can come to me for a one-on-one fight, or group fight as you like. The scene changed to a bedroom. When Huang Tiofan heard the news and immediately stood up, damn, do you believe this? Lambda, this evil man is definitely bewitched by the devil. What method did he use to sneak in? Then he suddenly jumped out the window and said loudly, no, this young master must warn him. Moving to Lambda, when he was buying snacks for the bowl of Mok Mok and Angelica, someone behind him was secretly following him. It turned out to be Huang Tiofan. He looked out and frowned. It was food for the poor, milk tea, snacks. The forest dog was truly depraved, able to be so unruly. Hey, where are you? He still didn't realize Lambda was standing behind him. Then a kick straight to his butt made him jump completely and fall forward. Lambda spoke up, have you escaped from prison? Damn, is it that insidious? He shouted. Lambda replied, still the more dangerous follower. Young Master Huang turned around and said grumpily, you, don't be unreasonable, I just came to remind you on purpose. Come here, let's talk a little, you've met them too, Haven't you, trash demons or something like that? He replied, I haven't met them, on the contrary, I've met some evil guys. The young master shouted angrily, don't be so harsh, this young master is just letting you be lucky enough to defeat him and then have that abyss bug come to your door. I advise you to quickly report to the Alliance to take over the investigation and cooperate with them to follow the traces of the devil. Lambda asked again with doubt, oh, you said that the abyss demon valued you, you not only resisted temptation, but also actively surrendered. He smiled slightly, seeming cold. A group of lowly rats that didn't even dare to appear in the human world, but still had delusional thoughts about making this young master submit to them. I, Huang Ti Fan, was born to be the main character who wants money first, wants appearance first, wants strength also first. Do I need this lowly trash to prove myself? Ha ha, he smiled complacently. Lambda is a bit impatient, ha ha, the only thing missing is the number one support, but it must be said again and again, although this person's personality and qualities still need to be rebuilt, he resisted the devil's temptation, on the contrary, it made me look at you with different eyes. He spoke back as he walked, not only do I hate abyss demons like you, I have the natural talent that they have, they are even more unattainable. This point, you must understand very well. Tio Fan pointed at Lambda. What do you mean, lamb dog? Wait for this young master, anyway I don't believe you, I will go and report. When he got back to school, Lambda complained, it was so noisy. Still contact Huang Tianqi and then lock him up. Suddenly his phone rang, he opened it and saw a message from Zhang Chengno. Dathan, we have caught the liar, this person is still speculating and profiteering with the strategy you developed. Who is it? Cao Win of our class, he used the strategy that you gave, he edited it a bit and then took out the speculating and profiteering, and smeared you. Lambda immediately asked if there was evidence, the other person replied, yes, he pulled a small group to fabricate, you pulled it on my brother's head. My brother took a screenshot for me. Coming here, his face darkened, he told everyone in the group, this person will later be put on the blacklist, all strategies and equipment will not be circulated to him. Regarding spreading rumors, everyone can take photos of evidence and send it to me, I will announce it on the Fake Profession Alliance forum. The other user texted again, yes God, but the brothers were very angry and wanted to harshly lecture him, but could they not? He loaded for a while and then sent a message, it's not far from the job test, there's no need to ruin your future because of a petty person. For future job fakers, the best punishment is not being able to get free attribute points. He continued, everyone captured Cao Win, I can give everyone a part of the strategy that is not sold outside. Is it true that the strategy is not sold outside? That is of course, you can copy whatever you want, not only that, if you see there are still people like Cao Win, denounce more, I also have more benefit strategies for everyone. When can I be like you? Come out with a simple strategy. Lambda continued to say, that's right, a little warning, the truancy guide of the Land of Remains immediately appeared, everyone, please see the introduction. Previewing the truancy strategy of the Land of Skeletons, everyone was once again talking excitedly, long live the Night God spoke up, maintaining 100% of the Holy Sword's blood through the door, what the hell, Night God, this is too unreasonable, Brother Lamb, you will always be my brother, please don't feel sorry for me, try your best to reward us with your strategy. Welcome chat, but I need you guys to do a propaganda to many students because the low price of buying pirated copies of Taoyuan violates my rights. From today, anyone who buys or distributes pirated copies will never have any guide that I will publish in the future. Everyone kept chatting, got it, God, fight against robbers, fight against smugglers, here we go. The forum immediately exploded, from today onwards, all pirated copies of Lamb Brothers' strategy will be deleted. Anyone who steals again will be blacklisted and will not be able to receive any future strategies. Anyone who covers for someone will be considered an accomplice and blocked in the same way. The blonde guy heard this and angrily slammed his hand on the table and loudly, we can't save a little money from the Alliance anyway, that's right let me see, Cao Win is a good person. There are also positive comments, these strategies are all created by Lambda himself, Cao Win is a smuggler, you both want the reward to pass the SSS level. And also want the lowest price, is it too unreasonable, unexpectedly let Lambda do it for you for free. The group of people who don't want to work but still want to eat continue to argue, if they don't let them use it, they don't let them, the terms of hegemony, how many strategies can they come up with, I see it's all promotion, the Land of Skeletal Remains maintains 100% of the Holy Sword's blood, we already have a trial version, whatever I want, I also want to save my life, I've been craving it for a long time. I don't believe it, if you don't watch it then don't watch it. The notification shows that the user has exited the group chat, everyone continues to chat, we will block this id forever, look up some information about his identity. Other accounts are also blocked like that, no problem. I also blocked it. Looking forward to your advice. How to join the Night God internal group. I also want to join. Big money to buy. I will delete those pirated copies now. Support the original Night God. You can join the group. In addition to the Land of Skeletons, there are other great strategy copies. Then first continuously update. You can try it in the group. You can try it and you can exchange additional strategies with the great man. Young and old don't lie. I'm here. I want to help the boss go up the mountain and descend into the sea of fire. Just ask for a sky of strategy. I also want to join Lambda's fan group. We are a serious strategy group. Leave it alone. Mo Kwang, I'm a brainless fan lambs. I wondered, why are there suddenly so many people? But when counterattacking a villain, you really have to use the method of hitting directly at the weak point. Hitting the black heart is often more useful than fists, he sighed. As he entered the password to open the door, he thought, this way he can stabilize his way of making money, and no need to worry about malicious competition affecting his source of income. If so, please rearrange your current data and device, then open your personal information. Display system, Linda name, priest profession, level 11, strength 15 plus 20, constitution 15 plus 20 plus 30, intelligence 75 plus 20 plus 30, spirit 15 plus 20, agility 15 plus 20 plus 20, equipment that activates 4 sets of devil's costumes, thick wind, shaman stone, emerald ring, natural talent awakening, inversion Kuayankun level 2, single skill of healing and plundering, auxiliary skill of Ming Ming Yu forbidden technique, group skill of divine weapons to treat disasters, magical spirits falling into heaven and hell, ocean of rebirth, sea of undead. Suddenly he noticed the exclamation mark next to the level 2 Kuayankun reversal skill. When he touched it, the system appeared, reversing the level 2 situation, reversing strengthening himself and all skills with himself. He could freely choose to open and close. If he reached a high level, he could even change the nature of the skill. Current effect conversion, healing turns minus health turns healing, increase becomes decrease becomes increase, applies to both sides. Current enhancement effect, reduces stamina cost by 10% and cooldown decrease by 10% excluding 40% maximum cooldown time for equipment and skills. The next level up condition is to reach level 20 and use the reverse skill to kill 10,000 secret realm creatures. This is to aim for unlimited firepower, but leveling up can be put aside for the time being until the profession is checked. He thought, after breaking through level 10, with the blessing of leveling up and free attribute points, his intelligence had reached nearly 150. His next goal was to achieve an intelligence value of 150 after removing the bonus from his equipment, then improve his agility, mental and physical strength, and finally consider strength. Even so, his secondary attributes were also among the top among the students. Thinking about it, he dialed someone and summoned the goods. I'm Lambda, Lamb brother, what are you looking for me for? Lambda said, I want to buy equipment for pastors of upper gold level or higher including weapons, shoes, necklaces and jade pendants. I will send you a message for specific needs. Zhao Bei looked at the request line and was a bit confused. Lamb brother, granting gold is easy to do, but if you want to upgrade, it's troublesome. It's okay to grant gold, okay, wait until I send you the things. 10 minutes later, Cheu Kai Hang called, Lamb brother, I have attached these people's choice, attribute map, pros and cons and price. Linda thought, the profit of this gold level weapon is still possible. Suddenly he found the shoes were not suitable. He said, I want the priest's weapon, the star healing staff, the bone necklace and the white bird jade. The shoes are no longer suitable. Kai Hang replied, okay, delete it, total 350,000. Lambda replied, no problem. Oh, by the way, I also need some forging stone to forge some equipment to level 10. I want it now. The price is possible. The shopkeeper is a bit hesitant. Lambda's face changed at this moment. His hands clasped together and he thought, I can't tell him that I want to attack the dead land. Seeing that, Kai Hang quickly waved his hand. Sorry brother Lamb, I have too many things to do. I immediately went to work. The price for forging plus equipment from before, calculated a total of 2 million 4 alliance coins. The system displays the equipment name, bone necklace, current forging level, level 1, maximum 10, gold level quality, physical equipment effectiveness plus 10, healing per second plus 5, life value plus 200, physical defense plus 20%, white bird jade pendant, current forging level 1, maximum 10, gold level quality, equipment effectiveness, intelligence plus 10, spirit plus 10, has a white bird effect. When worn, the white bird will summon a white bird spirit body that is immune to 30% of damage from a magic attack, summoned again after leaving the battle. The name of the equipment is the Elite Healing Staff. Current forging level is level 1, maximum 10, quality is gold level. The equipment requirement is limited to the priest profession. The effectiveness of equipped mental power is plus 10, temporarily increasing 100 attack points for subjects using healing skills. Began to refine. Before his eyes a series of chimpanzees appeared accompanied by colorful lights radiating out in all directions. After successful forging, the weapon's appearance immediately changes to the splendid outfit of the 4 demon kings that have been forged to level 10. The crystal healing staff has reached level 10, the bone necklace has been forged to level 10, the white bird jade pendant has been forged to level 10, and the forging equipment's properties have increased. Seeing that, Lambda smiled softly, thinking, let's just keep it that way for now. This type of equipment level with full level SSS rating, Dead Land is probably enough. After all, in a copy like Dead Land, the things that drop are only good, not bad. At this moment, there was suddenly movement outside the door. He turned around, looked back, then rushed out and saw Mok Mok. She was wiping her face with a pile of her cosmetics. He called out in confusion, Mok Mok. Hearing his call, she was also startled, then turned around and shyly whispered, why didn't he make any sound when he came home? I used the bathroom in your room, do you mind? Hey, there's a problem with the hot water in my room. Lamb felt a bit shy when he saw her, scratched his head and said, oh, it's okay, do you need me to look at it for you? Seeing this, Mok Mok quickly replied, no need, that's right, do you have time now? I want to talk to you. Lambda over here awkwardly asked again, oh maybe, but you should dry your hair and change your clothes first, be careful of catching a cold. Mok Mok immediately replied, then wait for me, just a few minutes, then she quickly ran into the room. 5 minutes later, when I fell asleep, I turned to look at Mok Mok and said, what's going on? Why are you still so formal? Mok Mok also replied, I want to say, before the little angel complained to me that she really didn't like the great sword profession, there were many places she was still not used to, even though she had updated her equipment, the copy was still a bit difficult. Lambda replied, is that so? She has never made a request to me, moreover I see that her great sword is very gentle, it may be a bit troublesome, but it can still be done. If she can find evidence of being a hero, she can change her career, she can choose a better profession. Someday I will ask Huang Tianqi to see if he has a method or not, but I want Angelica to determine for herself whether she really wants to change her profession or not. At this moment, she hesitated again, oh that's great, I'm reassured, then I'll go home first. However, at that moment he seemed to realize something and spoke loudly and stood still. She must have something else to say, not just about Angelica. She saw him say that and stammered in response, me. Lambda calmly sat on the sofa with her arms crossed. I was asking about her story, Mok Mok said angrily, yes, that's right, I've been seen through by this arrogant guy, so you can't laugh at me after hearing this. Seeing this angry expression on her face, he covered his mouth and smiled in agreement, oh sure. Mok Mok turned around and shouted loudly, don't laugh at me. Then she made a sad face and said, I'm sorry, you're already level 11, right? Have you noticed that since you awakened your talent, the distance between us seems to be getting farther and farther? I'm startled, what's wrong? Mok Mok then thought to herself, I know right away, then she continued. From childhood to adulthood, we have mostly played together. I think that even after awakening our talents, we will definitely be the best partners, have the most tacit understanding, and be able to trust each other the most. But you don't seem to need me, as long as you rely on your own abilities, you can receive hidden level rewards and become the center of attention, and just follow your orders, complete some small troubles that you can solve yourself. I'm also happy for you, but the distance between us is getting bigger and bigger. When I'm down, I gradually feel that I'm actually an obstacle, there's no way to become the backbone of a team. Lambda then walked over and patted her head to comfort her. Mok Mok, she was thinking too much, she immediately replied, you idiot, that's what you don't know at all. He didn't know the mood of a pursuer trying to keep up with another's footsteps, but becoming more and more helpless. To reassure her, he immediately made a suggestion, if that's the case, then from today onwards, you must be more disciplined, snacks and late night meals will be cancelled from today, as long as it's not during the summer, go out with me to exercise at 5 a.m., the purpose is to increase your reaction speed. After hearing that, Mok Mok panicked, but isn't it enough to be agile just by piling up points? Lambda replied, do you think your points are enough? After hearing that, she burst into tears, ha-hoo-hoo. After saying that, he gave her an item, okay, take this. Mok Mok was surprised to see that. This is a giant's heart. For me, she wondered. He immediately replied, yes, a gift for her. This is perfect for her to use during the transition period, plus her copy has the ability to double the effects, trust in herself, talent for job coordination, unlimited potential. She took the item and showed her determination. Okay, I'll do it, starting today, the food is out. I felt like I had to scratch my head when I heard that. When I grow up I still have to use real things to encourage me. After that, Mok immediately grabbed his hand and said, if that's the case, please, Teacher Lamb first experiment a little with the potential of my simulated tears. After that, she pressed him down on the chair, making Lambda a bit surprised. She raised her hand like a cat wanting to pounce on him and said, backslapping, massage, cooking, cleaning, everything is perfect. He had to enjoy it, her actions made Lamb laugh. As for Angelica, he was secretly opening the door and entering. As soon as he entered, the two of them seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Qiu Bok Chi, you're here, it's been hard for you, and I told you to take a trip on purpose. Angel immediately asked, now you want to go down to the land of death, don't you rest one more day, and then give you a weapon effect that you just ran out of. System displays, you have used unknown power to obtain the special buff Gaze of Goddess Fortune and each cleared copy will increase the treasure chest by 1 level, lasting 24 hours. He smiled and replied, no need, I've already rested. On the contrary, everyone is right, Angelica and Mok go watch a movie, combining work and rest is twice as effective. Having said that, he took out the key to the copy and used it directly at his house, using the stone sword key to summon the secret place of death to open the traditional door once. Entering the secret land of death once, choosing the most difficult level as the natural disaster level, he immediately changed his weapon. Let's go. Seeing that, Mok was worried, causing a natural disaster, oh my god. The dungeon information appears, level 15 to 25, disaster level difficulty, please enter carefully, introducing a limited area of life covered by death, any living creature that enters it will become food for the army of the undead. Luckily, he thought, there were no intruders in this dungeon, it didn't seem as terrible as I thought, then he used reverse universe before entering battle. Information also continuously appears with warning messages, the life energy in your body has shocked the pterodactyl, it is awakening in a number of other creatures such as the Witch Demon King, the Immortal Demon, the Giant Corpse Doctor, and the Death Girl, name of the 7th Union Legion, rank 15. A large army of awakened undead appeared one after another, starting to move towards him. I smelled the scent of living people, it was truly delicious. The undead riot seal is lifted and the holy sword, the red flame crown that suppresses this place appears. You will temporarily gain unparalleled power. Information about the sword. The red flame crown is an unknown divine weapon, unknown level. After wearing, any attack can cause 500% restraining damage to undead creatures. Have a restraining effect, 50% immunity effect, attack with the divine flame attribute, causing large-scale divine flame damage. He thought to himself, holy sword, isn't this the lazy fighting method of the first ladder? Of course it cannot be used, because he looked at the requirements to be able to beat the copy, the basic requirements and additional requirements to pass the land of death as follows. 1. Under the attack of the army of undead, patiently survive for 2 hours, waiting for the help of the divine knights, Haya, kill any secret realm boss, achieve anything. Special requirements. 1. Kill all the bosses of the secret realm. 2. Destroy the constantly spawning undead, also eliminate all undead creatures from the land of death. 3. Do not use the sword, shine the red flame. 4. Within 2 hours, that is before the arrival of the holy knights, complete the first 3 missions. 5. Unknown, note that the condition of 4 missions must be met before it can appear. He didn't hesitate to use reverse stars towards the monsters. Use falling heaven and hell, a move to strike straight down at the monsters, the flames continuously burning their blood. They screamed bitterly, you are not human, how can humans emit hellish flames? The blood of all the undead legions was immediately reduced by 750. He continued to use the reverse divine weapon to treat the disaster that had fallen. Immediately, thunderbolts appeared in the sky and struck again. The rock and earth were divided into 5 to 7 halves, both blood loss and bleeding effects were added. In just 1 second, he caused more than 1,304 damage, causing the undead army to be destroyed. He was happy, just as he expected. After renewing his equipment and attributes, the Demon Emperor had 90% more healing. This group of level 15 golden level undead soldiers were actually cleared within 1 second, not even needing the big move of Bai Hai Cheu Cinch, but I also have to thank my 2 good teammates. As soon as he finished destroying one group, a new army of undead appeared, a message appeared, asking to quickly break through the blockade army. go deeper and kill the boss, destroy the altar of death. Recalling that before, Mok Mok and Angelica had prepared for him all kinds of herbal bottles, filling his bag with nothing missing. Use all of the following props. Use the amazing acceleration potion to increase your movement speed within 5 minutes. Use pills made from standard maple eggs. Your agility score will temporarily increase by 50 points within 5 minutes. Use enemy lightning to gain a sprinting effect, a spell that lasts for 5 minutes, continuously increasing your movement speed, and use a chicken to temporarily increase your stamina. This time he used his acceleration to rush straight deep inside. By the way, when he approached, he killed everything in a straight line through each layer of the siege. He stood in the middle of a crowd of monsters using the reflection of the Sea of Birth, the Sea of Undead, along with the effect of increasing damage by 10%, pulling all the monsters like floodwaters washing away. Inside, the floodwaters are like sea monsters that continuously kill everything on their path that they encounter. All enemies were in a state of burning souls, all enemy attack forces were weakened, all enemies enter the poison debuff, silence debuff, defense decreased, speed decreased sharply, the enemy was stunned, the life point development time was minus 1080 health, the army of undead was destroyed. After destroying them all, his black water retreated, revealing hordes of monsters. He walked up to the giant boss named Altar of Death, with a terribly high health of 10,000 health points, but the defense and attack power were 0 and the one next to it protecting it was a giant zombie, level 15, all stats were unknown. He didn't care, so he rushed straight forward, used the reverse sound magic. The forbidden magic was already imprisoned and controlled him. He thought it would only take 30 seconds, then he commanded his monsters to attack, go, defeat them. While he is outside, he uses long-range skills, healing magic, capture magic, air therapy, calamity, magical spirits, and falling heaven and earth. The three combined skills hit together, an announcement rang out again, defeated the Altar of Death, the undead creatures in this area stopped summoning, defeated the giant zombie worker, the giant zombie hunter X2 appeared. He didn't say much, continuing to use the technique to attack, defeated the zombie hunter, was divided, the skeleton king and the immortal witch demon were awakened. He looked at the corpse of the butcher's son and thought, it seems like a difficult natural disaster level copy, as long as there are level restrictions, it won't be scary, at least with my current abilities and equipment, that's more than enough. Then he said, come out here, monk, this time I need you. He summoned the Dark Gold Master, a level 15 golden knight to fight, lasting 1 hour continuously. Then he rode on its back and flew quickly to the next point before stopping. At this moment, the last point has a giant shadow. From afar its information appeared, Skeleton King, level 15, Platinum Aptitude, Prestige of Legion Skills, Death Flag, Evil Halo, Resurrection of Flesh and Blood, Shield of Renunciation. And the one next to it is an Immortal Witch, also level 15, with skills of Death Fluctuation, Ice Mist Magic, Black Hole, Lunar Eclipse, Ice Wind and Blood. But at this moment, he did not have a trace of fear, instead it was coldness when he had the Dark Gold Knight next to him. The Black Gold Knight's mouth kept muttering towards Lambda, but he didn't understand anything and appeared shy. His head full of 3 dots looked at him with a bitter smile and said, Teacher. Lambda decided to command it. He raised his staff forward and commanded, do it. With the owner's command, it began to act, its hand holding the sword on its shoulder, preparing to rush forward. Its immortal eyes began to glow with fiery gas. It immediately jumped forward to find the first person to rush forward to attack. Seeing the scene just now, the witch demon was also angry. His facial veins were showing up and he was ready to get to work. The dark golden spell used moonlight to attack, with lightning fast speed, directly dealing 1441 damage to the witch demon. At this moment, although its mouth was bleeding and full of wounds, it still showed an evil smile. Then, a stream of light emitted from the middle of his chest, calling other monsters to rush forward. The small soldiers emerged from underground without any hesitation and rushed madly forward. But when they get close, the Dark Gold Master activates the spell shield. It can reflect all magic damage, returning all magic damage within 3 seconds. At this time, the witch demon takes a painful counterattack. His whole body seems to have no strength left. He tried to get up and ask for help. The Skeleton King, help me. Just as the Skeleton King was about to step forward, Lambda's footsteps appeared right behind him. He instinctively turned his head and looked back, confused. Oh, why was this guy standing behind me since when? Lambda spoke, your opponent is me. After saying that, he stuck his staff into the ground, activating the reversal of the Sea of Undead sea tides. The blood volume of the Skeleton King is continuously reduced with many effects. The Skeleton King falls into a dry state, the Skeleton King falls into a weakened state, along with a corrosive nature. The life value is directly reduced by 999 health. Meanwhile, the Witch Demon is being continuously killed in the air by the Master of the Black Metal with a series of combos such as Thang Long Slash and Tam Lean Slash. The explosive spell causes the Witch Demon's body to explode into many pieces, causing damage to pile up. It angrily tried to fight back, activating the Black Hole skill towards the Dark Metal Master, but the Dark Metal Master with its fast speed dodged to the side, causing its skill to miss. Once again, the Dark Golden Master turned his head to look back at the Witch Demon, a deadly look. The Witch Demon was now frantically using its techniques. It condensed an ice skill into a large ball. Ice mist. Before it could finish its sentence, the Dark Gold Master rushed forward, using moonlight to attack and cut it in half. The Witch Demon took this attack, screaming madly. At this point, it began to unleash its ultimate move. The King of the King is at the end of the abyss. I will exchange my soul for you. Let the stupid enemy go to hell forever. Lambda saw this from afar and immediately shouted a warning. Seeing you, she will explode herself. She intends to drag us to death. The witch then used the blood of Ice Wind, the immortal witch sacrificed her soul, emptying all remaining health bars, releasing a large area of ice magic, causing massive ice magic damage and causing a freezing effect. But when the skill activated, there was no one left around here. Angry demons, what, where have you all gone? As for the Skeleton King, the Dark Gold Master appeared behind him. A sword pierced his body. The target was cleared. Well done, teacher and uncle, he exclaimed in praise. As for the Witch Demon, using that skill means destroying his own body, immediately dissipating into the air. The skeleton was now madly angry. Before disappearing he told him, humanity is senseless, true despair is still behind. The notification is displayed, kill the Skeleton King and the Undead Witch, have met the basic clearance requirements, kill the Secret Realm boss, open the teleportation door, you can now leave from the teleportation portal, also based on the completed Secret Realm requirements to achieve the corresponding pass points. He didn't care about that right now because healing the Black Metal Master was more important, and at the same time he used a cleaning technique to make the Black Master's body shiny. Now there's still an altar here, destroy it for me. On this side, the Dark Knight raised the tip of his sword, calling out the pterodactyl, which was a teammate and comrade of the Dark Cavalry when he was alive, but nowadays, the Dark Knight rarely summons it. A dragon quickly appeared, blurry. Lambda climbed on the back of the black dragon. Now the altar here was no longer there. The undead creatures did not pose any threat, finally came to clean up, go to the next place first. Then the two of them rode on the dragon's back and flew away. He said, the last two bosses. Then he gave a like sign to show his praise. Thanks to you, he saved me a lot of time on the road to fight monsters. Being praised by him made me blush so much. But while they were flying, they were suddenly attacked. At the bottom the ice skills are continuously bombarded upwards by another giant dragon. Sir, the enemy has discovered it, be careful. The ice arrow skill immediately dissipated. The two fell asleep and the Black Gold Knight landed on the ground, preparing to work. Information about the evil dragon appears. The name of the evil dragon of death, level 15, strength, physical strength, intelligence, spirit, agility unknown, diamond aptitude, ice skill, ice and wind breath, dragon power, ice wind halo, absolute mobility, dragon claw. Introduction is the great giant dragon that you worship. After death was revived by the king of the immortals in the kingdom of the undead, with the maintenance of the aura of death. The evil dragon has the ability to control powerful ice magic, dealing continuous damage and deceleration effect. Below the evil dragon also appeared a black shadow, named the goddess of death, unknown strength, physical strength, intelligence, spirit, agility, diamond aptitude, winter frost arrow skill, silent magic, powerful aura, natural gunner, talisman, dark arrow, life absorption. Introduction. Originally a knight of the Scepter Spirit clan, after death was resurrected by the king of the immortals to become a dark archer spreading death, with agility, along with a magical bow and arrow in hand, can add the power of death to the arrow, turning slain enemies into slaves of his darkness. Hearing that, Lambda was both surprised and excited and smiled lightly. Master, who is scarier in this one-time only secret scene, not even giving anyone a chance to get an SSS level rating. The Dark Knight right next to him was puzzled with his head full of 3 dots. Without saying much, Lambda jumped high and performed martial arts, using magic to reverse the light of the stars from heaven to hell, and then to reverse the blue sea and the sea of souls. The blood-colored tsunami rushed forward, and the health bars of both the evil dragon and the goddess of death were immediately reduced by 1,555 health. Losing blood, the goddess of death was also sweating profusely. She raised her bow and aimed at Lambda. "You, these despicable people, dare to sneak attack me, look here." The girl shouted loudly, her breath flew out, the arrow was released with blue lightning. Inside was an extremely powerful beam of light heading straight towards Lambda. He smiled lightly, but still wanted to turn the situation around. This could also be considered a real surprise. The attack hit the target, there was a loud explosion, rocks and soil were scattered. She smiled triumphantly, "Ha ha, is that all you have?" From the explosion, Lin Yi gently used 2 fingers to crush the arrowhead. The system displayed that when encountering an ice frost attack, the life value added 845. When encountering a frost arrow attack, the life value added 748. Information appears, movement speed increases sharply, freeze effect is removed, attack power on a large area is greatly increased, movement speed on a large area increases sharply. The goddess of death looked at the continuously regenerating health bar and didn't understand what was happening. It couldn't be, my arrow had clearly hit his heart, the skill was disabled, was the immunity dominant? The evil dragon then opened its mouth wide to gather strength. She shouted, "Wait a minute, a bit strange, first." Before he could finish his sentence, the evil dragon blew out, a loud noise rang out, but instead of the sound of blood flowing, there was an announcement, the life value of plus 512 appeared. Life value plus 539, life value plus 699, you have dispelled the frost effect, you have dispelled the frost effect. At this moment, the Dark Knight was standing right behind the goddess of death, then immediately rushed forward. She also noticed, immediately pulled her bow and shot continuously at the Dark Knight. With extremely high speed and agility, the Dark Cavalry used his sword to rush like flying and block arrows without missing a single one. Seeing her skills being handled lightly, she got angry, gritted her teeth. No, she couldn't let this person get close. Thinking about it, she shouted loudly, "All the undead spirits listened to my command, stopped the enemy, and turned on the undead thoughts for me." In response, the Dark Knight's eyes lit up and he immediately rushed forward, using the moonlight to pierce the chest of the goddess of death. Her health bar immediately decreased by more than half, blood continued to flow from her stomach. She used silence magic, not speaking. See where people run, skills to absorb life, suck blood, goddess of death, health bar plus 347, health bar plus 256, health bar plus 277. She smiled proudly, "Haha, I can also heal, don't underestimate me." Not long after being satisfied, the Dark Knight coldly rushed forward and slashed a terrifying sword. She immediately raised her bow to block without stopping, swearing, "Hateful, this stupid human traitor only knows how to fight in close combat." After saying that, she rushed forward and hugged him, whose hand now held the talisman. Information appears, note, use the power of the spell to control a creature, the weaker the creature, the longer the control time, maximum control for 60 seconds, minimum 1 second, after the goddess of death dies, this effect can be broken and cannot be dispelled. Manipulate command, commit suicide, the Black Gold Knight's health bar is immediately reduced by 300, control command commit suicide, command the creature controlled by the spell to commit suicide, each attack dealing 300 points of damage, until the suicide spell effect disappears. The power of the spell causes the evil spell to gradually dissipate. Not only that, she also shouted loudly, even though it was only for a second, but that was enough, "Frost arrow, come for me." The Dark Knight immediately had 792 life values deducted, the ice wind and frost arrow attacked, causing the Dark Knight's movement speed and attack speed to decrease on a large scale, and the Dark Knight's attack power decreased slightly. Even though he was slowed down, the Knight was not worried and gently raised his hand to block the attack. Seeing that, Lambda shouted loudly, "The teacher, switch to a defensive position." Suddenly, the system announced, the Dark Knight summoned a large black shield. Due to the influence of weight, the speed decreased sharply, damage received decreased by 70%, and the ice surrounding the Knight shattered. The goddess of death is still very confident, having eaten so many of my skills, "As long as I get past your shield, I will take your head." Having said that, she immediately launched an attack that alerted the Dark Knight's health bar. Seeing that, she smiled triumphantly, "Haha, are you out of blood? Looks like you're definitely going to die this time. Once we've dealt with you, I'll go deal with your accomplices." Suddenly rushed over, "Don't be complacent, you just said who solved who." At this moment he stood in front of the Knight, waved his hand, clearly reversed the technique, the imprisonment technique was cast. Please tell me which one again, and at the same time, I also use Bai Hai Tu to restore the knight's health. She couldn't believe it when she was bound by Lam Yi's ability to reverse the universe. She got angry. What is this? Why aren't you dead yet? Suddenly the dragon quietly approached from behind them. He quickly realized the feeling of the black metal curse, turned around, and then went to help him personally deal with it. Using the broken energy shield, he sent the dragon flying, this time cutting off the dragon's head right in the air. And he was below, raising his cleric's staff towards the dragon, using magical spirits, a downward shooting skill that made the dragon seem to be divided 5 into 7. When his skill was released, an announcement rang out: you had beaten the death evil dragon to death. Seeing the dragon that had just dissipated right before your eyes, the skeleton king shouted in fear, "Death evil dragon, you guys!" Yet relying on the strong to oppress the weak, then the supernatural energy source was unleashed and began to flow out from within. He did not hesitate to use the anti-transfer weapon. The disaster treatment came, a straight blow that did not give her a chance to dodge. A notification appears: you have killed a female death. You command me, teacher. I'm in charge of the northwest side. I'm in charge of the southeast side. Sweep quickly. Very quickly the black gold dark spell followed his instructions, thus clearing the altar would end, although this special copy was not as difficult as initially predicted. He used the reflection of the Sea of Life and the Sea of Death to scan a large area, so he could pass the level in less than 10 minutes, compared to the requirement of completing the level within 2 hours of Mission 4, it was more than enough. Just a moment later, he was standing on the top of the mountain, corpses were piling up. At this time the system prompts: you have destroyed all remaining dead creatures in the land of death, you have completed the requirements of the previous 4 missions. Hearing that, he suddenly realized, there is still one more mission, that is not right. Then the system prompts again: the clone of the twin-winged angel Kuro is about to arrive, activating the 5th special mission, choosing destiny. Then a beam of light from the sky shine down here, choose number 1, accept God's gift, receive the reward from the twin-winged angel Kuro, and at the same time hand over all the red-crowned holy swords that were absorbed from the soul of the dead spirit, then leave the land of the dead spirit. Second choice, kill God, kill Kuro's shadow clone. He thought to himself, what do you mean, is there another boss hiding in this dungeon? As a result, if you choose to accept the God's gift, you will immediately receive a SSS level rating. As a result, if you choose to kill the God, after destroying the angel Kuro's clone, you will receive a high-level hug rating. If you fail, the rating will be demoted to C level. I wonder, hug rank, turns out in your opinion, SSS rank is not the highest rank, but do other professionals know about this intelligence? Are the senior professionals of the Concealment and Blockade Alliance, or do they not know this truth at all? A series of thoughts popped into his head. Impossible. The first reason was that they did not need to block this information. After all, the people who could unlock this condition were only a few people. Second, the copy originally relied on the system to create secret realms. If they changed invisibly without people knowing, it would not be impossible. Third, this hug level and the angels themselves both exist. It's just that relying on the power of humanity still cannot be touched, just like the ancients could not explore the universe. At this moment, when he looked up at the angel's wings, there were countless terrifying-looking eyes looking at him. Those giant eyes seemed to be waiting. Then suddenly, a deafening explosion shone straight towards his body, and at that moment, the dark metal curse behind him gradually disappeared. System prompt: the dark cavalry has withdrawn from the battlefield, and the summon has entered the cooldown period. At this moment, Lambda felt a terrible sense of oppression. He thought to himself, is this the old agreement, the highest leader of the angels? But according to the reminder, I probably don't need to confront this thing, so where is Kuro's clone? Suddenly, pure white feathers appeared in the sky, gently falling from wings with giant eyes, and a person appeared from the white feathers floating in the air. Title: Twin-Winged Angel Kuro, Phantom Clone, Unknown Rank, emphasis on not encouraging fighting, all information is unclear, skills cannot be displayed. Brief introduction: Angel, a powerful creature born in a divine country, confronting undead creatures, possessing the divine ability to restrain the breath of death. As soon as he appeared, he said, Human, you have done well, I thank you on behalf of the holy nation. These evil undead creatures should rest in peace at the bottom of the earth. Offer your red flame crown, you can go. He replied confusedly, Leave, wait, don't you have any reward for me? After all, I have already finished off all the undead creatures here. His eyes became unsightly. Are you doubting an angel? Human, you should be grateful. Quickly leave this place, don't hinder the angel's remaining work. Then he swung a fire sword at him. Lambda thought to himself, I really didn't expect that the angels here were such bright and righteous creatures, never taking sides with humanity's stance, even considering humanity as cannon fodder. Thinking about it, he clicked on the next task, the remaining work. Is there anything else that needs to be done here, Sir Angel? He asked with a disdainful expression. After that, Lambda continued to switch to fighting mode. My merit depends on you. Then he used reverse universe to prepare for battle. The clone of the angel Kuro spoke contemptuously, calling you inferior. Letting you contribute to the great holy nation is already a rich reward for humanity, yet you still have extremely greedy thoughts and disobedience to the God's orders. Lambda immediately used the robbery technique to attack him directly. Seriously say, shut up, there's no need to say the next part. When he heard that, he got angry and used the power of the gods to attack. Powers like thunder from the sky struck straight towards the sleeping person. He quickly dodged. His eyes also became extremely sharp at this time when having to fight with angels. Kuro continued to strike thunderous blows towards Lambda. He was quick to dodge the attack, so on the ground, there were layers of dirt and rocks flying up in places where he was hit. He looked up in the sky and was constantly dodging his attacks. Although he dodged at an unpredictable speed, his face still showed distress. He watched him move with an evil face and spoke up. The loophole was clearly visible. Then he quickly rushed towards him from behind. Because he couldn't see the scene behind him, Lambda took the full force of his red flame beam attack. The sword pierced straight into his back and forward. Although it was painful, Lambda was still able to launch the move to reverse the universe. After receiving all the damage, a stream of blood flowed out of his mouth, but he seemed very pleased as there was a smirk on his lips along with the increased value of his life. Furrowed eyebrows appeared on Kuro's skeptical face as he witnessed the scene before his eyes. He angrily flew into the air and shouted loudly at Lambda on the ground, "Don't try to use evil ways to escape divine punishment." As he spoke, his scream once again rang out in the sky. Thunder called out, and as he finished speaking, thousands of eyes and cross patterns created a net that appeared like a kind of formation towards him. Looking up from below, he still did not flinch in the slightest, ready to fight him, and the value of his life was also continuously added. He turned his red eyes to the sky and then used his move, reversing the magical spirits. The two sides performed the move together, causing the ground and everything around them to vibrate violently. He launched a move to fall into heaven and hell, causing layers of broken soil to fly in all directions. Lambda also raised the weapon in his hand towards him. His life value was immediately deducted. In the dire situation, Kuro's voice could still be heard. The ant creature, wanting to die, did not respond to Lambda, but it could be seen that he had received a buff to increase his damage after his life value decreased. Kuro screamed madly, looking at the outcome of his confrontation with the divine angel. Judgment, judgment. Successive waves of attacks rushed towards him. He proudly cast a spell to stop his attack. At the same time, his mind was full of thoughts. From the beginning, it was truly scary, but now it felt like this angel wasn't too smart. Maybe it was because he was an illusion and not his real self. This time Kuro was inexplicably dissatisfied and angry as he roared in his face. How could this be possible? Whether it was physical attacks or magic, long-range or close-range skills, why did you despicable human being not suffer even the slightest injury? Instead he was constantly treating his body. In contrast to his irritable attitude, he calmly looked at him and thought, no matter who saw how I killed the boss, he would not ask such a question. He was really crazy. From above he quickly launched lightning bolts towards Lambda and shouted, "Invincible, do you have invincible skills?" "No, this is absolutely impossible." But those lightning waves could not reach him because he had created a protective space around his body. White smoke rose up around him. At this moment he arrogantly spoke up, "That's right, so you can only cut off a strand of my hair, a coat, that's all." He gently used another move, reversing the tidal wave of the sea. He raised the cross hanging on his left arm towards him. The sea of undead immediately bound him tightly. His life value also decreased accordingly. Along with that message appears, the illusion of the two-winged angel is affected by X3 slow debuff. The illusion of the two-winged angel enters a stop state. Attack is significantly reduced. Attack is significantly reduced. Lambda coldly lowered his hand and spoke, reversing the mental healing. Disaster struck. As soon as he finished speaking, Kuro was immediately pulled straight from the sky to the ground, followed by a scream of pain. The life value continued to decrease sharply. The system continuously issued notifications. The illusion of the two-winged angel was affected by X3 slow debuff. Kuro groaned in pain as he lay on the ruined ground, holding his chest in pain, panting. He looked down from above without saying a word. He clenched his teeth and said in hatred, You. Lambda still remained silent and did not hesitate to immediately apply the reverse treatment and looting technique on him. his life value immediately decreased. As soon as the move ended, only streaks of blood and a feather could be seen flying in the white smoke. The bow system quickly updated the match results, killed the shadow of the two-winged angel of suffering, completed the secret copy of the Land of the Dead once, started paying the reward, and obtained the diamond-level clearance treasure chest. The reward that immediately appeared above his head was a chest containing a mysterious thing with thorns and a knife on the outside. The system continued to notify, complete all the hidden conditions, assess to reach SSS level, under the influence of the special ability of the Goddess of Luck, received a diamond-level treasure chest. The Secret Realm copy achieved a level Omega clearance point once. The Secret Realm copy was about to disappear. The gathered force transformed into a unique reward just for you. After that sentence, a question rang in his mind. The only exclusive reward, the system continued, you have obtained a specialized mature weapon, unknown quality, unique hidden flash spirit moon. Just then that unique weapon was put into his hand with a flickering resonance. Information about the weapon is also given. The equipment's name is the Hidden Moon Spirit, the unique weapon type, the development weapon, the current training level is level 1, the current quality is unknown, requires professional cleric equipment, professional nightfall, equipment effectiveness after equipping increases, adds 1 point to all attributes, possesses liberation form energy, destruction form, moon shadow form, devouring evolution, sea moon oath, time of destruction, slot open moon image. Followed by a series of explanations for each energy. Evolution consumes the inherent ability of cultivating weapons of the same type of the priest can improve the quality of weapon attribute enhancement and unlock new abilities. The liberation form transforms into a liberation blade. Each sword provides healing energy to the target it hits excluding yourself, restores health to the opponent and opens up the ability to use the power of using the Sea Moon Oath. The destruction form transforms into the destruction blade. Each knife will cause a certain amount of physical damage and a single amount of magical damage to the target not including yourself opens up the ability to use the moment of death. The initial state of the moon shadow form causes a certain amount of physical damage and also restores the own health and rate, opening up the authority to use the moon shadow loophole. The Sea Moon Oath skill that actively condenses the power of moonlight, summons illusory jellyfish while in existence, continuously restores nearby allies including yourself, clears the negative status of all nearby allies including yourself. At the moment of destruction the skill actively condenses the power of moonlight and releases a destructive knife, extremely powerful new blade that deals a large amount of damage to all enemies within range and increases all subsequent damage, encouraging the fast active skill of the moon shadow to enter a state of darkness that cannot block all damage and move quickly to the designated location. This blade can save people and also kill people. Lam Du held the Danger Lee Naguyat Hid. Naguyat Hid form looked up with interest and thought to himself, 3 types of 3 great moves, almost perfectly suitable for my natural talent. What I care most about is its quality. As a mature weapon, just like this copy, does it mean it can reach a level higher than diamond or not? The diamond chest was also immediately opened. Open the diamond chest to place 20 free attribute points, get diamond level equipment, bone guide, diamond necklace, ancient dragon necklace, get diamond skills, great attack speed medal, platinum level equipped sword, core magic, get starcraft, special sword weapon, rare special medicine. After seeing all the items in the chest he sighed, ancient dragon necklace and an attack speed badge, a perfect defense, and a magic strategy book that is invincible on the battlefield. Lambda looks at the board containing all the information about him. Lambda's identity, priest profession, class 2, strength 15 20 50, physical 15 20 30 30 50, intelligence 95 20 30 30 50, spirit 15 20 30 50, agility 15 20 20 50. Equipment activates the Ghost's splendid costume yellow, 4 sets, wind shoes, sparkling stones, emerald ring, hidden moonlight, ancient dragon necklace, white bird jade, awakening natural talent to reverse the universe LV2, single skill to heal looting, auxiliary skill to illuminating you forbidden magic, skill group therapy of divine artifact coming, magical gods falling to heaven and hell, sea of undead sea of by tide, then all, add some intelligence, attributes currently almost at pro level around level 20. He left the dungeon to reflect, but that was just his first goal. Stepping out of the dungeon gate, the warm sunlight shined through the leaves. Lambda was still in his own thoughts, taking advantage of the lucky goddess's buff. How about going to rob a batch of level 10 copies, right? Right after that, from the bushes along the roadside, a man holding a spear in his hand said angrily, falling asleep, finally waiting for him. He cautiously turned his head to look at the source of the voice and said, "Oh." Lambda was startled and turned around only to see the man holding a spear pointed straight running towards him with a hateful voice, "Die, Lambda, today is definitely the day of your death." The man angrily stabbed his spear forward and shouted angrily, It was you who killed me, everyone wanted me dead, made me disappear, because I took your strategy, my relatives, my friends all abandoned me, they forced me to skip the test, give up my degree, all thanks to you. The spear pierced his chest, but he was able to cast the spell in time so he was not injured. He grabbed the spear in front of his chest and asked coldly, had he finished speaking, his mind also began to think about things related to the man in front of him. He had previously told the other students not to waste time venting their anger, they also promised not to interfere, originally wanting to give him a lesson, so that he would not get attribute points. As a result, he now loudly wanted to quit school, even though the Alliance and the schools all pay attention, at most it's just punishments and detentions. Then he took the spear, pulled it out of his body, hit the man hard in the face, and then spoke out the thoughts in his heart. Secondly, speculation and profiteering, defamation and fabrication, using my strategy, this is what you said. Being beaten by him, the injured man trembled in pain, his teeth clenched together in anger, then he used the momentum to scream as if he had more strength and rushed straight towards him again. He was startled to realize something unusual, this was demonic energy. Lambda jumped up and quickly dodged the attack of the Tao Win, who was gritting his teeth as he rushed forward. Cao Win glared fiercely, his eyes extremely fierce. The mysterious demon lurking behind Cao Win provoked him. I said a long time ago that you are not worthy of being his opponent, you are just a clown, an ordinary supporting role that everyone despises. Cao Win's past of being beaten by many others reappeared according to the devil's words, no one likes you, the girl he liked also rejected him. People also laugh at him and the devil also mocks and says, you are just a pile of dog shit that serves as a foundation for genius. Cao Win angrily clenched his fists, wanting to kill Lambda, the abyss demon, also adding fuel to the fire and said, very well, if you want to have the power to go against the sky and change everything, if you want to become a strong person who controls the fate of others, then step into our arms in the abyss. Purple smoke rose and it was still the devil's voice, now you can only rely on me, my lord. Cao Win quickly bowed down, his skin turned purple, and he quickly said, Lord Amay, please give me the power of the abyss. After receiving the power, Cao Win stood up and screamed, I was no longer human. Lambda immediately opened his eyes wide and pointed at him. The fallen Tao Win had been fascinated by the profound evil. Cao Win laughed loudly, his skin turned purple, his demonic energy radiated around him, he laughed fiercely and said, this is the power of the abyss, why is it too strong, my body is too strong. Lambda pointed his finger at him and warned him, Cao Win, if you give up now, there is still time, if you continue, I can only kill you. After finishing speaking, Lambda condensed a ball in his hand and stared at Cao Win. Cao Win laughed loudly, and the surrounding ghosts appeared in his hand, and a large sword viciously said, if you can't kill me, you won't go to sleep, this is your retribution. Then he swung his sword across, causing him to back away. Lambda's waist had a big cut and was bleeding, his life value was also reduced by 312. His face darkened as he raised his hand to summon the sword and muttered, if that's the case. Then he grabbed the hilt of the sword and continued, don't blame me. Lambda, with a serious face, rushed towards Cao Naguyat. He thought to himself, it's a pity that even if you choose the power of the abyss, you won't be my opponent. Lambda then slashed his sword at Cao Naguyat, but he blocked Cao Naguyat. Lambda still thought to himself, at most, he was only a level 10 boss. Cao Win laughed loudly and said horribly, your analysis is correct, you are truly a priest with only a few points of strength, so you are definitely dead. Lambda still rushed in to attack, smiling and thinking, if that was the case then there would be no need to immediately use reverse universe, there would surely be supervision from abyss demons. If the opponent discovered that he had an almost invincible skill, retreating and alerting other demons would create an unfavorable situation. Lambda then rushed forward and used his sword to slash Cao Win's body. Cao Win's face turned pale and he looked in disbelief as he looked at the large wound that was bleeding on his body and said in shock, how can it be that even weaker than one of your knives could cause me to lose so much blood? Lambda's inner mind just laughed and said, well, it still cut a little. With a slight smile on his face, he still held the sword and thought to himself, his copy brother's theoretical and observational abilities are not so good that even physical damage magic below level 2 cannot be sensed, so he should quickly use him to lure out the devil. Lambda rushed back and forth, injuring Cao Win. Lambda's eyes flashed dangerous red light then thought, save Cao Win's life. Lambda raised the sword in front of his face, showing a scary look in his heart, thinking, please invite the ghost into the container. The surroundings of Lambda and Cao Win were full of demonic energy emanating from Cao Win, making Lambda think to himself, Looking for a despicable person is not enough. Why is his fighting power after transformation still so poor? A swordsman with skyrocketing attributes cannot defeat a priest, so after all, he is just a despicable person. Cao Wen tensed his body and took a big breath of ghostly energy, thinking, Lam Yi, I'm sure to eat it. In the depths of the abyss demon's heart, he thought, if Lambda died, Hon Tio Fan's mood would collapse. Wouldn't that be convenient for me to penetrate? If Lambda was willing to let me use him, wouldn't that little guy Hon Tio Fan directly join my Macau army? Then the profound abyss who had entered Cao Wen smiled fearfully and said to himself, but I still prefer the second style. Cao Wen then swung the blade across his body and fell asleep, causing him great injuries, and his life value was also reduced by 634. Cao Wen continued to attack and Lambda continued to speak, blatantly, but next was the main dish. Lambda just calmly smiled and restored the life value that had been deducted before. Cao Wen clearly looked annoyed, gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. The swords of Lambda and Cao Wen collided strongly. Lambda smiled and said, You are not Cao Wen, are you a profound demon? Abyss laughed loudly. The surrounding demonic energy filled with fear said, Unfortunately the people of the Professional Alliance were already on their way here and had no time to waste with you and still quickly died. Lambda placed the sword on his shoulder and stood there smiling calmly, making even profound Abyss not know what to say. Abyss smiled terrifyingly, his eyes full of red demonic energy pointed at himself and said, Or you can choose to join us. Lambda secretly smiled and thought to himself, he took the bait. Then he stood opposite Cao Wen and said indifferently, Oh, what benefits can the demons of the Abyss bring to me by joining you? The Abyss immediately released a powerful source of demonic energy that covered the entire sky and said strongly, Is this not enough? Demonic energy filled the Abyss man's surroundings, laughing loudly, raising his hands to the sky and saying, Do you see, this is the power of the Abyss. Lambda just nonchalantly replied, It's interesting that it's that strong. Lambda gathered the magic in his hand and smiled and said, Speaking of Abyss demons, you know Huang Tio Fan, but he has previously refused the invitation of your comrades and even scolded you severely, right? The demonic energy from the Abyss continued to grow stronger and stronger. It was I who invited the result that this boy did not know good or bad. He dared to despise the power of the Abyss if it wasn't for his compatibility with the power of the Abyss that was so high that it would have surprised me. Lambda calmly said with a calm face, Oh, that means giving this idiot a chance that he doesn't know how to take. Deeply remembers the scene when Huang Tio Fan pointed his finger at him and said, I am a genius Huang Tio Fan. The more he thought about it, the angrier his face became. He raised his hands to rub his hair and said, What a monster you are, don't you understand? Lambda looked at the angry guy thinking about old things and couldn't help but think to himself, Yes, seeing that, Huang Ti Fan really doesn't lie or hide anything. This devil's intelligence seems to be equivalent to his. Lambda then put on a determined face, placed one hand on his chest and said loudly, Even if he had profound power, he would still expose himself and be hunted down by the Alliance. It would be better for me than for him. Abyss quickly narrowed his eyes in alarm and asked, Oh, why? His sleepy expression suddenly turned gloomy as he outlined his plan. I have now received the trust of the Professional Alliance. Based on my strength, I can quickly become a core member of the Alliance and then secretly remake the entire human society and destroy this damn world. Deepwind clearly showed interest and asked, You want to destroy the world? Why aren't you the most popular teacher? Lambda clenched his fist with anger and hatred and said, Humans are just a bunch of fake people. Lambda clenched her fists and gritted her teeth as she said, Do professions really protect weak fellow humans? If so, then why did my parents die at that time? People with that ability ignored us. In the end, it was my parents who took the initiative to lure the monster away so that I could survive, but they had to die miserably under their claws. I felt an angry face in my head and the faces around me continuously said, The profession exploits the weak and the weaker here. There is no justice and fairness, there is only greed and selfishness, there is no light of humanity, there is only darkness dominated by the strong, no one is innocent, everyone deserves to die. As if moved by Lambda's words, I opened my eyes wide and praised, Very nice. After that, Cao Wen's body suddenly sprouted a few human tentacles that also swelled to look strange. Demonic energy radiated from his mouth and spoke loudly. I could feel his pain. The dark purple hand began to have long claws that radiated demonic energy around. Abyss rushed out of Cao Wen's main body and rushed towards Lambda happily saying, Come and join our Abyss family. I will give you the supreme power of Abyss. The scary and fierce face rushed towards Lambda with an eager look, saying, Together we will destroy this troubled world. Lambda stood in place, his arms outstretched as if welcoming a demonic aura. When the Abyss demon was about to fall asleep, he suddenly summoned the famous knife Moon Hidden. Then he smiled evilly and grabbed the hilt of the sword while muttering softly in that colored demonic aura, activating the destructive form. The Abyss Demon opened his eyes wide in shock and shouted, "Are you making fun of me?" Lambda immediately rushed forward and slashed the Abyss Demon, causing his strength value to be reduced by 521 points. Repelling the Abyss high, his eyes clearly revealing his sharpness, using the technique to reverse the magical spirits of the heavens and hells. The Abyss was repeatedly beaten up and his face showed pain, and underneath there were many hands reaching up, looking extremely scary. The light of the night glowed brightly, reflecting the sea of waves that gave birth to the undead sea. Each blow of Lambda's sword caused the Abyss Demon to lose more than 4,000 values of strength. The Abyss Demon, immersed in Lambda's power, had a frightened face and kept screaming, what exactly was this human demon that could cause such high damage? The Abyss Demon was continuously injured, causing him to continuously scream. As he crawled forward, his frightened face just helplessly thought to himself, no wonder that useless Cow-Win received the power of the Abyss and couldn't defeat him, he changed anyone and couldn't easily shake the person who wanted to shake him. Lambda looked towards the screaming Abyss and asked calmly, "Running, you have exposed your true self and are in a fighting state, unable to continue relying on virtual images to move anymore." The Abyss Demon's face showed panic and horror as he looked towards Lambda and said, "You knew my abilities from the beginning, so in order to capture my essence, you actively sacrificed and set up a trap." Lambda's eyes lit up, revealing a scary look and said, "Yes." The profound demon screamed and rushed towards Lambda with sharp hands and angrily said, "You cunning human, I will fight you decisively." He stroked his hand to return to sleep, but the person had disappeared, making him extremely surprised. As soon as the Abyss Demon turned his head to look behind him, he suddenly flew up into the abyss and shouted angrily, "Your gliding skills have already been used." Then Abyss gave a blow that caused Lambda to lose 587 life values. Abyss excitedly said, "I see where else you can hide." The smile on Deep Abyss's face revealed a terrifying look and he laughed loudly, he got it. But he didn't have time to fall into a happy mood, but he quickly recovered and said, "The abyss of evil is over." Lambda narrowed his eyes and looked down seriously as he spoke, turning back the healing technique. The Abyssal Man was immediately hit by a blow that made him feel like he was on fire. The system panel also rang with a notification that the Abyss Demon had been destroyed. Then a sword appeared in the middle of the blue smoke and the voice was also a bit stunned, "This is..." Lambda happily caressed the sword in her hand and thought to herself, clearly in reality fighting did not bring any experience but the weapons that could be developed relied on destroying profound demons to improve the quality. The sword glowed with the aura of the Abyss Demon, along with Lambda's thoughts that he could only rely on the Abyss Demon's remnant soul to enhance it or any creature's remnant soul. The surrounding people opened their eyes wide in surprise and asked, "What just happened?" "I don't know, I completely couldn't see the fake job clearly. Why did someone fall on the ground? So don't rush," I informed the fake job patrol and said I would come right away. Lambda held the sword in his hand and on the ground were two shadows lying still, one of Cow-Win, the other was the Demon of the Abyss. Lambda thought to himself, about the growth weapon absorbing the remnants of the soul of the Abyss Demon to level up, he should still report to the Alliance and about this guy Cow-Win. As he was thinking, behind him, a group of people holding weapons ran towards him, causing him to turn around and the group of people rushed forward and shouted loudly. The person on the other side immediately took off his equipment and threw his weapon to the ground. The red-haired man held a weapon in his hand and a serious face rushed towards Lambda and said loudly, holding his head in both hands and standing still, "Otherwise I have the right to immediately attack you." Lambda immediately put down his weapon and replied simply, "Okay." The sword fell to the ground with a cry. The other man looked seriously sleepy then said, "Sorry, professional process, you won't feel any pain." Lambda then had his hands tied by chains, both arms raised high and looking around, thinking, these are fake professions that maintain security for the city to prevent suspects from suddenly attacking others. They will use paralysis skills to limit them, but luckily they are quite human, so there is no need to conflict with them. The people around continued to talk and talk. Lambda's thoughts continued. Others checked the scene for signs of fighting, provided medical aid, comforted residents and asked to see how each person was doing their job well. Right after that, another person ran towards the red-haired man and shouted loudly, reporting that the seriously injured and comatose person was a student but had profound powers, suspected to have been seduced into evil by a profound demon. That person continued to show a surprised expression and continued to speak, and there were also the dry bones of the Abyss Demon. The dry corpse of the Abyss lying on the ground has completely lost all life. The red-haired man looked as if he couldn't believe it, looked at the system panel and said, "The level 20 Abyss Devil's whole body was covered in knife wounds. It seemed like he was cut to death by the pseudo-class sword that we just controlled, but why was he left with only a dry skeleton?" It reached the bottom of the screen and showed a scene of a sleeper fighting with an Abyss demon. The man and his teammates behind him were extremely surprised and said, "How could this be possible?" Lin Yi stood in front of them with his hand chained, still smiling, making them surprised. "Was that Abyss demon written by this student? I know he is a genius, but that was too much for the student to kill the Abyss demon." The red-haired man then walked over and introduced himself as King Ma Jiao, saying, "Hello, I am the captain of the first team of the Abyss Demon Capture Action Team belonging to the Professional Alliance King Ma Jiao." Ma Su stretched out his hand to dispel the paralysis, then asked Lambda, "Please ask if this demon of the body was destroyed by you, and about the dying student, was he seduced by the demon of the body and turned into a devil and then controlled by you?" Lambda adjusted his wrist and then calmly explained that this student was the originator of our school. "He turned into a devil in front of me with the intention of assassinating me, so I took action." Ma Su crossed his arms and looked suspiciously before asking, "But how did he capture the demons of the body that normally do not appear in physical form?" Lambda said with a smiling face, "I guess it's always watching for potential evildoers from afar, so it took action against Cao Win, making him pretend to be very interested in becoming an evildoer, so it immediately appeared in its physical form to give me power." Ma Su and his teammates behind him opened their eyes wide in surprise, but that was okay. Ma Su frowned both seriously and worriedly. A ferocious image of Lin Yi appeared in his mind and then thought to himself, "Yes, using this method to deceive the profound, dangerous and cunning demon, even high-level professions with experience in defensive combat may not be able to do it, but the student who is about to participate in the examination of this profession." Ma Jiao frowned and said, "This time, fighting alone with the evil fallen and the demon of the abyss and still remaining unharmed, the most important thing is that this evil fallen person's health level exactly stops at 1% in a state of serious injury and is about to die. He can't run away or fight back, and he won't lose blood and die, not to mention being a student. Even those with officially non-advanced professions can't do this." Lambda was tied up with his face bowed, and behind him were two soldiers keeping Ma Jiao's voice still ringing, "So I hope you will cooperate with us on a trip to the Alliance Department." Suddenly a teammate quickly said, "But he's not an ordinary student, Captain, haven't you heard about the rumors? Why is he so famous?" Ma Su looked helpless, crossed his arms and said seriously, "I'm not saying that I shouldn't be killed, but it is necessary to consider the seriousness of this incident as well as the safety of the entire population of Gyang City. A fixed schedule is necessary. Lambda is like a danger in this society." So Ma Su continues to speak, "Lambda, I also hope you understand that although this may affect your next career test plan, I cannot warn you in advance." I fell into deep contemplation. It seemed like the benefits from the goddess of luck were about to be wasted, but based on the fact that I had just checked my books, I also had a huge advantage in checking my data profession. I hadn't yet reached my goal and my output had already exceeded the limit. Lambda could only sigh and shrug his shoulders and say, "Understanding that I unconditionally support you guys in your work against profound evil." Ma Su crossed his arms and was silent when his phone rang in his pocket. A middle-aged man appeared through an illusion on the phone as the boss. The man seriously looked down at Ma Jiao and said, "Vuong Ma Jiao does not need to take Lam Trao back to the investigation department, nor does he need to supervise this case related to a profound demon. Temporarily postpone it until he completes his professional examination and then the company handles it." The super pale face quickly said, "This is a fixed procedure that cannot be violated." Ma Su then looked up at the boss and continued to say, "If I release him directly, I will be punished right from headquarters, right?" The old man smiled slightly and replied, "No one will give you trouble. This is not only my opinion but also the opinion of the headquarters hall and all the other ministers, you know, the famous teacher." Having said this, the boss continued to tell the story, making Ma Su and many others gasp. He was the one who killed him without being injured and even received a certificate to enter the forgotten hidden nest. After listening, Ma Su turned to look at Lambda, who was smiling foolishly, and thought, "I thought the previous rumors on the internet were half true and half exaggerated. Could it be that he really has an unprecedented god-level talent, or could it be that he has a special talent to restrain dark knights?" Lambda smiled calmly, looked at the boss and asked, "Sorry, so now I don't need to go investigate anymore?" The boss replied, "Of course, you just need to prepare for your work." Then the boss smiled and raised his hand to calmly say to Lambda, "If you need help, you can call these professions without hesitation." Towards Ma Jiao, he brought the sword up from the ground for Lambda to seriously ask, "I'm very sorry, Lambda, but I still have something to ask." Lambda took the sword and said to Ma Jiao, he said, "Ma Su quickly asked, What does this have to do with the incident that Hon Teo Fan reported earlier, right? Lambda closed his eyes and seriously nodded and said, yes, this gloomy devil is the devil who seduced Hon Teo Fan but failed before, because his plan failed, he chose Cao Win as the second target. In his heart, Lambda thought to himself, as expected of a professional, he quickly linked these two things together, so he doesn't need to hide it anymore. The boss with a serious face agreed with Lambda's words, yes, after being examined, Huang Tifan's physical condition was indeed a rare evil genius among 10,000 people. Lambda also quickly agreed and said, and I easily deceived the Abyss Demon while proving it, I could not ignore it, always mentioning me in front of it. Then Lambda smiled, crossed his arms and calmly said, the Demon of the Abyss thought that Huang Tiofan had feelings for me, so he refused the temptation, so at first he probably wanted to replace me to lead Huang Tiofan. The boss laughed loudly and praised Lambda, while Ma Jiao stood by helplessly and watched. It's great that the young hero not only destroyed the demons of the abyss and captured the evil people alive, but also acquired useful information and is stronger than some idlers in the ranks of high-level professionals, so we won't bother your progress anymore. Just as the boss was about to turn off the sleep illusion, he quickly called back, wait a minute, I still have something I want to say, but I'm not sure if I can make it public, can I trouble you guys to tell unrelated people to leave? The boss agreed, waved his hand at the surrounding crowd and said, okay, then disperse. Vuong Ma's super uncle led the team to leave and temporarily handed over the equipment to Lambda. Ma Super listened to the order and immediately quickly ordered, yes, the entire action squad lined up and withdrew from the range to disperse. Ma Su's teammates also quickly responded, yes. They immediately dispersed the surrounding crowd. Ma Su handed the device back to Lambda and said, Lambda, please forgive me for my previous rudeness, and took it. Lambda just calmly said it was okay, then took the communication device. Then Lambda looked at the communication device where the boss was using a security illusion to talk to Lambda. Okay, this place has been cleaned up. Lambda invited him to speak. Lambda's hand tightened his grip on the sword and began to slowly speak. This is the Dark Moon Seal growth weapon that I got after passing through the gate of the Land of Death, after I used it to cut down the Abyss Demon. This weapon absorbed the Abyss Demon's power. The old man's face was worried and he squinted his eyes as he looked at me. He meant. Lambda seriously looked down. The documents related to weapons had grown so little that even the best library could not find detailed information. Lambda remembered the time when he walked continuously in the library and then continued, I wanted to ask if all the growth weapons can kill abyssal demons at the end of the real world. Is it easy to level up? The boss's expression quickly became serious and then he said, weapons that increase the rarity of weapons of this type can be said to be rare and difficult to find. Since the alliance was first established, only 3 weapons have been recorded. This solution is related to some secret specific information about these weapons, I don't know. Lambda's sword continued to glow like a boss, but I can tell you that the growth weapons I know all take experience through fighting monsters that are not difficult for regular friends to upgrade without weapons to kill otherworldly creatures like demons to gain power in reality. Lambda looked down at his sword and asked suspiciously, that being said, my weapon is the first case. The boss smiled and nodded and said, thank you very much for your trust in telling me about something extremely important to the Alliance. Lambda tightened his grip on the sword and said seriously, if that's the case then I would like to say my guess. I think that even though the demonic weapons house has not been built up to the present time, there will be 1 or 2. This sword is a unique weapon. In the future, there will probably be more similar weapons or props that will become the enemy of abyssal demons. I think this is an extremely beneficial thing for humans like us. The boss looked seriously, this is a good secret, it's best not to make it public for now. The old man continued to say, the innocent 7-man brought jade, and the guilty jade was so rare before, it would make people jealous and jealous. Just like the people out there can lurk in the dark, the boss continued, if all young people had a vision like yours, then the alliances would be stronger and stronger than they are now. The boss coughed lightly then said, okay, I will report this matter, the alliance will definitely treat it seriously. Now what you need to do is prepare for the professional exam. Once the most important exam for you is over, the Alliance will contact you. Lambda simply replied, yes. As soon as the screen is interrupted. Lambda walked towards Ma Su and took out the communication device, give it back to me. Ma Su picked up the communication device and raised his hand to happily say to Lambda, having received your friend, Lam Trao hopes that in the future you can join the Alliance and become a member of us. If you don't mind, please call me, Old King. At the boss's headquarters, he stood in front of many people at a meeting and asked, how do you feel? The middle-aged man Tian Chi took off his glasses and smiled and said, this boy is not bad, has outstanding strength, is calm and far-sighted. In this generation, I have only ever met a high-ranking mandarin. Tian Qi smiled again, thinking about a white-haired man, and then continued, to be honest, I always thought that the good boy was the leader of this generation. The old man held a glass of wine and said with a smile, it's hard to say about this, the young man has his own way of doing things, but depending on going to sleep, he can get a powerful weapon to confront the devil in the copy. Having said this, the old man stopped, thinking of the bright future of Heaven's child. Under the table a dark shadow quietly left. The black shadow soared into the hole in space and disappeared. It was hovering in the underworld and muttering, apricot is dead, apricot is dead, something unusual has appeared in humanity. Then disappeared into gloomy, dim stirrings. When he fell asleep, he opened the door to the dark house. I woke up and looked at the house, the lights were on, and said hello, I'm home. At the same time, Mok Mok was hiding behind the chair, smiling and secretly looking at Lambda. Mok Mok smiled and looked at Lambda, bewilderedly looking around for someone but couldn't find him. Just when Mok Mok was about to scream into death, he saw her. He helplessly looked at the top of the pink head peeking out from behind the chair and said, oh my god, I saw you behind the sofa. Mok Mok looked up with a dissatisfied face and looked at Lambda. Can't you help but be startled by me? Lambda smiled gently at her and said, I told you before that I had to try hard, but I'm lazy at home eating junk food. Mok Mok immediately objected, who said I'm lazy? Mok Mok opened her hand, the nameplate of the same level as currently 10, and said loudly, look, I've already placed level 10. Lambda opened his eyes wide and looked at her in surprise, so fast. Faced with her brother's surprised expression, she eagerly asked, isn't it very powerful? Can we have a copy tomorrow? He stroked her cheek lovingly, so he still had to review her data. He had been working really hard lately. Had he been up all night? She replied shyly, no. Is Tu Mok Mok, she helped me practice all night. His face was full of doubt. Tu Mok Mok. She immediately explained, I haven't had time to react yet. Simulating life water and simulating tears upgrade new skills. As long as she clears the copy alone, I can directly receive the reward of the copy's secret treasure chest, so I tested it a bit. Mok Mok comfortably sat down on the sofa and said excitedly. Lambda scratched her head as if she also suspected something. She meant that the tears were simulated. There was no distance or time limit. Could she be allowed to take down the copy alone without any manipulation? She said, yes. She was currently in the nightmare of Loch Ness. A mighty blue dragon appeared in her mind. She added, looking at the system prompt, the secret realm boss had finally entered a state of serious injury. It was probably about to end, and her hand quickly opened the control panel. He moved closer to her and continued, so your celestial beast can help you level up copies at any time, and can also monitor progress in real time. The two of them looked at each other and she also spoke up right after, yes, that's right, Tu Mok Mok can help me do anything. Are you envious? He sat down next to her and said, yes, I also want this kind of omnipotent assistant. He looked intently at her control panel and added, there is another problem. Does the replica under tears have a limit on the fatigue value? Can infinitely lower the secret realm? Ah, this is of course. Otherwise how could I be level 10 all night? Cough cough. Master Lamb, why did you suddenly become so stupid today? She said with a sigh while he was still attentively operating on her control panel. Oh, I'm just surprised that your talent actually works well. He picked up his phone and continued, so it seems, I need to redo your point accumulation strategy from level 10 to level 20. He thought further, just useful. Suddenly she shouted happily, wait, what do you say? I'll add some strategic points. He said with a serious face, yes, I need to combine your talents, along with the skills you currently have and the effective equipment and attributes, to adjust the most suitable set of methods to give you more points. Mok Mok happily agreed, oh yes, I will pass it on to you immediately. Also her height, weight and waist, he added. She blushed shyly and shouted, huh? She kicked his leg once and stammered, brother, what do you want to do? He raised his hands in the air innocently and said, where do you think you're going? This has to do with a higher rate of stage attribute modification. He added that, moreover, her attribute points will directly affect the attributes of the simulated tiers, so that she can exert greater advantages. Lambda continued to analyze more closely. It's okay for a low-level battle to eat a small monster, but the more advanced the battle, the more attention is paid to details and small operations. Even if the attributes are a little higher, it can change victory or defeat, but in the later stages, that little bit missing, you have to burn a lot of money to make up for it. She angrily turned away and said, I know, but who knows what it has to do with 3 rounds, forget it, wait for me, don't peek. He suddenly remembered the girl and said, "Oh yeah, there's also Angelica, doesn't she want to change positions? Ask her if she agrees to report the data or not. It's not appropriate for me to ask. Of course, this is her private matter. If she doesn't want it then fine." After listening, Mok Mok angrily said, I still want to know other people's data." After speaking, she went into the room and closed the door indignantly. He held his forehead helplessly and explained, "No, I just wanted to help my teammates have an advantage." In her room, she held a tape measure in her hand and said to herself, "To Mok Mok A to Mok Mok, isn't it just a piece of data? Is there anything more important than becoming strong?" Her eyes looked far away, recalling the childhood memories of the two of them and thinking, after all, from childhood to adulthood, they were all in the same place, there was nothing they hadn't seen before. Then she shyly thought to herself, but, it was a bit uncomfortable, it must be true to measure the data. Right after that she threw away her breast pads. Mok Mok picked up the tape measure and started measuring her bust. It was still 80B, drinking that much milk didn't increase the results even a little bit. Then she angrily imagined his face when he entered her measurements. Wait a minute, I wonder if this guy won't use this to laugh at me. She held her head sadly. During her previous health check, the mattress was 80C, in case she was seen. How could she maintain a good image in the future? She suddenly had an idea. Wait, there's also Tu Mok Mok, wouldn't it be good to just use her data? Hers is mine. Who would have known that she was real? Cough cough. Just now she must have finished refining the copy. After saying that, she immediately let the bewildered little Mok Mok go out. She held the tape measure with eyes that looked like she was devouring little wood. Hee, stand still, let me measure a bit, and then she rolled a tape measure to measure Tu Mok Mok's bust. In the room, the noise spread outside. Inside there were many different sounds, but outside, people were so confused that they could only hold their chins and think, what are you doing? 10 minutes later Mok Mok left the room. I've finished measuring, you can see for yourself. No, it can't be spread out, she said shyly while giving it to Lambda. He held her data in his hand and asked confusedly, "Is there a problem with your data?" Then he looked at her data in his hand and added, 80C, are you sure? This doesn't seem right. She crossed her arms and shyly replied, "No way, I tested it before and got this result." He continued seriously, "If the data is not accurate, then the strategy will have no effect." As soon as he finished speaking, she silently pondered. Immediately after that, she involuntarily yanked the data sheet from his hand while he stood next to her, surprised to have something taken from her hand. She quickly crossed out the number 80C and replaced it with another number 80B and shouted, "Okay, this time it's real." He smiled happily and flicked her forehead before replying, "This is correct," and the girl who had just been touched by him cried out, "Oh." Lammy seriously continued to ask, "Also, have you asked Angelica, what did she say?" She rubbed and said boredly, they refused." Then she held her hand and pointed her index finger to her mouth to imitate the girl's actions and tone and continued, "The little white said, she couldn't bother the boss to have to work hard and waste his time doing such troublesome things." She clasped her hands together in front of her and added, "The boss has given me so many good equipment and resources, earned a little money and free attribute points, how can I ask for more?" Mok Mok immediately brought up her and Angelica's conversation for Lambda to see. This stupid child also clearly explained that he was not looking for an excuse because he was afraid of revealing secrets, nor did he feel that adding attribute points was useless. For this reason, she even sent me a health checkup report, to show my trust in you. Lambda rubbed his forehead and continued, "If it were someone else, I would also suspect this was a trick to lure and release, but as I understand this child, he really doesn't want to bother anyone, and is afraid of being misunderstood as not trusting us." As he spoke, he thought of Angelica as simple, adorable and easy to fool. He then took her phone and transferred the data to his phone and continued to explain, but since she was a teammate, why wouldn't she help? Besides, she had such outstanding talent. She just looked at what he was doing and said, "Oh well, it's natural." He turned back to look at her and asked, "What's wrong?" The system reported, "Tu Mok Mok has learned a skill called soul conversion, which can summon souls to fight for him." She spoke, then they both looked in the same direction where the little Mok Mok had appeared and was walking towards them, gurgling, but there was no information about what it would summon, she added. Lambda was startled and pointed at the approaching little Mok Mok. She can also summon. Are you guys playing an infinite game of Matryoshka dolls?" She proudly crossed her arms across her chest and with her other hand she raised her index finger and shook it back and forth to show that it was not, there was no way, this was not the same. Mok Mok explained that the soul summoning skill can only be used in secret copies. Unlike Tu Mok Mok, this skill cannot be brought into the real world, and moreover, when the soul dies, it is really dead, but Tu Mok Mok can be revived. As for the rest, I don't know because I haven't tested it yet. She shrugged and said. The guy next to her listened and fell into thought and replied, I understand. Then he snapped his fingers to signal an extra. Then let's experiment in the copy to check its specific effect. After finishing speaking, the three of them immediately went into the mysterious scene of the Ichman tribe. Inside the copy, they stood in front of huge ancient trees. Under their trunks were small caves, and on the tree trunks reflected the shadows of strange and terrifying creatures with glowing red eyes. The copy pops up giving information about this place. Level 8 to 10, difficulty level, introduction. Lizard people are a large race with extremely strong reproductive abilities. The warriors among them are fierce and battle-hardened, not afraid of sacrifice and have not low intelligence, know how to use many different tactics to destroy enemies. Fortunately, their personal strength is not too strong. Only the strongest warriors can be recognized by the system, becoming fake professions, have great strength. Lambda and Mok Mok had changed their outfits. They were also holding their weapons in their hands. She looked at his weapon and said, Lambda, your pastor's weapon has changed, it also has a knife shape. He replied, yes, I can let her try it out a bit. After saying that, he swung his knife at her. Tu Mok Mok standing behind suddenly spoke up, wow. After his slash he asked, see, she was surprised when she was given an extra life value. She said triumphantly, ha, what's the point, little Mok Mok, let your big brother perform for you. After finishing speaking, Tu Mok Mok in the back couldn't help but be surprised after hearing this. She raised her hand to begin to operate and speak. Tears revived, using the special skill to convert souls. Immediately around the small tree was covered with a layer of green light, and on her middle finger hung a small golden bell with a jade green bell tail that was shaking back and forth, causing an extremely mysterious feeling. The system immediately pops up a notification. Tears of Reincarnation is using soul conversion. A mysterious soul has heard the summoning, is establishing a connection with your world, it is about to descend and fight for you. He carefully looked at what was happening. An extremely large black shadow emerged from the ground right in front of the little Mok Mok who was casting the spell with a loud roar. The system displayed a notification again. The guardian spirit of the giant tree was coming. Immediately, a majestic knight with a massive body surrounded by layers of tree bark appeared. The copy appeared with information about the warrior who had just appeared. The giant tree guardian, the knight, level 10, strength 30, constitution 35, intelligence 35, spirit 35, acumen 20, golden aptitude, shield skill, heavenly 1 strike, triple death slash, protection, desperate heavy strike. Introduction. The soul comes from another world, information is unknown. Lambda looked at that huge body and pondered. Even though she was golden level, she clearly exceeded the golden level, becoming a boss with outstanding supreme stats. If Mok Mok levels up in the future, she will be able to summon bosses corresponding to even more powerful levels. It seems that the soul conversion is similar to the summoning item of the monk, but the difference is that the monk will not die, and the difficulty to obtain is very high, along with the cooldown time when summoning. But this little girl's talent can summon Big Brother as soon as she enters the dungeon, and there is no cooldown limit. This is considered a semi-god level talent, right? And then he looked towards Mok Mok, who was startled by the thing he had summoned and called out, Mok Mok, quickly test it. She turned her head and smiled and replied, oh, okay. After speaking, she stood in front of the knight and ordered, go, giant tree guardian, destroy all of these lizard people. As soon as the order was given, giant tree guardian immediately turned to his mission. A group of lizard people also appeared from nowhere on the big tree roots, emitting a deafening and equally strange scream, squawking, kaba kaba. They immediately rushed up and jumped at the knight. But the guy spoke disdainfully, it was just ants. Along with that he launched a heavenly one-hit attack on the lizard people. The giant tree guardian's move immediately lit up the entire sky. From a distance, one could see the entire mountain shaking and vibrating following the move, along with the painful screams of the lizard people. The system pops up and updates information about the heavenly one-hit attack, special skills of the giant tree guardian, using the power from the halberd to hit the enemy, causing a large amount of physical damage, and at the same time creating a shock wave that causes a small wave of splash damage. The enemy who is hit first will be forced to fall to the ground. Right after that, the voice of the victor, the guardian of the tree, rang out, rest in peace. His sharp eyes looked at the giant tree guard's moves. He stood behind and looked up at the giant guard standing there majestically holding a weapon and thought, heaven's one strike. It was somewhat similar to the previous Goblin King's skills, but the attack range and damage must be much stronger than the Goblin King's. He took his eyes off the knight and suddenly turned to propose to Mok Mok, Lamb, can we try to fight it?" After listening, she was bewildered and didn't understand what he was planning to do and angrily shouted, "No, it's your teammate now, don't you see how they fight monsters and do missions well? There's still a boss that hasn't been fought yet, just checking out the solo strength of the giant tree guardian." While she was shouting at him, little Mok stood next to her and raised her hand forward to control the giant tree guardian. He saw that she misunderstood what he meant and immediately said, "No, I was talking about imitation of life." Mok next to him was startled by his words and broke out in sweat. Immediately after that, she ran forward and covered Mok behind her and replied, "I refuse." He wondered, scratching his head and asking, "Can't she come back to life?" After that, before hearing a response from her, he continued, leaving the giant tree guard to attack in the next area, while the lizard captain in front could help me visually check the Forest Brothers' ability. This is for me. After saying that, he quickly changed into his ninja destruction form with glowing red eyes and a weapon filled with murderous intent. He took advantage of the momentum and jumped from the ground. He held the weapon that was burning with enthusiasm and the flap of his cape flew up over the head of the giant tree guard in the surprise of the night. Next, he rushed towards the lizard guards whose basic attack stats and life points were very low and launched an attack at it, but surprisingly he quickly discovered something. There was no fatality or hitting a weak point, but the attack normally you can't kill it, right? He wondered. Right after that he turned around and slashed once more decisively on its chest. Their blood splashed and he successfully destroyed them. The system also quickly updated the results. "You have destroyed the lizard guardian." Mok stood outside watching, clenching her fists and shouting in appreciation. "Now the damage of your normal attacks is so high." It was as if her eyes had just opened. Before her eyes was still the image of him still fighting with the guards. He was like a sweeping wind, passing through each of them one by one, then raising his knife to strike decisively. Their blood continuously sprayed out after his slashes. While fighting, he thought, if so, then this hidden weapon of lightning and moon really brings a lot of benefits. Previously, it was only done from afar, I only relied on the healing magic to attack. He held his weapon and pointed it forward with a fiery fighting spirit. Lambda's train of thought still did not stop. He continued to analyze, but the advantage of the hidden moon spirit is that the faster the attack speed, the more profit. Of course, this is only for normal holy objects. If it is something like angel illusions that can ignore physical damage, then it is different. The evil energy sword appears under the blood moonlight with a large white cross on the hilt, and above it is another small yellow rectangle with a skull attached in the middle. Increasing in addition to its danger and damage, it still has to rely on invisible defenses such as countertransference healing skills that cause direct blood loss to be able to quickly attack strong enemies. With a cold face, he accidentally rushed past the lizard guard and slashed its stomach, knocking it out and ending his train of thought. His eyes turned purple. He picked up a red object shaped like a bolt of lightning and delivered a decisive blow, instantly destroying it, and falling on the lizard people. The blow caused a concussive explosion. The lizard's life points were continuously deducted. The three people Mok, and the giant guard stood outside to witness his attack while he stood in midair and struck like a king. The copy quickly appeared updating the results of the attack, destroying them all. After seeing his fighting power, Mok pondered and thought, she felt stronger, she couldn't lose. She clenched her fists to show her determination. Immediately after that, Mok jumped on the knight's arm and gave an order. "Guardian Giant Tree, continue to open the way with me, destroy all enemies." Guardian Giant Tree agreed without hesitation. "Okay." Seeing that, he immediately turned around and smiled at them and said, "Well, next time it's time for your performance. I'm in charge of pumping your blood," he said, while in front of him there was still the aftershock of the last shot and white smoke was rising up. After that, he immediately changed his form to save through Chi Ring. He thought, it was time to witness the effectiveness of the Moon Shadow and High Naguyat Chi Oath. They all continued to move. The system immediately displayed a notification. "You have arrived at the Lizardman tribe. 300 Lizardman warriors will fight to the end with you, protecting the citadel and leader." Hundreds of shadows surrounding them with ferocious red eyes. After seeing the announcement, she spoke up. 300 level 10 Lizardman guards, that's not a small amount of damage. He replied belligerently, "Just give me the blood, I'll keep the giant tree guard alive." Then the voice of the little Mok commanding rang out along with the action of raising his hand to his forehead and then stretching it out pointing forward, guarding the giant tree, destroying the city wall. Immediately, the giant tree guard entered the attack state. The giant tree guard began to attack. The movement speed increased, the attack force increased. That is what the copy mentioned when the order was given. Next, the giant tree guardian rushed towards the group of lizardmen with a shield covered with tree bark in his hand. It was not surprising that when the group was sent flying along with the broken rock, it turned out to be a moon shadow form move. She and Tu Mok Mok also quickly joined in to defeat the hideous lizards. He also did not want to be outdone and used a cunning attack to provoke Moon Shadow to deal with them. Lizardmen surrounded him with faces like hungry tigers but could not fight back. He continued to fight with them while analyzing the attack he had just released in his mind. He was immune to all damage for 3 seconds. At the same time, he increased his movement speed. After casting, he could teleport up to a distance of up to 100 meters. This is a completely divine skill with 2 effects, life protection and pursuit. Lambda releases blue sea moons. The system immediately appears, summons, virtual moon water mother. Note, all side effects on your body and the designated target are removed. Virtual moon water mother is accumulating moonlight power. You and the designated target will recover 521 life points every half second, lasting for 15 seconds. Immediately the sea moons surrounded the giant tree guard in a surprise. And then the knight's life points were continuously added. The giant tree's guardian suddenly worshipped the lizardman leader who appeared with a roar. Tu Mok Mok quickly waved his hand and said, "Guardian of the giant tree, please do your best, let them see your strength." The guard replied while giving a desperate strike, "Yes." The blow hit the lizardmen and they screamed in pain. Lam Du looked at Tu Mok Mok and thought, the living creature has extremely strong consciousness and power. There is no need for Lam to give further instructions. Moreover, only she can completely command the guardian of the giant tree. Then looked at the guardian of the giant tree who was fighting and analyzed further. The attack power of the giant tree guardian is very strong, but the disadvantages are also very obvious. Many close combat skills, in the future will be countered by remote attack professions with high reaction speeds. Having learned enough, all the functions of the moonlight and moonlight have been tested, so he immediately changed to the ring of destruction and ended his thinking there. Next, he immediately delivered a fatal blow to the lizardman leader from above. That was a counter move. The spirits shone and fell into heaven. After receiving the blow, the lizardman leader raised his head to the sky and screamed in pain, along with the shaking of the ground and rocks after he threw the attack. The system displayed a notification about the results of the battle, killing the leader of the secret realm boss lizardman, he with a cold face, fluttering shirt and dead eyes looking down from above like a bloodthirsty man. After Lambda's attack, the giant tree guard turned to look at him as if realizing something. "I can confirm, on this great man, why is there a power that makes me feel so familiar?" Continuing from the previous chapter, Lambda looked a little suspiciously at the giant tree guard approaching. Before Lambda could react, the giant guard knelt down on one knee and respectfully looked towards Lambda and opened his mouth. "Sir, before I return to the soul world, I want to ask you a favor." Lambda raised his hand and scratched his head in doubt, asking, "What are you doing?" In your mind, you thought, "Wait, does that mean it really has consciousness, was summoned from another world and is a truly existing creature?" No wonder the guardian tree cannot be revived when it dies. This is a summon that can only be used once. Like the old master, even though he has certain intelligence and memories, he is just an illusion in the summoning tool. Even if he is killed, he can be revived countless times. Lambda looked up at the giant tree guard and shouted, "What do you want me to do?" He put one hand behind his back and secretly gathered strength in case of an accident. He couldn't help but secretly think, otherworldly creatures with this kind of intelligence, like demons from the abyss, or angels we have met before. Would it really pose no threat to humans? The giant tree guard immediately responded, "Forgotten Lair, I hope you can take my master to the Forgotten Lair. I know, you have a special mark on your body, possessing the authority to enter that place. My master also has this authority, you can take her with you." Lambda asked with sharp eyes, "Who is your master, who are you?" The giant tree guard looked at Tu Mok Mok and replied, "It was her. As for me, I'm just an ordinary guard without a name." Lambda, after hearing the giant tree guard's words, said, "You get up first." At this time, the system notification also appeared, completed the copy, accumulated tribal translation, was calculating the reward, received a completed silver chest. When the team has many people, cannot receive additional hidden reward chests. Do you want to open the chest? At this time, the giant tree guard also gradually disappeared. At this time, Lambda also suddenly spoke, "I still need to confirm this matter before answering you." Lambda said with a gloomy face, "Mok Mok, we go out first." Mok Mok stood behind and shyly agreed, "Okay." Looking at Lambda's gloomy face, she kept thinking, "Lambda, what's wrong?" On the side, little Mok Mok looked at her with an arrogant expression. The whole team then walked out of the dungeon, walking and thinking, according to common sense, the awakening talent of the profession, no matter what, is absolutely effective for the awakened person. Having a profession will give birth to awakening talent. and only when there is an awakening talent can the profession become strong. Is a symbiotic relationship. Once a profession dies in battle, no matter how strong their awakened talent is, they will be wiped out from this world. Even if the summoned creature has biological and intellectual properties, they will still protect their master. But, fake tears can summon otherworldly creatures, making them call you master. Even possessing a past to enter the forgotten lair, what kind of existence is she? Just thinking about the projection image of the angel Kuro, I feel puzzled. I have a hard time not speculating that Su Mok Mok and the entire human race will fall into danger. Anyone who intends to harm the human world cannot be ignored, even if it is just a fish caught in the net. This must be resolved immediately. Thinking so, Lambda immediately turned back and said to Mok Mok, I have something to do, you can go home first, or go work on other copies. Mok Mok heard that and immediately replied, yes. Lambda then turned to look at Mok Mok. Mok Mok saw this and asked in confusion, what's wrong? He just took the phone and pretended there was nothing to answer. Nothing, I might have to spend a little more time, so I should tell you a bit in advance. After a while, I fell asleep and went back to my room to call someone. Hello, are you free now? Scene changed to the 20th floor, Tiandu Building, Zhongcheng City Center. At this moment, Lambda was sitting across from a man. He poured tea for Lam Ha and asked, what's so urgent? And he had to specifically come find me to talk directly. Lambda raised the cup of tea and blew on it, then said, Uncle Huang, you and the alliance leaders must have known that I had a pass to the Forgotten Lair. Huang Tianqi then also poured himself a cup and gently replied, yes, you want to ask why none of us informed you about this copy information, right? Hearing that, Lambda immediately thought, why did Huang Tianqi proactively give this information? It would be a shame not to ask. Thinking so, he immediately said, yes, this is also one of the problems. You guys are worried that my psychology will be affected. Do you want me to complete the career test first? Huang Tianqi sighed and said, there is a reason, but I think if you want to know, I can tell you. You probably still don't know how difficult this copy is. It was dozens of times more difficult than all the Secret Realm copies he had ever encountered. Even the small monsters started at diamond level, and many challengers died miserably in there before they could even run away. The geniuses who were able to receive the entrance card still risked their lives and entered without fear of death. Do you know why? Lambda heard that and immediately replied, the equipment and skills are higher than the diamond level, right? He immediately said directly, yes, defeating the boss can drop legendary level equipment. The higher you go, if you can go through the entire map alone, you will even drop legendary level equipment and skills. After hearing this, I immediately thought, so that's it, I'm afraid I'll be too complacent. If I were someone like Huang Tiofan, feeling that my talent and strength were unmatched in the world, and recklessly rushing in without thinking, I'm afraid I would be crushed immediately. Then he looked at him seriously and asked, how many levels do I need to enter? He immediately replied, level 15, this is the minimum requirement, but I advise you to wait until level 20 and prepare all the equipment and skills, then consider trying it out. He smiled and replied, don't worry, I'm not that impatient, because this copy is so important, I will definitely prepare carefully, treating it like taking a career test. Huang Tianqi looked out the window and stammered, yes, actually, there is another important reason I want to tell you. Recently, most of the Alliance's forces are focusing on searching for deep demons and fallen people. These rats in the sewers have become more and more aggressive recently. You were almost caught up in it. Not only did the bad mutant called Bok Tu Su recently appear, we also received intelligence that the devil from the abyss has planted many spies in the Alliance and the city. They will definitely take big action. Fake professions, absolutely do not let the previous tragedy recur. Continuing the previous chapter, Huang Tianqi raised his hand to push his glasses and continued, so the next plan may have some changes. At that time, remember to pay attention to my messages. Hearing that, I felt a little confused and asked again, what he meant. He poured him another cup of tea and said, yes, to prevent any unforeseen events, the Alliance blocked the entire city and conducted an internal purge, looking for fake professions with a tendency to decline to temporarily quarantine them. The career test is about to take place. We cannot let these rats affect the candidates, so we will not release the information to avoid causing confusion. So you don't need to worry about the deep evil demons, just focus on studying for your exams. We already understand their situation. Even if we install people, we still have a way to deal with them. Lambda took a sip of tea and said, okay, but I have a question to ask. If the awakening talent of the class is a summoning type, the summoned creature is a creature from another world, has a part of its own consciousness, and still remembers its original memories, is it capable of betrayal? Huang Tianqi immediately replied, no. In front of Lambda's surprised face, he continued, you surely know that the awakening talent and the fake profession are one and the same thing, right? It is the power that is born from each of our bodies, equivalent to our most important brain, lives with us, dies with us, is the strongest ally. Therefore, no matter what creature it summons, from any other world, it will not harm the life of the profession, even though they seem to have their own consciousness, good and bad personalities, their nature is still unconditional obedience. In a previous battle, we tested a high-level control ability that could influence the thinking of others, but it also failed to cause otherworldly creatures summoned by the awakened talent to attack the summoner. Lambda put his hand on his chin and pondered for a moment, then asked, so what if he summoned the Abyss Demon? He calmly replied, it wouldn't work. In an alliance with such talented people, the Abyss evil creatures he summoned not only did not lure people into joining the Abyss, but on the contrary, they actively integrated into the Abyss Force, becoming messengers of the Abyss Force's movements. After speaking, he looked at Lambda with great interest and asked, why, was it you who awakened your talent like that, or was it someone else? Lambda replied, not me, but my friend and teammate. He thought thoughtfully, because he clearly said that the summoned otherworldly creature would not betray, and moreover, if he really wanted to bring fake tears into the Forgotten Cave, it would be difficult to avoid being discovered by the Alliance. Then he recounted that her awakening talent to summon that otherworldly creature realized that I was carrying a pass to the Forgotten Cave, so she asked to go there with me. Hearing that, Huang Tianqi stood up excitedly, oh, he also has a passport, right? Lambda thoughtfully replied, yes, but I don't know if it's true. Huang Tianqi looked outside and said, it won't deceive your friends, it won't deceive you either, you can bring it in, but remember to notify the Alliance in advance. It seems that your friend is also a character with infinite potential, don't worry, as long as the Alliance confirms that it is an otherworldly creature summoned from an awakened talent, not from an illegal summoning ritual or dark power, they will not restrict the opponent's actions in the human city. Don't worry, the Alliance will not investigate your friend, on the contrary, people with such abilities will be respected and trained, with training resources, equipment, training and all future benefits, you don't need to worry. Lambda clenched his fists and replied, if so, I would feel reassured, but in his heart he secretly thought, I really don't like the feeling of stress when I can't control the situation like this. Huang Tianqi then turned to look at him and said, it seems like you have finished saying everything you wanted to say, so do you mind if I ask you something? Lambda calmly replied, let's go. Huang Tianqi then took out the report number 31 My Cow, he looked for it and said, I have the household inspection report of the Abyss Demon My Cow here. According to the examination results of the senior prosecutor, the real cause of its death was a special type of magical attack. Cow has the appearance of being burned, but in reality its cells and organs suddenly weaken and shrink, body functions disappear in the blink of an eye, the specific manifestations are somewhat similar to ancient dried herbal herbicides. After saying that, he handed the report to him and asked, could it be that your awakening talent is the milk poisoning technique? After receiving the report, a talented autopsy expert has exposed the effectiveness of the countertransference treatment method. However, as he read it, he replied, Mr. Doan is right, the milk poisoning technique is my awakening talent. Hearing that, he happily said, that's good, we were still debating about this before, was Cao Mai's injury caused by you? Some experts believe that this is a serious injury that another fake profession caused before, to make you panic and profit. We always debate whether this honor car belongs to you, whether it should be counted among your merits, After hearing this, I immediately became suspicious, Huang Tianqi continued, wait, I thought you were knowledgeable about everything, you don't understand about the bounties for profound demons, right? The Profession Alliance will give first-class credit to each profession that destroys the Abyss Demon. He then approached and patted his shoulder and said, please wait for the medal ceremony and reward you like, platinum level optional equipment, along with some rare materials or objects, you can even specify the field you want. After listening, Lamb happily said, okay, if I'm done thinking about it, I'll send you the things, of course. Lambda stood up, then I will go back first, I still have to take the team members to make copies, let's go. Huang Tianqi patted him on the shoulder again, his face full of smiles, wishing him luck with his career test, taking home the title of valedictorian, and making a name for the whole country. Lambda humbly replied, yes, I will definitely try. Then he turned to look at him and asked if he had made a bet with someone. When he heard that, he immediately became confused, then cleared his throat a few times and laughed loudly.